Hey, as y'all come in, hit them likes and share, man. Let's get this party started, man. Why are we so scared? Why are we so scared? Huh? If I don't do my partner right, they might cheat on me. Why is that? Why is that? I want to see. Why is we selecting people that's like that? Is that a reflection of self? Is it an insecurity? Is it something that been taught to us? It's something that we observing of other people and we think it's gonna happen to us? Is that another thing? So we about to get to the we're gonna get to the root of this of why we have this mentality and why we getting with people that's like that. That's what we gonna do. Hold up. We're gonna get somewhere though. Mhm. What up, Chad, man? The deal, brother. Uh I wasn't even about to do this live today. I had to do it. I was gonna do actually another Kevin Samuels, but switched it up. Had an idea now. Like I said, that's how I am, man. On here, it's an awareness thing. Did you just get on? Yeah, I just got on. Literally about 5 minutes ago. About 5 minutes ago. It's a counter. This a counter of my boys live real quick. I want to get into the mentality of why is it like that. I heard too many talking points to make me think like, dang, I feel like that people feel obligated or entitled to another human being. I do understand, like, once we get in a relationship, uh, it's things that we're in it for, or that we expect, right? But I think this entitlement thing, as in we make it seem like that is another human's job to make sure you good. You know what I'm saying? But we gonna get to it though. We gonna get to it, man. Cause religion or not, I know what self discipline is, and I also know what accountability stands at. We can't make excuses of why humans have lack of self control. We can't do that. That's one thing. And I don't want to open a door as into well, this is possibly happen. Of course, this is possibly happen if a person if a just like this, right? Let's use this for example. A woman, if they keep on hitting on a man, it possibly happens she can get smacked back. But we're not going to excuse the fact that he could have walked away. He could have uh we make it seem like that, okay, well, it's bound to happen, so this is what what I'm saying. But the thing is, I think it works on two ways. It works two ways though. Self control is the mind, most definitely. I find stress relief in music and right, exactly. People got it to the. I think I got this one track mind because they mix in with because it's a and the thing is I do understand that's the best feeling in the world. We already know why why that good stuff. You know what I'm saying? We know that's one of the best feelings in the world though. But it's getting so bad, and of course of course, it got purpose behind it though, but it's one of the best feelings in the world because it want to show how our nature we gotta it's something that's really that feels so good, but it's hard to fight, but it also is causing destruction in family and in the world and even mentality, right? What kind of questions are these? I don't know, some that ain't meant for you type of questions, so you can go to another room if you don't understand. But I think this is more meant for people that know what self control is and discipline is, and what accountability is. Because our people here make people make up crazy things of why other people. What the heck? What's that marriage, boy? Did marriage hurt you that bad? What the heck is going on? Ain't nothing wrong with marriage, man. It's just wrong with the people. Ain't nothing wrong with marriage. Nothing wrong with marriage though. It's the people that's in it. Marriage never changed. The people that people get mad at because they can't keep a marriage. That's the thing though. But if you get your mind together and get with the right person, it'll work. Marriage has never changed. People change. Marriage has never changed. People change the meaning of marriage. People change even the way it's social construct. Marriage is not even just getting a freaking ring though. That's how deep it is. People be thinking if you get on your knee and get a ring and say I do to somebody that make you married. No, it's more of a mental, spiritual, it's a mental, a spiritual connection. That's what it mainly is. You know what I'm saying? Or finding somebody that compromise or connect with your type of character. That's what it is. You got to find somebody that's with you. I think the problem is a lot of people they jump into things because they look at other people and think they ready. They get, oh, I want that. I really want this because somebody else got it, but you're not ready for it. That's why everybody's so impatient out here. Why everybody out here racking their body counts up and stuff because they don't, because they looking for love and they don't know what love is for real. People still searching for it to this day. Thing is, like, you still looking for it, but it's something that you can have within yourself. The fact that you got to look for love through somebody else, that's a problem. You know that we started off with that though. We get taught that, we get it from our parents, we get it from all that, right? So it's just like a bird, right? One day you got to find out how to get to it yourself, and it ain't another human being. You know what I'm saying? Happiness and all that other stuff, happiness, peace, freaking love. That shouldn't take another person for that. You can't find it within yourself before connecting with somebody, then you in a dead situation. That's what that is. But I think a lot of people don't love themselves. A lot of people are not confident in themselves. That's also why this topic coming to, right? A lot of people they fear. They fear they fear losing somebody. And a lot of people I do believe they really feel, and that's what it is from my observation, they feel like they really need their partners, real talk. That's just what it is. But it's like that's a sad thing too, also because it's like, dang, that mean you got your own life though. And you saying, and that's what's happening a lot. A lot of people like, all right, this the, and that's why I was saying that about that you complete me. A lot of people have that mentality of you complete me type lifestyle, partnership. They do that. They come incomplete, or they speak out loud and say they're complete, but then they feel they're more complete when they come with when a partner come in. Okay, now you made me. You are my missing link and all this stuff. But why is it like that? You know what I'm saying? Why do it take another human being to be your missing link? You see what I'm saying? And that's why a lot of people on here hurt, talking about if all women, if all men, and all this stuff because you thought your missing link was that first girl that you was dating in high school, or that first man that you laid with it, and you know what I'm saying? Or you thought, that failed marriage was your, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, dang, when we gonna shut up and realize that if the person is meant in your life, they meant. You know what I'm saying? Stop. Everybody ain't your missing link all the time. Your person can pass away tomorrow. Your person can cheat on you tomorrow. Anything can freaking happen. It's not to say as in like a freaking like insecure way. It's just reality. You know what I'm saying? It's just, what are you without your significant other? That's what I'm trying to get to. Like, I even built myself to a point to even if I was with somebody, right, I'm not at fear that it's not gonna work. I look at it that I'm gonna get with this person I got with her for a reason. If it don't, you know what I'm saying, I'm not about to be like, I'm not gonna marry you no more or nothing like that. No, I got what I got out of it. I got my lesson and it's on to the next situation. You know what I'm saying? But I do recommend you got to pick wisely too. Don't jump into a situation to where you got to keep on breaking up and all that other stuff. That's what people doing now. You got to find out more about yourself. I always tell people that your significant other, that's what I came with now. I think I patented that one. Well, I put it with a hashtag. They should be an addition to your life, not an addiction. And that's the problem. People don't realize they are addicted to their partner more than anything. And I can understand though. You could fall into that. You could fall through to that. I mean, I can get it though. You know what I'm saying? But that comes with a lot about not knowing yourself. You know what I'm saying? But love is a deep thing. I can understand it though. Also, lust is too. Lust will make you think you in love. It will for sure though. And that's the reason why people fear they gonna get cheated on if they don't do their partner right. I'll be like, I feel like, and I thought about that before. Like, man, why is it like that? Why you gotta be scared that if you don't do the right things for your partner, they might cheat on you, or they might do that or something. So I feel like it's a job now, even when I don't feel like it, that I must do that. Like, why is it like that? Why are you with a person like that? I think I'm like, people don't ever question things. They don't question things like that. You should never be with a person where you fear that if you don't do the right things. Oh shoot! I wasn't even trying to do that. I guess I'll keep it like that. Whatever. You shouldn't be with a partner if you fear if you don't do the right things that they gonna turn soft on you. You know what I'm saying? But I think also that's a lot of projection too, because they look at it that if I was like that, right? If I was like that, I probably would do the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Or it could also be what has been taught to them, or it can also be a traumatic thing. Well, not traumatic, but something that they seen with their friends or with their mother and father and stuff. Well, I know my mama and them cheated when she didn't get her stuff, or I see these people. And of course, I see all this too, though. But I had to realize, like, these are people that wasn't ready for that situation. These are people that don't even know what discipline is. And that's why it's said that when the word discipline come, it only got to be a religious type thing. It got to be a biblical thing or something like that. Or it got to be because, I mean, that's crazy. That's what discipline is not a thing no more. I mean, I can understand it's a harsh thing, but people want to be selective with the discipline. And that's also why I put this other thing though, with this thing. That's what I think it irks me when I hear that, John, when people are like, it's a need. When I had to grow up and realize that it ain't. People say it's so much of a need. And if it's a need though, that's why I asked that, and that question got looked over because they don't think beyond that. If it's a need, then a person should be allowed to cheat because it's a freaking need. That's what I'm saying. So people got to pay attention to what they saying though. Like if it's really a need, that means you can't function without a freaking other human being. If it's a need, like I said, we got to go. You're gonna have to go find somebody out to step out on, especially if you don't get yours. Like your woman should be allowed, and I heard that most women don't even get their stuff off, right? So they should be allowed to go step off and get it because it's a freaking need, right? It's a need. You know what I'm saying? So this is the stuff I'm hearing in that way, and people not looking beyond just saying that, okay, when I get it with my partner, must be my job because it's a need. So it's like I look at it like the full spectrum around. That's what I look at. But we gonna get into this though, because like I said, I know even in the room, I've been understood them, but the thing is, I grew out of that. You could be married or not. That's what's keeping your marriage or not. Y'all could all, but it's like you can still even a couple married people was understanding what I was meaning too. You know what I'm saying? But it's like a lot of us are in the situation where we are addicted, but we're not gonna admit it. You know what I'm saying? Your partner can come up to you, rub you a couple times, you already about to go berserk. I mean, that is a cute thing though, right? But I looked at it this way also. The reason why I'm doing what I'm doing is like I look at it that if you can't even show self-control with your partner, that's why they fear that you ain't gonna be able to hold self-control with somebody outside of that. That's just what it is. And that's what I had to realize years ago, right? Oh, every time I come up to him, if I do a couple things and stuff, I can get him there. But then they picture another woman doing the exact same thing. Like, dang, if I know he easy with me, he can do the same thing with somebody else. And that's what happens, right? But I look at it, if you can show self discipline with your partner and then you get it when you get it, you know what I'm saying? Whatever, you know what I'm saying? And like I said, I have nothing against it because I know if I have a partner, I'll probably go crazy though. But I'm going to be smart enough to know, not even smart enough, but disciplined enough to know that if things was to happen and I can't get it when I want to, it is what it is. It's a reason behind it though. Of course, petty stuff going to happen with petty stuff, but it shouldn't be that bad. I mean, it shouldn't be that bad that we like, uh, they might cheat on me type stuff. Like, I don't know, whatever. But, sheesh. Let me get these shares out though. I forgot to share. I just wanted to get all that out real quick. Um, Look at Yasmin. What's the deal, man? Let me get my other mod up in here. I know she probably. There's some more people up in here. Mm-hmm. No, I'm probably gonna try to join. Stuff.
A lot of times, what I have experienced, close my door. What I have experienced with guys is they will be talking to me, and we could be talking. It could be from a month to, I don't know. This might sound dramatic, but this is a reality. To like 5 years, and I would never meet them. And when I say talking, it would just be like just purely like them hitting me up and trying to meet up with me and take me out on a date, and I'll say okay, and I'll bail on them because even before the whole date thing would come up, the first thing they would bring up would be sexual activities, and I would be like, "Damn, you haven't even seen my face yet. How are you already thinking about my body? I don't understand." And they would not understand why I kept bailing on them.
Mm-hmm.
I never like disclosed the reason why because I didn't want them to feel bad about it. But a lot of guys do this. I don't know if women do this, but I mean, a lot of men do this.
Yeah,
So I think men put too much importance on
it is.
sexual
It's one of the
activity.
hardest things for a man to resist. Just like this is no different from like with women. That's very emotional. That's something one of the hardest things for them to not be that way. So I think it's like I think that's how they say the difference between libido and testosterone. It's two different ways. You know what I'm saying? But both of them need some form of control though. But they bought it just as hard with one another. That's why it is. So the first thing a man is going to see is more of a sexual type thing, and that's one of the hardest things to fight.
I understand that. I understand that. I have, I have, I think 3 guys right now on my phone. 3 guys that have been constantly messaging me for the past 3 to 5 years. Constantly messaging me. Constantly. I met one of them today because he wanted to bring me food. That's the only way he got. He
Oh, you
was
got you a
like,
fool guy? Okay.
no, I was literally telling this man, I
Same
was like,
game,
no. I said, it's
same
okay.
game.
He was doing Uber. He was like, no. He said, I'm close by your place. He didn't know my address. He said, I'm close by your place. And this was one of the guys that has not mentioned anything about sex at all. So I was like, I told
He
him,
ain't bring you no food for no reason. Y'all be knowing that too. Y'all be funny to me. Be playing and like
no,
y'all know what
again,
them guys
listen
want.
though, listen. I told this man. I mean, again, this he's the one. He's the 5 years one, and he has like been trying to see me like nonstop.
He trying to evade you, all right.
Man, so he was like, "Did you eat today?" And I said, "No, I'm getting ready for Ramadan. I'm preparing my body for to fast." So I've been like, actually practicing the past few days.
Yeah.
And he was like, okay, let me bring you food then. I said, no, 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 I don't need food. It's okay. I was gonna cook I was gonna cook anyway. He said, no, let me just do it for you. Please let me bring you some food. And I was like, why? So he's over here, like, actually, he was being nice. He was like, I have all this stuff to take care of, so I'm in the area. Might as well, like, might as well take advantage of me being nearby. I was like, no, I don't feel comfortable. So he did it, and then, like, what was it? A few hours
What the heck? I
later,
looked up and everybody up there. What the heck?
a few hours later, Khan just come up here. A few hours later, he's talking about sex stuff, and I'm over here like, oh my god, you were the one person that was not bringing that up, and now you brought that up.
Come on, man. Now you got to be a little bit realistic. You know that most of the men ain't trying to talk to you just to give you some dang on food only.
I
Come
didn't
on,
want no
man.
food from him. I didn't want anything from him.
Of course you don't. I'm talking about he wants something from you. What the heck?
I
I'm
You
was
trying
gotta
to
be
get
I,
everybody
realistic a
to
little
like
bit on that
turtles.
one. Ain't no
I
dude gonna
was
give you
I
no
was
food
I
for
was
free.
kind of surprised. I was kind of disappointed. I really was. I
How
was
did you
really
disappointed?
disappointed.
You gotta. Oh, come on, man. Y'all gotta stop with the fakeness, man. You know, most of these guys that they trying to talk to you, they trying to get something. They not gonna give you
I
no food for no reason.
I give free food if they like turtles.
Here you go. Yeah, you talking about the turtle head? That's what the heck you talking about.
No, but 5 years
Uh,
of consistency. You telling me 5 years of consistency, and
it's dudes
the
that
first
do that.
time, the first time he actually sees me, that's what he wants to bring up.
Nah, eventually it's gonna come, literally. But yeah,
If 5 years, run. That's all I'm gonna say.
No,
all right. That boy said he gonna wait on his chance.
5 years of consistency. There have been
Like,
guys I hung out with multiple times that
but
never touched
but
my
but
body.
put it this way though. Like, why would a dude? What any reason why he want to have a freaking obsessed to give you some food so much
No, this is the
when
first
he can
time he
get
brought.
anybody some food? He can give
This is
his
the
family
first
some
time he
food,
offered that.
huh?
Usually he'll just say, "Hey, I'm making so." He'll ask me if I want to come hang out with him. He'll ask me if
Yeah,
he can take me out. He'll ask me if he could take me and my daughter to the park or whatever.
yeah, right.
Who is
You're
And
so
this?
cute. I want to just give you some
he's
food.
Yasmin, who is this?
and hey, melanated soul, how are you, girl?
Hey.
How
What's up,
are
Good,
you?
melanated?
gorgeous.
I
How are
miss your
What's up,
you?
voice.
C?
And I was like, okay.
Who-
I mean, he wasn't doing it.
Yasmin, who are you talking
He
about?
was actually kind of shy. I'm talking about the sex topic. He was kind of shy when he saw me. And
She said she
good
had a
job.
food guy.
No, I don't got a food
Oh,
guy.
somebody you put in the friend zone?
Why she laughing, yo?
uh, and he tells me I ignore him. I'm not ignoring you. That's cap. I do ignore him.
Yeah, of course.
But
Mm.
I mean, it's not on purpose. I just don't like 5 years
It is
of
on
no of
purpose.
consistency, and you're not getting strategy.
I want to be your best
No, I
friend.
made the mistake. I made the mistake of telling this man. I made the mistake of telling this man. I'll always tell you no. So it's up to you if you want to initiate more, because I'll always tell you no. And he was like, "Bet, I got you." So he was like, "Hey, make sure you're ready. I'm gonna come bring you food." So I was like, "Damn." I said, "You remember what I said?" He goes, "Of course." And he said, "That's all I needed to hear. That's all I needed to hear."
You don't want to
So
get with him?
I never met him. Today was the first day I met this man, and I just went to go meet him outside for like 2 minutes because I said it's only gonna be 2 minutes. I'm just gonna grab the food. That's it. I'm not. I mean, I literally turned down free food today. I don't ever turn down free food,
You didn't like
and
him?
he wouldn't let me turn down free food. What?
I said you didn't like him.
No, it's not that. I never met him, and then when I met him today, it was not what I was expecting. I mean, he's handsome, he's very good looking, but no, it's not that. It's not that. I'm just not in that
Go to
mindset.
bed.
I'm not in that
Dang.
mentality right now. I'm not in that mind space to, you know, what is it, entertain somebody like that.
Yeah.
Then stop getting food from them. You using them.
Man, I said that I don't want it. I told him I don't want it.
Then
I
why
said
you
I
invite
feel
him over?
guilty.
Don't even get his hopes up, man. Y'all funny. I
I
swear,
said
man.
no. I told him no, I don't need it. I don't want it. I said I'll
I
feel
would have
guilty.
blocked him. I wouldn't have replied or anything. You still trying to sell? It's
No,
like
but
a
here's the
tiny dream or
thing.
hope in there. That's the reason why you ain't do it.
So
Man,
look, my
I didn't know he
question
was gonna
is,
do that.
did he offer food? Did he just bring food on his own?
Yes, he offered food, and I kept telling him no. I said I don't need it. I said no, I'm preparing for Ramadan. I don't need this. And he was like, no, just let me, please let me. He would not take no for an answer. So I was like, whatever.
Oh,
Well, he sound
okay, gotcha.
thirsty.
Yeah, he
Yet
did
you
that
have his
for an
number
ego
the whole
boost.
time.
He did that for an ego boost. He want to give
Ain't
it to
that
you,
something?
and to him, it'll make him feel like he did something good. But that's all
I
his
think you
ego.
entertaining it, man. You just missing that part out. Ain't no way. Ain't nobody. If I didn't like a
But
girl, she ain't about to keep hitting me up, or she would have got blocked a long time ago.
well,
He's a
he's
good
doing it
guy.
though. He's a good guy, but he's doing it though. That's his
It's the
fault.
first time. It's the first time he did that. He's a good guy. He's
Okay,
been.
you gonna see TT when I go to your live. I'm gonna beat you every time. I'm gonna beat you every time. I'm just talking to TT.
I don't know who TT is. I've heard that name
It's my
before.
TT Kanai. I just say TT short for auntie. I swear I'm gonna beat you every time. You gonna see the delay I'm talking about. It's literally a delay. You ain't gonna better catch it.
But I'm giving an example of how men will put so much emphasis on sex and make it seem like it's such an important part of the relationship when it's really not, because
Because it
you
is.
can be celibate. It's not that hard.
No.
It's really not that, because
Why?
a lot
It's
of
hard though. It's hard. I ain't gonna lie. It's hard though.
Why would someone be celibate?
because it's good for the soul. It's good for the
Good for
mind.
your
It makes
mind.
you.
Yeah.
Nah, if they single,
How?
yeah, but
That
it's
is
hard
not
to be
good for no
celibate in a
mind.
relationship. Yeah, it
Oh,
is.
It
It's hard
is.
to be
It is. I can
celibate in a
believe it.
relationship,
Temptation.
though.
Yeah, temptation. I get it. Yeah.
Like if you single, yeah, but if you with somebody, then that's kind of like unless
Like
it's
teasing.
like if that's your religion, then that's different.
But sex kind of it brings people together.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
I don't believe in that.
Like in a relationship, yeah, but as a single person, I'm going on 22 months right now, so
no, not in, okay. There is, first of all, there is
Wow.
celibacy in a relationship, because you shouldn't be having any kind of intercourse without being married. To be honest,
I
if y'all believe
disagree.
in marriage, I believe
Highly
in marriage.
disagree.
hey, do you buy a car before you test drive it?
Hey, I said this is what I believe. I didn't say
Yeah,
I'm a,
I ain't with
But
it either though.
yet,
That's the problem
yes.
though. It's so many test driving. That's why so many baby mamas and baby daddies out here though, because they trying to
No,
test
test
Yasmin,
drive
what
drive
with
would
the
you
wrong
do if you
everything.
people.
got Yasmin, what would you do if you got married and then it's just like you don't even want to see it? Like, and I'm being honest because if there's a lot of women who get married and they're completely just not satisfied, you don't care about that at all?
Why would
I
a,
mean,
that's
to
the problem.
me,
That's why we're supposed to be virgins. Because
I'll
what
be
is
honest with you.
satisfied?
I'm gonna be honest with you. Let me be honest with you, okay? You might never see it. When you see it, it could be so big to the point where you're like afraid of it actually going inside of you.
Oh man, we
What
making a
about
whole
that?
No.
nother thing.
Why are we always thinking about
No. Ain't
it being
nobody that
small?
big.
I ain't trying to go that far. Y'all talking about something
No,
else,
no,
ain't it?
no. We're talking about no. She asked me a question. I'm trying to get her to understand the opposite side of that question she asked me.
That's something else.
So
Ew.
I mean,
Well,
there are
Kevin,
men that
let
are.
me know if
Let's
I'm
be
getting
realistic. There
I
are
like to go
men that are
deep, so
packing like big
Oh,
big
that's what she said.
packages.
I know.
If you never see it, you see it for the first time on your wedding night, you're gonna be scared. You're gonna be scared, regardless. Either you're gonna be disappointed or you're gonna be scared. But I mean, do you love that person? Are you with
That's
that
why I
person
think
I
a
for the
lot of
think
people
physical
mix,
or
and
their
that's what
mind?
this was about to get down to. A lot of people think lust is love. A lot of
Lust
people think
and
they in
lust is
love,
not.
but they in lust.
well,
That's
you
why
So
so
need
many
it's
to
a
have
relationships
some
built
mhm.
lust.
around.
So are you with that
No,
person
Kevin,
for
you
the
need to have
physical
some
or
lust
for their
though.
mind and their heart? Because I'm gonna be with you for your mind and your heart. I don't care if by your physical, because one day you might be you're gonna look different than you look today.
And
So if
one day
I'm with
it
you
ain't
for the
gonna
physical,
function, then what they gonna do after that?
yeah, exactly. So I mean, if I'm with you for the physical, then I'm
I
gonna be
know it
with
ain't no
you.
need
I'm
But
never
that's
gonna
why
be
so
with
many
somebody for
people
the
complain
physical.
of
I
sexless
promise.
marriages because they don't make that a priority.
because they've never been a virgin. They
When
got into
people,
a
You
situation based off that too, though.
so
I
Kevin, you
hear,
believe that you should stay abstinent until marriage?
You should. I would. I
yes,
would recommend that though. Yeah, I recommend that. That's something I'm doing right now, actually.
That's
it's
something I
good
do
for
not
you.
recommend because imagine you think you got somebody who good and y'all don't do it just to get married
And then y'all will
and
learn
to find
But
out
together.
that
that's the
they
problem. You getting in a marriage for sex. That's the problem. That's why none of y'all still be
I mean,
working
it's
because
a
that's
big
all y'all
no,
part of
focus on.
it.
but no, but it like it just
That's
goes with it.
why
Like
we
it
baby
goes with
mamas
it.
and baby daddies right
Look,
now.
imagine you think
No,
that
you
you
can
got
protect
somebody good
yourself.
just to get in bed and they don't know nothing. Now you might
Okay,
know
and
something,
when
but
the
It
they don't
cake
don't
know
is
matter.
done,
nothing.
That's your mentality. How
that's
you
just one
adjusted
slice of the
it. Like
cake.
that's what
There's
you
a
want
whole
to.
cake.
Go ahead, Kev.
Sorry, Kev. There's a whole cake, and that's just one slice of that cake. There's an entire cake, and you're gonna focus on that one slice.
I
That one
got two
slice can
It's
things.
a big
improve,
part of it. Yeah, it's a big part of a
If you
and that
make
big
it,
relationship.
part can
if
improve.
you
You just
make it.
practice.
That's where the
Hello.
brainwashing come in at though. I think that they taught us this stuff. That's the reason why it's like that. And of course we gonna make
No,
it that
it's a
because that's one of our hardest urges that we ever have on this earth right now. First
so
that's
if
also the
it's the
problem.
hardest urge, then that means it's very important in a relationship.
Hi.
Okay, so when when we're focusing on the sex part in the marriage, we're not focusing on can this person love you? Does this person know how to communicate with you? Does this person know how to
Yeah, that's why
take
they be
care of
blinded. Yeah,
themselves?
that's why they be blinded nowadays because they don't see that. They think sex is the main freaking thing because they made it important.
Well,
That's why
you
you
So
just
run
if this
into
said
people
person
that
if
can
this
you
person
just
you
has
run into
Kevin, you
people that
just
can
said
throw
that
that
it
stuff back heavy
is.
though. You got that one that know how to treat it right. Treat that Peter right, but they can't treat you right. And that's the thing. That's why
exactly
a lot of these women get to slide past with their behaviors because that's all they can really do. They good with that
You
mouth and that throat and
exactly
and all the other stuff, but they have
you
nothing else
literally
to
just said
nothing
there's
else
the
to offer.
strongest urge.
Exactly.
You
I
literally
have.
said that,
Can
and
I
then
say
What's
then
something?
up?
you go back and say it's not important.
Can I say
It's
something as a
not.
woman?
it's
It's an
not
urge, but that don't
important.
mean
It's
that it's
just a part
important.
of
It's
it's just a
important if you
part of
make
the
it.
thing.
Hello. Can I say something as a woman? And I agree with Laugh. Hey, Laugh. Good
What's
evening.
up?
It's Chanel.
What's up?
I 100% agree with you, and I respect your decision, but a lot of us women need to realize that it's not all about sex. It's not all about oral sex. It's all about that connection. It's all about the energy. And I'm gonna be honest with you. If you don't have no connection, how you expect and you only have a connection through sex, what else do you really have to offer? Like what
Right.
about stimulating somebody's mind, diving deeper into their inner soul, connecting on so many different types of levels? That's what it's all
Well,
about.
you don't have
You were
sex with somebody
right.
you're not connected with. Like that's the
It's a
first
bunch of
When
people
thing.
you
that do that.
when
What the heck?
every day.
No, they
Yeah,
don't. They
Yes, you
don't.
but
do.
why
Why
would
you
you
Not
think
marry
women.
somebody
dancers?
who can't
Listen.
even
Why you
stimulate your
think?
mind though?
Thank you. Why you think dancers? Listen. You know what my
People do
grandma
that.
used to say, and I don't know about any of you guys, but a penis doesn't have a conscience.
You see, Cash? People do it. What the freak?
A penis don't have a conscience.
Doesn't
No,
a
Why would you
penis doesn't
marry?
have a
People do that
conscience?
all the time. That's why they
Shit,
feel.
mine do.
a penis don't have a no. What I mean is, if old people used to say a penis don't have a conscience, meaning a man can
Right.
smash 5 and 6 women all at one time, don't have no emotional connection to her. That's
Exactly.
what that means.
That's true.
And women
That's
do it too.
that's
Yes,
just
but
nasty.
it lowers our value as women. Why would
My
we want to
my
have sex with
kitty
all these
got a
different
mind of her
women?
own.
It
She kind
don't
of
lower
does
your
sometimes. No, she does not have a
value.
mind of her own. My brain does. My brain controls her down there,
Yeah,
and
so you think logic, but it lowers your value. The more you have sex with
It
different
don't.
men, yes, it
I don't
does.
think that it
How?
lowers your value
How?
because
It lowers our
How?
value because
I
when
don't.
How?
women can, okay, you keep interrupting me, but okay.
No, I'm asking. No, I'm asking how. I know we're women, but
Because
how
our
does it?
value is based off our fertility and our youth. And the more we have sex with different types of men, it lowers our value and standards of what we really want in a man.
All right, so look, as a man, I just want to
No.
say it do not
okay,
lower your value because
It
at any
does.
job you get paid more money with the more experience you have. I want the most experience. Take
Okay.
me on the
That's
conquest.
you.
That's
That's you.
okay.
Exactly,
Okay.
conscious.
You want to blow out
Conscious,
Punani. I don't.
And
conscious,
you want somebody
Nah,
conscious.
to
I have a
And
cause
question.
regardless, a man
I
will
have a
never
I think
question.
nah,
know.
any
cause
other
big
man
boy.
don't want to
He
think about
Nah,
that girl getting tampered with.
would
That's
you
just
I
exactly.
real talk.
mean,
See,
Would you take a
When you
She
prostitute
can get all the experience
serious?
with me. That's the difference. She can get experience with me. I don't want her having experience and then come to me. What the freak? That's
Right,
crazy.
hold on,
conscious. Would you take
somebody
a
asked the
prostitute
question.
serious, like as your woman, since she has like
Uh,
ultimate experience?
a prostitute?
Yeah, she got the
Mm,
most experience. She got all the experience.
now
how
you'll
could
be
you?
That's
surprised.
facts.
Hold on.
How could
You'll be
you?
surprised.
How,
Hold on. It got some normal women who not prostitutes who got more experience than prostitutes.
that's what I'm about to say. Just because she a prostitute, that don't mean her value is low.
No, I don't want him to answer that
No,
question because he
Coco,
deflecting
how can
now.
you say that when
That
you
might be
said
true,
No.
so
but
different ways. A prostitute is
Would I
even
take that
having sex
serious?
with one man
Wait,
for money.
Coco,
That's
weren't you the one who just
I'm
said
he
not
just
that?
going
attracted to
based off of his
prostitutes.
logic. She going based off of his logic though. So we're not
I'm
talking about
not.
the. Of course,
I'm not attracted to prostitutes. So you know,
But you want the experience. You want
but you said the
but
experience.
they're not the only
Good
ones who have the
experience.
experience.
We not
Trust
saying
me.
that though. But based off your
Trust me.
logic, you
Take
said the
it from
experience.
me. It got people who not prostitutes who got way more experience than prostitutes.
We're not talking about that. You making a whole nother argument to
And
deflect. We
that would be
saying
the
if
red.
it was based off
The
your
average woman
logic.
who's not a prostitute generally would not have had more sex with more men than a prostitute. Like if you
But a
have sex with
prostitute can have
multiple men a
sex
night
with
for
one
money,
man and be having sex
This
with
the
that one man
difference.
for
multiple
money.
men a night for money, the average woman is not having sex with multiple men every night.
This the
Okay.
difference though.
They're having sex for
Prostitutes.
money.
No, prostitutes get fucked. They're not having sex. It's a difference.
Oh my gosh. All right. Well,
That's one, y'all.
boy.
But I had to say this straight though.
But you know
Prostitutes,
what?
they don't do nothing.
You know what?
Go
There's no
ahead.
right or wrong answer.
Whatever
to
the
none of
experience
this.
is
You know
experience, no
why?
matter what you want to call it, being effed or having sex, it's the same exact
There's no
thing.
right or wrong answer because we all come from different parts of Earth. We all have different upbringings, and we all look at life so much different.
Oh,
So
Coco, can I ask you a question?
go ahead.
I think it was you, right, that was saying to Melanated that the more sex women have, the more it lowers our value. But then you turned around and said that being a prostitute doesn't make you low value. How?
No, I didn't say that. I said just because you're a prostitute, that don't mean you have sex with different men. You have some women. Prostitution can be a form of exchange or gifts, and that could be with one man. No, maybe that may not
Keep
be your
hitting them lights,
boyfriend.
y'all.
Exactly. Maybe that may not be your boyfriend. Maybe that's your cuddy buddy. You're still prostituting. You're doing it even exchange for some type of form of gift for money.
I mean, yeah, if he gotta take you on a
Value
date,
by
yeah,
your
that's
logic, wouldn't that still lower your value? If you
Of
said that
course.
okay, so yeah, then a prostitute
So it
would be low
does.
value. Naturally, she would be low value because
You
she's
lower
having
yourself.
sex
You
with
lower
money.
your standards just for to get your bills paid. Like really?
Right.
I mean, that's what women do.
And this
All
That's
the
what they
time.
do.
For men,
I knew he was
Are
about to
women
move
not
him out his
looking to
spot.
get their bills paid?
I see Mary come in.
a man is going to take care of you regardless. If he likes you,
That's what
a
women
man
look
is going to
for.
invest in you.
Yeah, exactly.
So that
Invest money.
can I answer the question and say why is sex a job in a relationship? Well, sex is a job in a relationship with people who don't enjoy sex with their partner.
hold on. Hey,
Well,
can I
I ain't
move to the
been.
left side?
Yes,
Wrong one.
that's
I haven't
true.
talked to my partner in 3 weeks.
I'm not
And
talking about you, Coco.
Hold up real quick, y'all. Yeah, let me, because I can't hear that many people. Go ahead and say that again, Miss Smith.
I'm answering the question. It says, why is sex a job in a relationship? It's a job in a relationship with a person who does not enjoy having sex with their partner.
Okay. Okay.
That's the answer to the
I
question.
agree with that.
That makes sense. Yeah.
If
If
sex
it feels like a job, then yeah, or a
So what?
duty.
So this is a question I want to ask. I just heard what she said about
My bad, Miriam. My bad, brother. My bad.
prostitution.
oh,
Why?
hi, Mrs.
Brother, it's all
Mac.
good. You know, it's all peace and love.
Wonder why he kept
I
What the heck is going on? I thought Miss Mick was talking.
Miss Mac, how are you? Long time.
I changed my name because people just love me. They just go create accounts. Take accounts of my name. I tried to change my name on here.
How
I
are
love
you?
so much. I'm fine. So I'm gonna just ask the question. Why we need a man to pay our bills?
Well, so let me just say this. My upbringing, let me just say this. Let me just start from the beginning. My upbringing, I always seen leadership in my family. I always see my grandfathers, my brothers, and my uncles be providers, and they always led in a relationship. So I do truly believe that a man is put on earth to protect a woman at all times. That's a man's highest calling. But I also feel like we should submit to our men. I know y'all about to go in my throat. Here we go. So when I use the word submit,
It don't
everybody
say
go.
Coco. It don't say men. I have boyfriends. A husband is different than a man now.
Well, listen, I look at I look at a black man that has a calling and know his purpose as a king. And if he's my boyfriend, he's my brother, he's my dad, my grandfather, he's a king. Black men are meant to be honored regardless of what anyone says. It all depends on the upbringing. And you do have those men that don't know how to treat a woman right
Those
because
are
they was
clowns.
raised by a mama.
Those are clowns. I don't treat all men the same. I don't treat circus animals the same way I
Yeah,
treat.
I would never do that.
Okay,
But
so let's not just say that all because a man is a man that
I do feel like God did ordain men to
he
be
did,
leaders. You know
but
what I'm saying?
he did, but let me say something. That has a lot to do with how his mother raised him. You know, you can be born one way, but if she don't raise you to be a woman of high standards, you just gonna be who
But you
you.
remember, a woman can't raise a man.
Well, I can't agree. Well,
No,
I
a
understand.
woman cannot raise a man how to be a man. That's
Okay,
incorrect.
okay,
Well,
That's
I like to add
scientifically
something.
okay.
incorrect.
Hold on, ma'am. We're just having a conversation right now.
No, I'm just I just got over COVID, so my bad if my voice going in and out. I'm just
You
trying to
good.
get my
And
voice through.
I understand what you're saying
A question
about.
for clarification. What did you say about God ordained men to do what? Because I couldn't hear you.
You know me?
Yeah.
I said men are meant to lead.
Okay. I just wanted to make
But
sure I heard
men
it
are
right.
not supposed to pay your bills. Neither is your husband. Your husband is supposed to provide.
Right.
But if you read the rest of that Bible, it says that the woman, they called her a virtuous woman. She was out there working. So I
Exactly.
don't know
Yeah, of
where you
course, the
get that
helper.
stuff
True.
from.
So
I believe
I was,
that.
True.
I was
This
finna,
has
I was finna
nothing
get,
to do with the Bible.
I was finna get to that. I was finna get to the point where
Well,
Using
either
the
way,
Bible
either religion you
is
look at, every man
let me
leads
say what I'm gonna
regardless
say. Let me go.
what religion y'all look at it. You can look
Okay.
at it from the Quran, you can look at it from a Buddhist. Every man leads. Men rule the
Well,
world.
that's true. God did create man first. He did, no matter what you believe in.
Exactly.
Okay, so it's not about let me just go here. I just think that y'all gotta stop looking at men as purses. They're more than a pocketbook. If how can you say in the same sentence that men are supposed to be the transactional stuff and then he's
Hit them
supposed
lights, y'all.
okay, so I'm looking at him like you're looking at him like most people and I tell my cousins this. A man is more than a wallet and a purse.
You say he what?
He's supposed to be more than just a purse, meaning money.
Exactly. I agree.
That's not what a husband is for. And if you let me tell you
But
something.
how could a man listen? How could you even know if you're a husband? You gotta be prepared to yourself. You know what I'm saying? You already like that's just like a woman want to be a wife. You have to already be preparing
You
yourself.
have to be a wife when he
You don't
meets
have
you.
to already be prepared.
But no,
Yes, you
I got
do.
married at 21. No, my husband taught me the way he needs to be treated.
No,
I was not
said,
prepared at all at
Miss Matthew,
19.
explain to her what I mean,
let me make my point. Let me make my point.
please.
And I've said this before. A husband sometimes teaches the woman to be the wife that he needs you to be to him. That's why I
Yeah.
encourage women to get married young, because the longer you wait, the more you become shaped in your own kind of selfish way. But if you get young,
Mm.
you get married young, he can raise you to be the type of husband, the type of wife you need for him. And you're more how can I say it? You're more apt to kind of I'm trying to look for the word.
I
You're
I know what you
flexible.
mean.
You're flexible to kind of adjust to what he needs. That's why I don't encourage young women to wait till they 27, 28, 29. Because the older you get and get set in your way, it's kind of hard to adjust to a different way of doing things. Now, I just think that I want to say this to y'all. Our women need to start having more value for marriage and start having more value for our men. Now, you're going to always have the joker, okay? Leave the jokers alone and find a man with some honor by himself.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I want to say.
Oh, Auntie Matt.
I agree.
Well, I guess that's one woman's perspective. Even the jokers, they're part of the deck too. And so if you have enough mind and enough courage to deal with a joker, even a joker can be trampled over. Okay.
What defines a joker?
it depends on what joker he is. If he's a little joker, then he can be trumped by the big joker. And so therefore you just have to have the skills in order to play along with the joker. And so a husband, I just wanted to say that a husband isn't a pimp. And when I hear women saying stuff like, oh, he's supposed to take care of me, that sounds like that's what a pimp does for his, what they call them. And it's just, we need to really give men more credit. And a man is not supposed to take care of you, just your husband. All the rest of these men in this room, they're not responsible for you. If you choose to have sex with him without marriage, that's on you. You take the risk. You take the risk. It's always a risk when you have sex. No, if he didn't put that ring on your finger first, then you're taking a risk. And so you have to take accountability for your risk, whether it's pregnancy, gonorrhea, syphilis, whatever.
Yep.
But that's unrealistic because no one's waiting until no one's waiting until marriage to have sex. Those days are over with. We're not doing that.
It is. I mean,
So in America,
Not true.
Is
There are still people that are still waiting.
the women
There's still
are
some
Was
people
everyone
that
here
are
a
still waiting.
virgin when they got
we can
married?
teach our younger kids because I'm teaching my
No.
daughter how to be a wife. I'm not teaching my daughter how
But
to be
who
a
was
baby
a
mama.
but who's a virgin?
What you mean?
Like it's
So
so
because
unrealistic.
you couldn't do it and you messed up, we gonna put that on our kids too?
Just because you
Everybody here had
Because
sex
what I
before
said,
marriage.
I said,
Everybody.
you can't speak
right.
for.
Except
But I know for
Yasmin.
me,
No,
like,
I'm not saying that. I have young men in my family that are 21 that they're not having sex because I've encouraged
How
them.
do, how you
Why?
how you know?
Why?
You
Because.
don't know.
Why? Because I tell them you can't demand a young woman to have a low body count. You got a high body count. You
And
well,
you
can't spread
believe that
yourself out here.
well,
they're
I have a
You can't
teenager.
spread
virgins
yourself out
because
here.
you
I
told them
teach my
that?
daughter to
Yeah,
be.
Why do I got to turn the comments off for y'all to give me the 10K? That's
I
it.
tell them that it's not fair to a woman for you to be.
I mean, I know you tell them that, but to believe that they're actually going to
You know
do
what?
it is something else.
Brother Nate, I have raised some boys. They did more honest to me than they mom.
Girl, them boys is out sneaking
No,
the
they
copper
not.
time.
No, they not. They working 16, 12-hour days.
God, these
They got
kids is a whole different
jobs.
generation.
Unlike a lot of young men, see, a lot of young men get caught up into all that stuff. When you have young men actually focused on doing things and focused on preparing
And
for a
they like
wife,
stats.
everybody's not out here just being idle. There are some young people out here focused, young men and young women focused.
I ain't gonna
focused
lie
on
though, I agree
preparing.
with you because
I
I
have
have
to
a
agree with Miss
14-year-old.
Matt.
There are some young people that are preparing for their spouse, preparing for their future. Everybody not out here in these streets like that now.
Right.
Listen,
Right.
I agree because even my daughter, I'm not teaching my daughter to be a baby mama. I'm teaching my daughter to be a wife.
That's all I'm saying. But I said, I was going to say something. Oh, I want to say something, Coco, to you.
Yes,
I know
sir.
everybody doesn't believe in the Bible now, but I'm going to just say this. Ruth made her Boaz a millionaire. She was working.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Okay.
listen,
Okay.
my guy makes a lot of money, and I'm gonna be honest. I have, I always talk about how I do real estate, and I'm a social worker, and right now I owe American Express almost $10,000, and
Okay.
guess what I'm doing? I'm working to bring it down. Am I going to come to my guy with my financial issues? No, he's not my husband. I created this debt, therefore I'm the one that have to
But
bring
you
it
can
down.
understand what I'm saying to you.
Now, if I
Boaz.
want to get it paid down, of
Okay,
course I'll find some old rusted up sugar daddy.
Boaz was a wealthy man. That's the only point I'm making. He didn't go get nobody like that lady just said that was tricking. And if you go back, I'm just making a point. And the reason I'm making that point is because the scripture says he was watching her and observing for her before he picked her, before even saying anything to her.
I don't want no man paying my bills because you know what? Too much is given, much is required. When men start paying your bills, then you're in debt to them for something. You have to be careful about wanting men to. Some of these men don't give money freely. Some of them have big requirements. Some of them want you to go run them drugs for them, and then you end up in jail. So be careful about just wanting a man for his money.
That's true.
I regretted that. I caught myself dating an older guy a few years ago, and he paid my mortgage and everything, and we were just friends. And then, let me finish. I invited a good friend that so happened to be a real estate appraiser over for tacos. Norma talk. So he blowing my phone up nonstop. I'm not answering him. And he pops up at my house, busts out all my windows. I was like, what the freak? So I'm like, why did you do that? He's like, because I could come to your house anytime I want. I pay your mortgage. I pay this. I'm like, oh no, never again.
Why you ain't paying your own mortgage?
Because he wanted to do it. He was an older guy.
Oh God.
All right, we got a couple more people on this panel that got to speak. Hold up before we even do that, because
Okay.
because we haven't. There's a few people that ain't even talk yet. But real quick, the reason why the comments is off because this is slow. I don't get why it's so slow. Y'all can get the 10K. It's 50 something of y'all, man. Just tap the screen. Y'all can give me the. I should make y'all make it go to 15 now because y'all can literally do that. I don't get even people in the box. Y'all can tap too. This y'all can literally tap to give me the 10K. That's y'all free.
Oh, okay.
Okay, there you go. Now,
tap if I'm on the panel, so I don't know if I could tap or not.
yeah, everybody can tap. Everybody can tap. I'm just trying to get to this 10K. Look at it moving fast now. I should say 15K. I want to do it so bad. But 10K, we're going to turn the comments back on and stuff. And then I want to get other people to talk real quick. And share too. There's only 8 shares down there. That's crazy. Yeah, cause we gonna dig in the mind of why people are so scared of cheating in a relationship and stuff, and why we got our minds or like this. And but
I really want to get into the topic.
Oh yeah. So to share, right? Because it seemed like they having a hard time with that. It never moved since I said share. But just hold your finger on where my box is at, right? And you're gonna see a whole list of friends that pop up, and you just click and share to everybody up there. I'm pretty sure they up for the moment before they got to go to work. Send the whole list to about 30 people. It's gonna be a bunch of people though, and then you can share to all of them. There you go. But we almost at 10K. We got the comments about to come on soon. So, but I want to.
Y'all be doing real shady. Y'all need to get them likes up.
Yes. I'm gonna let Darlene, because she just came in here, see what you got on the topic though. You next, then I'm gonna I think Melanie said she got something, then I'm gonna put who else ain't say nothing. I'm getting married after that too.
Hey Darlene.
What I do now?
Well, nothing. I said you next after Darlene.
Well, you done take that
The Darlene there?
that mirror.
She'll never like to keep mute up.
Yeah, I'm about to mute.
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry.
You good? Oh, let me see. Hold on, I'm gonna switch you out there. She's not even saying anything. Let me see if I could turn these comments back on.
While you doing that, can I speak?
Go ahead.
So I just don't understand this. It doesn't make sense to me to discourage sex, especially to women. Y'all discourage sex, and then once y'all get married, y'all want her to be this sexual being and all this other stuff. That makes no sense. Sex is so important. That's why people cheat. It's why people get divorced. Like, why not prioritize that in a relationship? It to me, it literally makes no sense. We know that people want sex. We know that men desire sex, and to not talk about it or to put it on a back burner,
But you also,
it's not logical.
when you have, I'm gonna say this: when you have sex with multiple partners, it creates a sexual appetite that one person cannot fulfill.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. This is why women cheat.
I've been with my husband since 2003. I ain't never cheated.
That's you, but I'm saying what I'm saying to you.
So it doesn't. So that means it doesn't.
So you add that's
You coming up, AJ, or what?
speaking for you because
Sure that it doesn't.
let me make a point. Let me make a point. So if you sleep with Chris and Chris done hit it, he done turned you out. Okay?
Uh-huh.
And then you go marry Ty.
Uh-huh.
And Ty boring. Ty can't do it like Chris.
Right.
Okay, so you may be laying up there with Ty, but you thinking about how Chris could turn it out.
Well, Ty ain't the one.
That's not the point I'm making to you. The point, though, I'm making to you is that oftentimes women they don't marry the man that turns them out.
And that's why they cheat.
Exactly. So you just said sex
Exactly.
so sex doesn't matter, but when you have all of these partners, it creates a sexual history with these men. Let's not just act like we just have to having sex with these men and that now that meant that we don't have a memory of our sexual history with this man. So this idea that you could sleep with all these men and now, okay, so now I
But
got
Miss Matt, you know that men aren't staying virgins until they marry. You know that.
So I can't speak for nobody else or what they doing, and neither can you. I can't say that these young women
We can't speak.
Okay, so I can't say that there's no young women out here that are not virgins. I can't speak for these young people.
So do you think most men are virgins when they get married?
I can't say that.
And be honest.
I can't say that.
Do you think?
It's more virgin men than virgin women. I can see why it seems impossible on your end.
Let me say this. I know there are a lot of men that don't have any children. That means that they're not necessarily having.
That don't mean nothing.
But you can't speak for that though, Melody. That's all I'm saying to you.
Okay, so most men are virgins when they get married.
I did not
We'll
say that. You said that.
Yeah, because I know we know that. You're
Well, 'cause-
denying it. I'm not.
I can't.
Because they not virgins, we gonna go ahead and let them go crazy. That's crazy.
I can't.
I'm not saying go crazy, but y'all denying reality.
Okay, so but what I'm saying to you, that's your feelings. That's not fact. And as classic men always say, facts don't give a damn about your feelings.
And it's fact that it's
that you
facts that
cannot-
most men ain't virgins when they marry. That's fact.
That's true.
Into this conversation.
Go ahead, Dr. Divinely.
So listen, melanated, I think that's your name. So are you disagreeing with her? Because what she's saying is when you have more than one sexual partner, you remember those sexual experiences, right? Do you agree with that?
Any sexuals? No, no, I don't.
So you erased your memory somehow? Because most people remember things. So that would be odd if you didn't remember other partners.
I mean, I know who I had sex with before, but
right. So I want you to be honest.
Yes, I'll be honest.
Don't do that.
So hold on, Coco. Coco, we got this. Me and Melanie having a dialogue.
But
hold on, we don't need you. She's good. She's talking, right? She just said that she does remember. So what Miss Matt is saying is that the more partners you have, it does change your sexual appetite because of the experience. It's just like the more people you date, you remember those dating experiences and they do impact you psychologically. So that's all she's saying. She's not saying anything against people, but she's stating facts.
Well, she's saying because it does, you shouldn't do it.
Well, that is true. We were not meant to have sex with hundreds of men or many men. We weren't made that way.
I don't think most women are having sex with hundreds of men.
Well,
they can.
Some are. Some have. You will be surprised at how aggressive women are these days.
Are not having sex with hundreds of men. Are you honestly saying that the average woman has sex with hundreds of men?
So melanated, I want you to not put words in my mouth. I said some women, right? So we have to be honest. But the point is, even if you've had 10 men, you still remember those experiences. So we can agree to that.
And what does that mean? Okay, I remember. What does that mean?
Okay, so the common sense is if you've had multiple partners, you've learned sexual experiences from them, right? Exactly. So if you remember those experiences and you learn things, it has changed your sexual appetite. Am I correct?
I would agree with that, yeah. But
that's
how
all
is that negative?
Well, I'm not speaking of any negative or positive, but that's all Miss Matt was saying, right?
Oh, okay. I agree with that. I just don't see how it's negative.
Nobody never said that. You must think that it's something.
Then what was the point of bringing it up if it's not negative? I'm
no, it's awareness of why people think in these certain ways. That's all it is.
So what she was saying is if you have these appetites and because you have all these different experiences, right? And you get to a man and you decide to get married, he may not be able to fulfill those same sexual experiences and people are more likely to cheat. And that's for men too. It's not just women. It's for men too. That's all she was saying. She wasn't saying it was negative. She wasn't saying it was positive, right? We all have sexual experiences. So she's not judging. She's just saying the more partners you have, the more experiences you remember and you take into your spirit because we're not just physical beings. We're spiritual beings, right? And when you open up yourself to a
Mm-hmm.
man, you invite him in. And so that's all she's saying. So I wouldn't encourage our young girls or men to have all these partners out there. One, you expose yourself to STDs, babies without marriage, right? You have all these single parents out there. So you decide what the consequences are based on what you see in this world. It can be extremely negative.
And that's why I
But we're
find
not changing. People aren't going to stop having sex.
nobody said that. But the point I'm making I'm gonna make this point too. I find that most women in my age group that are getting divorced in their 40s divinely, a promiscuous woman will get married. A promiscuous woman will get married, but she won't stay married because she's created a sexual appetite with all these partners that one man cannot fulfill. I just said that. It's just like I didn't know I liked chocolate until I tasted it. Okay? But let's take it there with food. You may not like that you really like something or that you really love something, that you really just adored it until you tasted it. But now that you
So,
tasted it,
Miss Mac,
so now
what
you
do you
got
Hold on, y'all.
suggest?
Hold on, y'all.
so now you
Let's do
gotta
a commercial break
so
real
now
quick.
you gotta
We gotta
so
do a commercial break real quick. If
okay.
y'all can tap the screen, share out this live. I need this up 20K. I will shut these comments off. Keep tapping. Don't make me start calling out people ain't tapping. If you in the box, tapping. If you in the comments, I need you to start tapping. Tap the screen, share this live out. Let's go. Go ahead, y'all.
Okay, so
My
the
bad.
point I'm making is that we always look, I always apply for the same of foods. So we all have this special food or something that we may love and we may crave. But we did not know we loved that until we actually tasted it. So it's the same thing with a spouse. If now you had like I say, you had Chris and Chris done turned you out. Y'all done broke up. But Chris done did things to you that nobody else has done to you. Now you want to settle down. Now you want to marry Ty. But see, Ty boring in bed because Ty can't do it. Ty don't know all them tricks and stuff that Chris did. Okay?
Right.
Now you boring. Not Ty boring. Okay,
So, what do you suggest?
what I suggest about that is stop having all these sexual partners if you desire to get married.
Are you
Stop
suggesting
prioritizing sex so much. That's
celibacy
the
until
overall.
marriage?
Yes, prioritize courting to get married, not to just be out here having fun. That's the point I'm making.
No. I'm
Control your
asking,
urges.
are you
People don't know what that
suggesting
is.
that women should that people should abstain from sex until marriage? Is that what you're
I'm not
suggesting?
necessarily saying that. I'm
I would.
Self-control. They should have self-control.
Who
Self
would?
Sorry, Miss
control.
Mac.
That's like a crime
It's
nowadays.
just like, okay, that's when you have self-control, when you decide, okay, like this is like if you decide you're gonna cut out certain things out your diet, you don't want to eat no more. If I decide I'm gonna go on an intermediate fast or something, that mean I have self-control. That mean I stop eating so many times a day. I decide, well, I stop drinking sodas, period. What
Right.
I'm trying to get you to understand is when it comes to your body, there should be some level of discipline when it comes to sex.
There you go.
And I agree with
That's
that
why people
too.
feel like it's a
I'm
need.
just against staying abstinent until marriage.
You could
That's
be,
crazy to
but you
me.
could be, but melanated. That's your personal opinion. You do
That's
not.
everybody.
No, you do not.
Because most people ain't staying abstinent until marriage. You know
It's
that.
not everybody. It's not everybody. Some people want to.
Hey,
They wish they
I
would
said
have
hey,
gone
most.
to
hey,
go
hey,
back.
hey, I got something to say. This is an old school. See, we got away from a lot of the old school things because we like, that's the old way, that's the old way. And some of that old way kept us alive, and we've become stupid because we've gotten away from the old way. And one of the old things I remember my parents saying, I was tripped out when I said it to my kids was, if everybody over there going to go jump off the bridge, you gonna go jump too? So this everybody doing it argument doesn't work.
Well, if most of the panel was
Sounds
virgins
like
until marriage, I would
15-year-old.
agree with you.
So
But
are
that's
you
not the
saying,
case.
But
so
I think you're
melanated,
missing the
are you
point.
saying
Hold
that
on.
going
20K,
forward,
y'all. That's what the promises
you
are.
would not encourage the young ladies to save themselves? Do you have any sexual encounters? You don't have to
Heck
tell me who.
no.
Listen, you didn't let me finish. Have you had some sexual experiences that you wish you would have waited, right? You wish you would have not.
Waited
No,
Mhm.
waited until when?
no.
Waited until when?
Okay. Hold up, y'all. I need y'all to keep tapping the screen. I ain't turning these comments back on till we hit the 20K. Let's go. After melanated responds, let Joanna go because I know she's been up here, but she ain't said nothing yet. So let's go.
Yeah, someone asked,
I'm tapped.
would I have preferred to wait? And I'm asking, wait until when?
Nope, that's not what I said at all. I
Oh,
said
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
any men that you had sex with, I'll be very specific. Were there any men that you have had sex with that you told yourself afterwards, as you matured and became an adult, you said, I wish I would not have had sex with that person? That was a waste of time and energy.
Yeah, sure.
That's my point. Sometimes it's not worth having sex with all these different people, right? It is okay
No,
to have
I
self-control.
I
It is
learned. Well, I learned from every sexual experience. I learned from that.
Well, that's you, and this is why I
I
encourage.
know. I'm only speaking for me.
I'm just speaking to you. I encourage my high school girls, my high school students, to not treat their body, to respect their body and treasure their body, and not treat sex as some type of Olympic sport.
Then why are so many men complaining about sexless marriages?
I don't know. I can't speak for a
Well, you
man.
ain't dating no man, are you?
I cannot speak for a man. I don't have opinion.
I hear every day on this app
but
there's
I don't have
lives about sexless marriages.
I can't speak for men.
To pretend that that's not an issue is crazy.
Okay, but I'm not.
those women all
Well,
those
do
women
what
all
you want to
sexed
do at the
out.
end of the day, man.
Wait a minute, you're
I'm about to get to.
changing because we're not talking about sexless marriages right now.
Okay, so
So that'd be
I don't
irrelevant.
have no problem having sex. Okay,
But
I
I
happen
mean,
I happen to marry the man that turned me out. Okay.
That woman craving that old thing back. That's why she don't want to have sex with her husband. She's thinking about that
Exactly.
old thing.
Exactly.
So this
Who?
idea that
Who you talking?
like I said,
Who you talking about?
I encourage young. Like I work with high school students. I encourage them not to have sex. Sex is the most important decision you could ever make in your.
No. I'm sorry. Someone just said something. Were you talking about me? Were you talking about me?
I'm speaking in general. I'm speaking in general.
No,
terms.
not you, Miss. I'm not talking about you, Miss Matt. Someone's just said something. Were you addressing me?
No. I was just speaking in general, and
No, you. I'm not talking about you. Someone just said something. I want to address it.
Okay,
Somebody said what? What did they say?
Nobody said anything
thought
to you. What we're saying is we can't change the narrative. We're not talking about sexless marriage. We were actually talking about having young women wait before they hop in and just sleep with everybody that they decide that they want to date or be in a relationship with. We're encouraging them to wait until marriage or wait until a level of courtship before they just start sleeping around. That's what we're talking about. Somebody start talking about sexless marriage, and we're not even addressing that. We're changing. That's when you're starting to change the narrative and jump off a subject that
Deflect.
we're not. We're talking about
I mean, I
teaching young
think it's
girls to wait.
important.
But
I
the
mean,
thing is, I'm not even going to have a conversation with you about sexless marriage because we're not talking about that right now,
Okay.
whether it's important or not. We're talking about teaching young girls how to preserve themselves
young
and
people.
not just sleep with every guy that they meet that tells them that they're beautiful. That's what we're
I agree
talking
with that.
about.
I'm
Can
not.
I jump in?
Go ahead.
Hi, this is Daddy's Girl. I would say I just want to offer some encouragement to Melanated because I know there's a lot of people coming at you right now, but I think they're coming at you with a good spirit and just from a
They
good
are.
place. However, I often also tell my daughter, I have a 17-year-old, it comes with maturity and discernment. So if you can't honestly say that this is somebody that I can see myself, number one, being in a relationship long term because you accidentally have a child, or you can't see yourself marrying that person, then it's not somebody that you should share your soul with. Because on a spiritual level, that is something where your soul binds to another person. And we can worry about the physical STDs and sexually transmitted infections. But what we really need to worry about, I often say they're spiritual STDs, which are soul ties and demons. Because if you lay down with the wrong person, that demonic presence will be forever encapsulated in your DNA. And a lot of people don't realize when a man deposits sperm or, whatever orifice they use, that his DNA wraps around your DNA. And that is a soul tie that is hard sometimes to get rid of. And you have to kind of
I
think of it
agree.
in an eternal and supernatural mindset. Is we have to also think as women, our power lies in our thighs. And if you're giving your power away to everybody, just like Ms. Mack said, that when you do meet that man that is created to speak to your soul, his soul is created for your soul, and he is trying to attract your soul. Your soul is so broken and so full of holes from being mistreated and being utilized in ways of whether that's, they're objectifying your body, or they're breaking your heart or your mental, then you are then so broken that your soul can't even recognize that this is the person I was made for, and he was made for me. So I think that's my message that I talk to my daughter about. I talk to younger girls about the sugar example. And the flower blossom example. If you had a rose and you ripped off a petal for every guy you met, and you gave that guy your petal, by the time you meet the soul that's been created and formed, for you. I don't want to get like spiritual on here, or religious, because my religion might not be somebody else's, but for me, it's like we are fearfully and wonderfully made. So the moment I was made, my spouse was created for me. And if you keep giving those petals away, by the time you get to the one that was for you, you're not going to have anything left but a stem. And can that marriage last with just a stem?
Yeah, I think that's from from a religious standpoint. I'm not religious. I'm an atheist, and we have completely different views on sex. I think everyone here is a Christian, so y'all not going to agree with me regardless of what I say or my logic. Y'all not going to agree because the Bible says this.
Nothing to do with religion.
So everyone's going to disagree with me regardless.
But you're speaking from an atheist perspective. You're speaking from carnal and flesh, right? So you're thinking of a self-gratification.
Excuse me.
No, I think from logic.
Sorry, you're thinking from like carnality and flesh. So
from logic.
Okay, and that's that sprinkle mentality, right? It's that narcissism mentality.
Even
I don't believe in
if I wasn't,
sprinkle. You're projecting.
even
I'm
if I
not
wasn't,
talking about
even if I wasn't
sprinkle.
speaking from the Bible or the religious perspective, even from the scientific perspective, having multiple sex partners, it has an effect on both people, on people in general. You carry each one of those people with you. You, regardless of whatever, you take
I
sexually
don't.
transmitted spirits, energy, whatever you want to believe in, you carry something over from the next person. DNA, whether you want to believe it or not. So it is what it is. Believe what you want to believe, but the truth is the truth. Facts are facts.
Yeah, and that's from your religious standpoint. That's what you believe. I can't change
That's not the religious standpoint. That's from the
You're saying
scientific
it's not
standpoint.
religious, but
It's
it
from the
is.
scientific standpoint that you carry DNA from each sexual partner that you have. It is
How?
scientific.
How?
Look it up.
True.
Look it up. It is
That's not the
scientific.
same thing.
It is
It's
scientific.
true.
It is
Yeah.
proven.
How? I'm asking.
I don't have to how
How?
you. You know what? If you really want to know, you'll find out. Or otherwise, you'll just keep sitting there saying how.
Unless
It is good. It's on Google. It's on whatever search engine you want to find. You look it up on the search engine. You dig it up. You could dig into the research and look at what they say and who said what, where it came from.
we're having a discussion. I want to know from you. We shouldn't have to stop and pause. I have to look at this research. Like, I want to know what you think.
It's not about what we think. Scientists have actually done great research and studies on this, and it's been proven that every person that you sleep with, they're in your DNA.
But we
You know
have
what?
our
You
own
want to know what I think? I
personalities.
think
We
that
have our own
I believe
flaws.
that is true. I do believe that is true because
So
when
if you want to use
you
logic,
deal
why
with
you
people,
use
when you
logic?
deal with people who have been with multiple partners and been with multiple people, you can see in the way that they move and the way that they operate. So it is. You can say what you want to say, but if you've been with, if you move in a certain way, it's all over you.
That's why when you sleep with your husband, That's why he can finish your thoughts. He can finish what you gonna say. And you can finish what he gonna say, because guess what? Now y'all one. Y'all spirits operating. You are one person. That's why y'all join together as that's not just a person, but as a soul, now as a spirit. That's why you can hear his thoughts, he can hear your thoughts, he can finish your thoughts, he can finish what you got to say. Y'all gotta stop looking at sex as just a physical act. It's not just physical, it's spiritual. That's why when a man is cheating, a woman kind of get an idea, just the same way when a man know his wife is cheating. It's hard to pair a bond with your husband when you've been sleeping with all these men. Same way with men. It's hard to bond with your partner when you sleeping with all these people. This is why people cannot stay married, because they got all these people that's in them, and they're trying to bond with this person, but you got all history of all these people with you.
Even if you don't
That's
believe
all.
it's religious or spiritual, it's biologically, it's your biological, and it shows. You know that there's an effect of that person on you after you've been with somebody. You know the way that you think about that person, the way you move about that person. It takes a minute for you to shake another person off of you. So to sit here and
It
act like that,
that's
having
you.
intercourse
No,
with
you're
other
speaking on
people,
you.
oh my God, use a story.
Goodness.
You are
I
cap. You
am.
cap.
I can
You
have sex
cap.
with somebody
You
and
full
not
of
feel
cap.
anything
That's
about
Yep, and I
it.
bet you, every day, yeah, you can say that,
some
and I
people
bet
don't
you
like wisdom.
anybody who can see the and deal with you afterward, that got any kind of common sense, can see that other person all over you.
We're not gonna. We're not. If we're talking about religion, we're just not going to agree. You're saying religion is
I'm
biology. I
saying
He
disagree.
you
said
the one trying to hang
science.
into you're trying to hang in the
Because it
religions.
goes
I'm
back
saying
to
biology
we
with
can.
science. So you
Oh,
can dance all you
okay.
want to, but I ain't bring my dancing shoes today, so I don't feel like dancing tonight.
So
So
Mira,
hold it.
Mira,
You saying
Mira,
you
what
saying the
what
only
what
form of self discipline, it got to be a religion behind it?
No, my husband is very self-disciplined and he's not
S-
religious.
Because
I'm not
I'm
saying that at
still thinking
all.
about what you said about earlier. Well, just because it's a harsh urge, that means that I'm gonna make it important because it's a urge. But all urges
I
can be
am
forced.
sassy. I'm very sassy and proud of it. Sassy everything. I pay bills. I do all kind of sassy stuff. I'm sassy as hell. Nah.
stop
Yeah, I don't
sassy.
Now
If
believe
if
in
what? You
somebody
hurt my
call them
feelings
a
calling me
name,
I
they
don't
don't
sassy?
like
believe in
it.
You ain't got no
calling
better
men
argument than calling a man a
sassy.
sassy?
That's
That's
I
when
don't
I know
believe
I'm
in
unsure.
dealing with a
calling men
child.
sassy.
Grow
That's
up.
inappropriate. I don't like that.
Respectful. Y'all have
Uh,
men that can cook and clean and keep a house better than y'all, but y'all like to call men sassy.
Right. It's
but
ridiculous.
He should be able to
just
state his opinion without being called sassy.
Yeah,
I don't like that.
and that's
yeah, right.
disrespectful. She don't know that man.
So I'm gonna get
My bad,
exhausted in
Kev.
here.
But you know how I am. I'm whatever you call me. Yep, I am that. I'm sassy. Whatever you
No,
call me, I'll be that.
that's
Whatever
what
you
call
you
me
believe
too.
I am, that's what I'm gonna be. Because I ain't got to prove it to nothing. The burden of proof is on you.
Just ignore that
I
comment. Just
believe
ignore
they,
that
they
comment.
call me old, they call me perfect. I'll be
Yeah, they
everything.
just try to throw you off. That's all it is. Uh, so I'm gonna get exhausted in here, and then we can try to kind of get back to the topic a little bit. I don't even think we did none of the questions yet.
What it do, bro?
We
What's
can
up,
do
Yeah,
some
exhausted?
man.
Welcome to the live,
questions.
bro.
Man, it been alright. Ooh, well, y'all up in there cutting up. This girl say she married and an atheist. Y'all weird. How you married and
How
an
is
atheist?
that weird? I made it work.
The
We
Bible,
made it work.
strictly. Why marriage
How,
came
we
strictly
don't
from the
need the
Bible.
Bible.
Well, how you
We are
married? How you an atheist and you believe in
because
marriage?
I've been
I'm
what?
done. I'm done talking to you. Hey, let's get to the topic.
Okay.
That girl is washed. I don't know why we've been on here playing with her like this for all this time. She strictly goes against people doing right. Literally. How you go of atheist and you believe in marriage? That came straight from the Bible. Straight from God. That didn't come from man. So you're confused. So we're not even do this with you. Let's get back to the topic. Why is sex a job in a relationship? Because people have physical needs. Is sex a need? Yes.
It's a job.
Then does that mean you can't function without another person? Yes. If sex is a need, then people should be allowed to cheat. Agree or disagree? Disagree. Why does it seem people think sex is the only form of intimacy and stress relief? It shouldn't be, but it is a good form. Why are you dating someone you fear if you don't treat them right, they might cheat. Yeah, that's a very good question. And you shouldn't be dating somebody that you're scared that if you got to dance around eggshells and if you step on one of them, they're gonna cheat on you. You shouldn't be dating that person. So let's get back to reality, man. Everybody on here is not Christian. I mean, I am a good God-fearing man, but at the same time, you don't have to be Christian to understand the logic of if you lay with multiple partners, you're gonna be expecting one partner to have multiple attributes that he might not be able to have because he's one person. So if you have 10 partners that you've been with that had 10 different things that you liked, the chances of them 10 things being in one person is very unlikely.
That makes
So
sense.
logically, you should not be laying with multiple people. Logically. Now let's move on.
Why they be swinging, Exalted? They get mad.
That's that automatic comparison, so we can't help that. That's like a human type thing. So
Yeah.
I get it though. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I want to answer them the question. It says, why is sex a job in a relationship? I don't think it's a job. Maybe I don't know. I've been married before, and let me tell you, I enjoyed every part of being married
It's only a
in that
job.
aspect.
It's only a job when you don't really like the person you're having sex with.
You
I
know
don't
what?
think
And
I
I
don't
get
think
it
it's a
because there's
job.
sometimes when you're married and you didn't, worked all day or you didn't have, cooked and had time with the kids and all that kind of stuff. But I guess for me, that's sort of like a part of the whole package, right? That's what you signed up for. Because there's sometimes when you don't want to, but he wants to. There's sometimes when you want to and he don't want to. So I think it's like, it goes both ways. It's a yin and a yang. And then the second one, I kind of feel like, I don't know. I think it is a need, and I think you do need it. I think it's needed on both ends to equalize each other. And I think for men need it more than women sometimes because of the testosterone.
Yeah.
From a medical side of it, with their testosterone being so high, if they don't, have a way to release those hormones in a positive way, it can cause them to, be angry or aggressive or, things that they don't naturally want to be.
That's true.
And then
Why is
I just
that?
wanted to get to the last one. I'm going to jump to the last one because this is on my heart, and I just want to say this. I had a lifelong friend that I found out in a weird way today. Just was in Facebook, came across my messenger, and somebody had reached out to me to tell me a friend of mine killed herself. And she shot herself in the head on Friday.
What the fuck?
And I seen her
You gotta
post.
F1 in the chaps. You gotta say pew pew and
Oh, sorry,
unalive. You gotta say pew pew and unalive. F1 in the
Yep,
chats,
yep, yep.
everyone. F1 in the chats. F1 in the chats.
Yep. My bad. So, and I just wanted to say, if you have a friend or you have somebody that is expressing those kind of feelings, you can always text 988. You can call 988, but there is helplines out there. She actually posted something on Facebook, and I saw it like about a half an hour after she posted it, but another best friend of hers had seen it, and she was trying to reach her, and by that time it was too late. So,
Is
and
this
the
about
reason why
dating?
she did
Does
it
it have
was
something to
because
do
of
with the
that
topic?
last sentence. She
Sorry,
did it
ma'am.
over a man.
Daddy's girl, I'm so sorry that happened, and I apologize and my sincere condolences. But is this about the topic?
Yeah, she did it because of a man. That last one, when it talks about fear, if you don't treat them right, they might cheat. They constantly argued about who was cheating. Constantly. He accused her of cheating the day that she did this.
Sorry to hear that.
So,
Condolences.
as she just said, goes back to them soul ties, and y'all
So as
could.
an atheist, yeah, we just don't have those issues.
Well,
We
that's
just
not.
don't.
Listen. God is
True.
you gonna.
Actually, not true.
So
Look at the
We
why?
don't
statistics when
have
it comes
these
to that.
issues.
All right, but why?
You
Why?
are. Stop making up stuff, lady.
Stop doing that. Stop making this about you.
Okay,
And
but
what you
I'm
what?
don't
so
believe in.
serious right
I
now.
understand that, but you are making this about you at a time that is not about you. what
But
you
I'm
what
just
just
even
saying
being
the
a,
the
Bible
even
assumption is
is
being
that
a,
my friend is
even
a
being,
Christian.
Christian too,
but
because she
but in
wasn't, and
order to
that's
be an
kind of like what.
atheist, in order to be an atheist, you still have to believe there's not a God to be an atheist.
But
It's
why
still a
does
belief, bro. I was about to say it's
but
still a
why
belief
don't
either way.
You have to
why
believe
No,
that
you don't
there's
know what
not
an
a God.
atheist
You have
is.
to believe
No.
that there's not a God in order for you to be an atheist, which means it's still that you still believe in an
but
existence of a
even
God.
you to
no, but
bring
why
that
don't
up.
I believe
atheists?
my husband is a God.
Okay, but
But
let me
why
say
don't
this. But melanated, for you to bring that up at this particular point,
like God?
Right.
Why
at
does
this
Some
but
people
particular
are just
time,
foolish.
at this
I
particular
know
point,
you guys. I
no?
listen,
I
I
really want to,
expect
listen to me.
this.
I'm
I
being,
don't
Miss
expect
Mac.
anything different.
I'm
I
saying
really want
this
to
in the
hear it
most
though.
respectful way. But to bring that up at this particular point and at this particular time, when she mentioned it's about this topic and about her friend, it is out of order, and it
Well,
was in a.
can
How
I
when
ask her?
somebody said, "Is this about the
But the
topic?
point,
Is this about the
but what
topic?"
she was
But
talking about in regards to
All
the
right, all
topic.
right, all right, all right. This is what we finna do right here. Right now, we're finna tell everybody that we are at 27K. We need to go on ahead and hit that 30K. So I need everybody to tap that screen, keep tapping that screen, keep tapping that screen. I also need to see some hashtag FYPs in the comments. Can I see hashtag FYPs in the comments? That helps to get the live in the For You page. So could you please put some hashtag FYPs in the comments, please? Hola. Um, you're gonna switch to English here. We only speak English. Um,
But I want to ask.
and
Can I ask
also
her a
and
question
also
about?
you can hold on just a moment. Let me finish the mod break. And also, you can also give the people on the panel as well if you like. Let's get Miss Malaysia off that goose egg off of there, please. Can we please help Miss Malaysia out, please, and get her off that goose egg? And can we help Mrs. Oxted out? It's not to be greedy. It's just to help with the algorithm, especially with the way the conversation is going. We want to keep the conversation going, so we understand the way TikTok moves, and TikTok operates off of money. So we got to do what we got to do to keep TikTok moving and rotating. So we appreciate you, and thank you very much. Also, Kev has a live goal up there. He's looking for that those hearts with the on the fingertip. He's looking for a couple of them. Can you help him out with that, please? Help him reach that live goal. And also to share the live, you can hold Kev's box right there, or just hold Kev's picture right there. Hold his face right there for 2 seconds, and the screen will pop up. Do not hit report. Go down the right side of that screen, and it'll say send to everybody over there. Get them on in here and let them have enjoy this conversation. The boxes are full, but if you get in the queue and wait, we will get you up into the panel and allow you to have your say. We do not mind you having a different opinion as you see we're having right now, but we just ask you to keep it respectful, please. The only thing you will be muted for and dropped for is disrespect. Anything else will be uncivilized. So let's enjoy the live. Let's have a good time. Let's have a good conversation. Let's keep it genuine and not be just disingenuous people. Let's be respectful to others' opinions, but at the same time, let's not force our opinions on others either. We all have a different opinions, a different mind. And with that being said, I'm gonna hand the mic back over to our pilot and Captain Kev, and let's continue our journey.
Kev, can I ask you your cash shop really, really quickly? Because I can't see it. I'm sorry to interrupt you. What is
Uh,
your cash shop? It's small.
Thank you for that. And also, he has a YouTube. Follow him on his YouTube page as well. Thank you so very much for that.
Money
I
broke.
think it's a
He need to change that
is that is
cash
dollar
app name.
dollar sign Mr. Money Broke. That's what I say. Is at the bottom,
yeah.
right by his face.
Okay, put it in the chat. I can't see it.
Somebody did it already for me.
Okay,
Good
thank you
looks.
guys. Thank you so
Good
much.
looks. Yeah, but like I said, I prefer the likes and shares. That's all I really care about for real though. But so we got everybody basically up there though. So I think the reason why I'm doing this topic though itself is just it's really to get into the mind though. I know we spit out a lot of things. We say the same old stuff. Well, it's that and men need that and whatever and all that. But it's like I just want us to question these things of why is it like that. We not getting to the deep thought of it. I think we trying to limit to what we saying about it. We just want to like this what we have these sayings and stuff. But then I had to realize when we got older and really know what it means and stuff. Like we'd be like, well, women I don't know. I'm trying to think of something. Women are more emotional and something like that. Why is that? So we got to dig into the deep part. Okay, all right, they are like that because of the chemical thing, and men are like this because of whatever. So different stuff like that. I be trying to wonder like, but I hear this thing about it being a need. And I heard a few people say it now, right? So I guess we kind of got to the main thing about this situation is that it seemed like a few people already feel like this is a need though. My thing is like why, because I had thought about this saying before. I think sex make and break relationship. That's just what's happening nowadays. That's most definitely just what's happening. It make and break. That's the reason why a lot of y'all so scared that y'all gonna get cheated on. That's what it is. You know what I'm saying? Because you prioritized sex over love nowadays. That's just what it is. Y'all really think y'all in love and y'all in lust. That's what I had to realize though. It's so because some of that stuff can be so dang on good, and then what we do is we add. Well, that's what we must do, and we add that. Dang, what the frick I'm trying to get to though? We add these things, even Bible verses. I think we even trying to mix that stuff in too, just to justify the lack of self control we have. That's just what it is. Because that, like I said, even though I know what you said, Melanated, that it's a deep urge. I know it's a deep urge, but it's something that I had to fight myself within these past 3 years because I realized how much destruction that's happening on this earth because of it. It's a lovely thing. It ain't supposed to be a bad thing. But I think, like I said, money and sex is the two things that's destroying this world. We know sex sells. We know all this stuff. We know even these women behaviors that we be trying to adjust that y'all don't like us talking about. That is what's why they ease the way they is because the lack of self-control from men, the lack of self-control from men, right? And that's why we get mad. Oh, man is dead, and I got essayed and all this other stuff. That's a problem, right? Ain't it? Because of the lack of self-control.
It's a problem, and that's why it needs to be talked about.
Exactly, and that's why I'm talking about it. But based off your logic, you saying that it's an important thing. But if it's important, yeah, exactly. You said it's important and it's a high desire, but it's a desire we must fight. Just like anything else. If I wanted to get mad and slap somebody, that's something I highly want to do, but I got to control myself. That's all I'm getting to about that. But I just don't like the justification of like, okay, I must. That's why I asked this other question, which kind of got bypassed. And I see even like a few people just went past it though. But it's the reason why I said that. If it's really a freaking need, if it's a need, right, people should be allowed to cheat. That's just what it is. If it's a freaking need, how's it a limited need?
So can I say what?
How does that make sense?
I want to say one.
If it's a need, right? If I'm gonna die without it, right? Because y'all say need is something that you freaking made important, right? If I'm gonna die without it, that means I should be able to cheat. Flat out.
Hold on. Let me say one thing.
That means find your person.
Wait. I want to say
no. I should cheat because it's a need.
So let me say
something.
something.
You can't function without another person.
So let me say
like
this.
you said before that.
Exalted. Let me say one thing.
That's why you can't function without another person, like you said before that.
Hold on.
Why you can't function without another person? That's a problem too. What the freak? We only one person. Why do we need another person to fully function in life? That's what people's problem is. That's why they keep jumping from relationship to relationship because they can't have time alone and they think that I'm gonna die alone and all this stuff and I don't want to be in the grave. You gonna die alone no matter what.
Bro, it's a lack of discipline.
Can I say one thing though? Lust mimics love. Lust mimics.
Stop playing, bro.
Hold on, Exalted.
I love you, man.
Hold on, Exalted. Lust mimics love, and people don't know the difference between the two. You can live without sex. If it became my husband could not have sex, I'm not finna leave that man. Lust mimics love, and people need to learn the difference between the two. I was not born having sex. Sex is a necessity. You need food to eat. But you don't need sex to exist in this world. And a lot of you don't know what difference between the two. Lust mimics love. And this is why people get divorced, because they don't know the difference between the two.
Yep.
He said, my hot dog may not work anymore, but I can lick the cookie jar.
But look, this is the reason, and also I want to add this too. This is the reason why a lot of people, you basically nothing without it. That's what it is, though, and it's sad that it's like that, though, because I had to, like I said, I can understand, and I can't be disingenuous, right? I know that was something we had using my other life, my man's life and stuff, but I won't be disingenuous because I know why people have this mentality, though.
I feel like
But I found out it's this thing called self-discipline. And I had to realize, and I'm always a person that question everything. People, like I said, it's the only reason why I got the mentality I got now, because I question every last freaking thing. I had to ask myself, like, okay, why, why do, this is another thing, reason why I'm doing an abstinent thing, because I look at it, if you can't put up with a person without sex, you can't put up with them. People be getting put in a doghouse because of it. People, huh?
Let him finish.
I said that's not true.
Let him finish.
Yeah, that's 100% true, no matter how you want to look at it.
Go ahead and finish, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna repeat it again since you said it ain't true. If you can't, if you can't freaking function with your partner without sex, you can't function with them because it's a blinder. That's something I had to realize. I'm a man and I know these things. So like I'm pretty sure that men are more, highly driven about that more than a woman. So that's why I really can't listen to her, because it's like,
that's not true.
Okay, whatever. But I'm just saying that the thing is, people put up with a lot of y'all because of that. That's the only reason why y'all got these hot girl summers. Y'all think y'all look better than y'all look because they just want to hit. That's all it is. But if you put that thing to the side, none of y'all would get a freaking chance. Y'all wouldn't, because y'all be thinking, y'all think y'all think that y'all are something for real. Y'all ain't nothing but just what's between your legs for the most part. That's just what it is. That's reality. Until you get something else to offer, until you have something else to offer, right? That's the reason why why men ask, what do you have to offer? Because all y'all been taught is this thing between my legs is gold. Or you hearing Beyonce, girls rule the world, and Punani rule the world and all that stuff. Well, okay, it is true for weak people. It's a lot of weak people, and I understand that. I do understand that though. But it's people that's so freaking weak that when it comes to self-discipline, they feel like that's impossible. That's why they can't control their emotions. That's why they always snapping on here when they don't have they act like a little kid. Like, that's why they so freaking immature nowadays. Like, the freaking self-discipline is an all-around thing. It ain't even just that. So and this also how I look at it is like, if you can't even control that, that's why you can't freaking control your mouth. That's why, all that other stuff, they're just tying together. And that's one thing I had did within these last 4 years. Without no religion, without none of this stuff, because I've been in religion, I still was doing my thing. You know what I'm saying? But it was just me realizing how this stuff is affecting myself. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking like, all right, okay, I'm doing all this. I need this stuff so bad. So to what? Bust a quick little something real quick and then go back by my day and realize I don't even like this chick for real. You know what I'm saying? We see rappers talking about this stuff and whatever. You have your little bus and then you really realize who all this little stuff that even Lil Wayne and all that stuff talk about that stuff. But it's the reason why they saying that. Like I said, a lot of y'all just getting put up with for the most part. Like I said, if you ain't got nothing else to bring to the table or even know what the freak love is, that's why y'all think that's important, because that's all y'all can give. But this is my whole project, and the reason why I'm so passionate about this is because I feel sad for the people, and because they brainwash us to thinking that it ain't no other way to a relationship. Is just because this is the only way we can connect. That's sad. That's freaking sad. And the people that got the longer relationships, it ain't because they've been doing it all the time. Sure, they still probably stopped functioning within the whatever years, and they still found a way to love each other. That's what freaking love is. It's not about how much you're going to blow somebody back out of if they have good sex or bad sex. That's not freaking love. That's how I know most of y'all in lust.
So I've been married for 19 years.
Keep tapping that screen, 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 keep tapping that screen. All right.
So I've been
Has everybody had a
married
chance to speak?
I would like to speak.
For the most part, everybody did, yeah.
Okay, so we're in open panel then. Okay.
Yep, open panel.
I've been married for 19 years. Okay. I'm 40 years old. I have not slept with another man since I was 19. No infidelity at all. I'm not attracted to other men. So whatever you're saying about sex, I'm saying that sex is important, but I'm not saying like if my husband was to be sick or whatever, I'm going to take care of him.
Okay, here we go.
Another one. We got another one. We got another one.
What?
Another one.
Yeah.
You just contradicted yourself the whole way. You sitting up here preaching that for other women to go out here and sleep with
I got a bunch of people in the box. I'm gonna switch.
Now you sit up here.
Just real quick,
now you sitting up here with a story. Yeah. Okay.
Real quick, I got to switch these people out. I'm gonna let you go. Yes, I'm gonna switch you out and exhaust it because I got a few people because you already got y'all piece out and stuff. I just request back up y'all because I got to get these people in. I got a whole bunch of people coming in.
Can I ask you a question, Brother Nady? I'm ask you a serious
Yeah.
question. You think them
Yeah.
people? You think them people been married 80 and 90 years, and
Mm-hmm.
they not doing nothing. They just got
What do you
companionship.
mean?
I'm saying those people, they've been married 80, 90 years. They together. Neither one of them maybe can't do anything, right? You think
Uh-huh.
you think them people together just for sex?
When did I say that?
No, I'm asking a question because you want to center yourself around the conversation. I'm asking a
Well, I
question.
would hope everyone is
No,
speaking off
we're not
experience.
hoping anything. This is why people, and it's just like it goes back to what he said, because like he just said, if those people been married 70, 80, 90 years, guess what? Those people actually like and love each other.
What does that have to? Did I say?
What it has to do with what Kevin just
Y'all
said?
are projecting.
Okay, no, I'm not projecting
like crazy.
anything. No, the reason I'm saying that is because it goes back to what Kevin just said. A lot of these men are with these women because of their box.
Uh-huh.
They don't really like these women. They don't really love them. They got kids with them. And from what I see, a lot of them, when they get done with them, and they realize, listen, it's not even worth the box is not worth the acquisition anymore. Let me finish making my point.
Miss Matt,
Let me finish making my point. So when he get when he get done and he get tired of that box, that's what he do. He leave. See, a man got to do more than just love you. He got to like you too.
Who is saying that? What you're saying right now? Did I say that?
I'm talking in general. See, you always
try. Well, no one's disagreeing with that, though. I think everyone's on the same page.
I'm not arguing. I'm agreeing with what Kevin. I'm adding to what Kevin is just talking about.
Everybody is on the same page, so I'm not sure why.
I didn't call your name. I'm adding to what Kevin just said.
Can we move on?
Listen to what Kevin just said.
We can move. Yeah.
If you saying the men are only with the women just for the box, does that says more about the woman or the man? Because if you're just with me, let me just say, if you're just with me for what's in between my legs, it says more about you than it says about me.
Listen, what he just said.
I know.
If he needs you if he got you for a need, right? It's not that he really like you.
That the only need that you're with me for? That's just saying about the
he'll say that.
I'm not sure who's saying
what's
that,
your
but
intention?
yeah,
Got a good box.
I'm wrong. Let the man tell me if I'm wrong.
But I'm saying your intentions.
Am I wrong?
Your intentions wouldn't be. But no, I'm not. I'm not coming for you, Miss Mac. I'm just saying your intentions are not good if you're just with me for that. So maybe you're not the right person for me. If you only with me for my pussy, my box is crazy.
Okay, but women be with men just for money, ma'am. Let's not try to make like be so disingenuous to try to make.
No, I'm not trying to make. No, I don't want to make between a man.
I think she on your side, Miss Mac. Though she just trying to get Melanie to understand.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't need to understand. I've been married for 19 years. I don't need to understand anything.
Well, then think outside the box rather than just your predicament. If you've been married, then you got to think that other people ain't like you. Then everybody not like you. So if that's all your standing point been on is your situation, then you already coming in wrong.
Thank you.
Well, I'm just speaking on
But nobody, I have not once mentioned how many years I've been married.
She missed it, Kev.
I haven't even brought up my relationship not once. You keep.
What did I miss?
About you.
I feel like a lot of women are just no longer wanting to accept that responsibility. Like it's just like men can't just stop paying bills just because they're tired or they're going through something. Stop providing and protecting.
Hey, to throw this in the air, y'all. This is the counter. I'm doing a counter live from him though. This so me and him on two different ends. he inspired me with this live.
Okay,
but you know what?
So you got help, melanated.
But you know what? Actually, he ain't gonna help her as much as you think he gonna help her.
So look,
I don't need help.
I thought the topic was about like what's on. Did I answer it? I don't think I answered it. But
let's teleprompter finish.
Yeah, we just we gonna get back to him, melanated. I'm Malaysia, but I'm gonna let him rock back real quick. Then we go back to you then because it kind of got through.
Well, I ain't gonna take long. I'm sorry, Malaysia. I'll gift you my bad.
No, I'm just confused.
So what? Pretty much, a man cannot stop providing or protecting. He got to provide or protect. He can't just get upset at you and be like, I'm not going to pay for your phone bill. I'm going to turn your phone off, because then it'd be controlled, right? But you are obligated to control your legs in a relationship, and then use it as, oh, well, my pH off, I'm psychologically not there, or I'm tired. But he can't be tired of paying bills. He can't fall out of providing and protecting, but you can fall out of that thing. That's why I think number one is important. It is a job, right? You portray this thing in dating, and then when you have this person, you did everything to impress this person, to bring them along. Now it becomes a job. Now I have to do all of these extra things to get you there, right? But I can't stop providing and protecting. So it does become a job. And that's the only thing that I do agree with Kev, because we disagreed, and I still respectfully, we disagreed on this entire subject, because I do believe it is now a job, right? Because the traditional days, as much as people want to complain about that, they didn't have schmecks work and side chicks as much as they do now. And they'll say, oh, well, they had a whole life. Okay, they didn't have a phone where they can go on the internet in every city in America and get a woman for time. You know what I'm saying? So like, we as women, we got to hold the other women accountable and say, how did we get here? Because you have to pay for that, right? And y'all always say men ain't got that much money. They ain't that many high value. So how are they now affording to pay for the schmecks? It's become a market because relationships have died down in the bedroom. That's why side chicks are on the rise. Schmecks Work is the #1 organization in the world, right? But it is an obligation to you in a relationship with somebody. If you are exclusive to somebody and they can't be with anybody else, you are obligated to fulfill that desire of that person. Now, that person doesn't need to overdo it or this, and that. But before you committed to this person, you knew what their drive was. You knew how this person was going to be, unless you're only operating out of transactions. I'll put up
I
with
can
this.
agree with that part.
I'll
I
put
can
up with
agree.
this.
I mean, that's where logic comes in.
Man, your logic only working around or revolving around your world, man. That's what you keep coming with. So,
I wouldn't say. I
I'm
wouldn't
just
say.
saying.
You say what is sex a job in a relationship? I wouldn't think it's a job, because men and women want sex. So it's not like just a man thing. Men not just running around here wanting to have sex. Their drive may be a little bit higher, but women want sex also. So it's not a job. I think it's more of a connection and a desire. It's not a
it,
job, because a
you
job is. Yeah, I wouldn't put those two
you
together.
know
It is
what
a
I would
job.
say
Women
though?
want
Just
sex
to
more
be
than
fair
men.
though, I'm gonna say to some people it's a job, some people it's not. That's just what it is. I don't think it's an absolute on either one of them.
Why would it be a
But if
I
it's
job?
a
mean, if
job, you
it's a
gotta
job,
ask yourself, why is it a job?
if it's a job, you shouldn't be
That's
with the person, because
weird.
it shouldn't feel like a job. It should feel like a need and a want. Like I wanna do these things to you. It's not like a job. Like I have to do these things. I want to do them. So if somebody feel like it's a job, it's not the right place. They ain't
That
the
sounds
right
like
person for
pity
you.
sex. That's pity
Yeah,
sex.
a job is for the sex.
Men can't weaponize sex.
Why do I
Only
like
women
Malaysia
can.
today? This funny.
Only
And
women
then
can
it says, no, I
weaponize
said
sex.
this is the calf today. I love this calf. Like I don't know where you came from, but I love this calf. Is
Well,
sex? He says, if sex is
can
a
I ask?
need, then does that
Can I
matter
ask a
if you can't have
question?
a function without another person? Sex is not a
Why
need.
would a?
Sex is a. Oh my God, go ahead. Y'all can talk. I don't know what's going on here.
I'm so sorry, Malaysia. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think Malaysia was just trying to finish up her stuff though.
I don't
Go ahead,
think.
Malaysia. Just before everybody cut back in, just go ahead, run through them.
I don't think sex is a need. Sex is like a want. If you can't function, I mean, you got hands at the end of the day. If sex is a
And
need,
we
then
got to
people
mark this
should
day down.
be.
This is the first time we get to agree with you.
That's right.
If sex is a need, then people should be allowed to cheat, agree or disagree. Disagree. What does sex is to some people think sex is the only form of it. That's definitely not the only form of intimacy, because like with me, sex is a form of intimacy too, but I think like conversation, us connecting, able to speak on other things, that's a form of it's like F my mind. Like that's definitely a form of intimacy.
Right.
Because
Right.
you got to F my mind first for me to want to even like have physical sex with you. So I think that's a big thing. What are your dating? What if you dating someone and they're unfair if you cheat on them? You shouldn't be with them then. I mean, if you looking around the corner every day, all day, it gets exhausting. So it's like you need to be with somebody else. That's all I
Mm.
have to say.
I'm gonna time, y'all. I
So
just want to add something really, really quickly, Lala. Listen, I do couples counseling, right? And I hear couples coming into my office who are married, who haven't had sex for 2 years.
What?
And they are still together. They're just trying to figure things out. But they don't divorce because of that. And a
Thank
lot
you.
of the conversations that I have that the women say is that when the women don't want to have sex with their husbands, they're no longer emotionally invested. So there's always a reason, right?
Right.
So it's not just that people don't want to have sex. There are
Not telling you
reasons.
if they
Tell
They
him,
have to
enjoy it.
figure
doctor.
that
She's not
out.
telling you they getting side action. Like
So
that's
I'm
the
Tell
real.
him, doctor. Look at that. What the heck? Why is we? That's what I'm saying. I'm glad you just came out your mouth with that. That's my point. Why is we? That's an insecurity and people not seeing it. Why is that? Why is that? That's a freaking insecurity.
Because they're not attracted to their
They have
mate.
a
It's so
dog. You
simple.
get that mean y'all dating the wrong people. Then if you think that your person gonna get some side action because they can't talk to you about why they can't give it up to you, that's a freaking problem. And that's
Right.
the only thing I'm really disagreeing on right there.
but that is exactly what I
Cheating
have.
is a mentality, y'all. Cheating is a mentality. You can't make a person with integrity cheat, right? So
I
if you decide to cheat, that is a you problem because you have other choices like separate from the relationship, use your hand, or just be patient. So if you are a cheater, that's low integrity, whether it's a woman or a man.
If that
Just
was
wanted to add
factual,
that.
then why is sex work so? Why is sex work the biggest business in America?
You can't
If that was
make
a
a
fact.
person be disloyal. That's a loyal person. Cheating is a choice, right? That
Yes.
means you decided
It
to go seek out sex from someone else, pull your pants down and stick it in someone else. It's a choice. No one made you cheat. Let's be realistic. We want to make excuses for the behaviors that we do. People would
Mm.
justify anything. They would justify getting
Dr.
rid of
Devine,
babies. Hold on. They would justify getting rid of babies. They would justify harming someone. It's in your mind. It's your own justification. So listen, there's other choices. You don't have to always cheat. Let's stop
well,
making it
Can
seem like
I
somebody made you do something.
Right.
Dr. Finley,
can
it's
I
like
ask a
I've said.
question?
No, can I
Hey,
talk?
hey, 50K real quick, y'all.
Okay, go
50K,
ahead.
it's like
I'll
100 and
talk
some
after
of y'all
you.
in here, bro. This don't make sense. 50K or the comments is coming off, please. Please. I'm gonna give y'all
The
10
devil
minutes to
made
get to
me do
50K.
it.
So Dr.
The devil
Devine,
made me do it.
I used to when people try to justify cheating, I was like, it's not like you just trip and fall in a box, or it's not like you trip and land on a hot dog. Of course, I had to edit the words, but it's not, right? It is a conscious choice that you make. And I'm glad you said that because I think that's a great point to make. But I also want to go back to teleprompter. Teleprompter, you said something very important that I agree with. Men can't just quit providing. When men have a family, that is their obligation and their duty, right? When they have a family, they're in a relationship, they're married, that is an obligation and a duty. I hate to say it, ladies, but don't come for my neck, but it's the God's honest truth. There are obligations and duties that come with being in a committed relationship and a marriage, and sex is one of them.
They don't want to hear that.
I disagree. I disagree. Like, I want to
Well,
ask the men,
you can disagree all you want to.
how
You
is
can disagree with everybody on
okay?
it. It's
A
okay.
lot
I
of
get it.
punishment.
Okay.
The women
Can I ask a
withhold
question
sex
or
from
no?
punishment, y'all. They try to punish the man and they
Exactly.
withhold sex.
And then you wonder
Women
why
weaponize sex. Let's be real, ladies. Y'all do.
and then
Can I
you
ask a
wonder why,
Y'all,
question?
hold on,
y'all.
they withhold sex from me and punish
Miss
them.
Mac,
Uh-huh.
I
Let me,
asked before you.
okay, so let me just say this. They'll punish a man for sex and then say, well, he cheating on me. When you married, okay, so since y'all don't believe in the Bible, let me just say this. If you're going to be biblical, your body's no longer yours and his body's no longer his. So what I got don't belong to me. It now belongs to him. Huh? So
Okay, so can I, if I
I'm not
can
talking to you,
ask
Melanie.
my
You're going to start
question?
Trolling if you stop
interrupting me.
paying that
Wait,
phone
You're
bill.
going to
Yes,
start
you
interrupting
can.
me,
you just
Melanie.
said
Well,
Stop
you just said
interrupting me. Stop
Everybody.
interrupting me.
well, I wanted to speak
No, let me
before
finish
you.
my
I asked
point, Mr. Lady.
Lala, and she
I'm
said she
not, let
wanted
me
to
finish
Some
making
go.
my
self-control.
point. Let me finish making my point. Okay? So the point I'm making, when you marry, your body's no
Let
longer
me know when I
yours.
can speak.
Okay, you can wait till I get done, because I don't
She'll know
interrupt
when you
you.
can speak because she'll stop talking. Stop being sarcastic. Let her finish.
Your body is no longer yours, and his body is no longer his. If we're gonna operate in the marriage and God ordained marriage, it ain't no longer women will even weaponize their own womb against their husband. But I'm not gonna go there on that.
I don't. The sacred
I'm done.
So
body is your husband's
logically,
body. is wild. Like
Go ahead.
I don't think when you get married that you're entitled to my body. Of course, if I wanted, like, it's a want. We both gotta want it. It's not just. I don't. The way y'all's making it
Malaysia,
seem
Told
like.
you. Told you.
Malaysia. That is according to the Bible
Additional
and God.
job.
It
Oh,
don't
I
say
didn't know that's in the Bible.
if you believe in marriage, that
Hold on.
God ordained marriage.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, Miss Mac, is that in the Bible that say that
It
when you get
is.
married?
It
Oh,
is. That your body is no
It's in
longer
there.
yours. It's
oh, I
in
didn't
there.
know
So
that. I'm
so
sorry, I
let
didn't
me
know
let
that.
me say this because I was
Yeah.
about to say because I think
That's
the
crazy.
context, I don't know, everybody put the context of how they want to put the Bible and stuff, but with that one though, and I see why people can have a problem with that. I would say
It's duty, Kevin. It's duty.
yeah, but even that, even if we want to say that too, though, because like I don't think it ever said it might be you might be talking about body though, but it ain't talk about busting no nut either.
No, that's not
Your
saying.
nut is my nut and all that stuff.
No, it's not
But I
saying.
look at it,
It's
yeah,
saying.
I feel you though. But the way people, I've been hearing a lot of people say it that way. They make it seem like well you must give your body up because that's
No,
I don't think
that's
it's
not
I don't
what
think
it's.
it, that's just my because I read the Bible too, right? But I
That's
think
not
it's I
what it's.
take it a different way.
That's not what
But,
it's saying. It's saying to
Yeah,
you.
bro.
Because I think if we marry, we both should want to have sex with
It
each
said
other.
okay.
It
yeah,
shouldn't just be
Y'all keep
Pay
looking
these
at marriage.
bills.
your
I don't
body
want
is
to pay
my
these
body.
bills. I don't want to pay the bills. You don't want to have sex. We don't have sex. But I don't want to pay the bills. But I gotta pay them. I don't want to
But I
provide and
mean,
protect
if,
when you're
but
not
like,
a
but like,
come
but like
on,
with
bro.
It says don't withhold.
okay,
Now,
okay, I got you.
that don't mean that he
oh
got a
well,
right.
yeah, that don't mean
That
that
don't
then,
mean
Miss
he got a
Mac.
right to take it now, Malaysia. Let's use common sense.
No,
Yeah,
I never said nothing like that. I'm just saying I
I'm just
wouldn't
saying I'm
feel
doing
like
it
that
because
in a
y'all be jumping
marriage.
off a
That
cliff with. I'm saying it because y'all be jumping off a cliff with stuff.
no,
What it means?
you
yeah.
the way you made that
Okay.
seem
So
is that's
no,
not.
that's not. That's why I went there. That means supposed to be compromise in that. You
Yes,
understand
yes.
what I'm saying?
But I
You
just
can't
the
just be
point I'm
I don't
trying to
look at
get
it like
to though,
that.
because
you can't just be
because
saying okay, well I don't feel like. Sometimes y'all be lying. Y'all just say that because y'all don't want that man to ask you for no sex.
Wait, because men sometimes say they don't want none either, so it's not like
Exactly.
a
That's the
so
point I'm
look,
making.
right.
Go ahead, Kel.
Can I
see,
say something about that scripture
I
about
could.
it says a woman should satisfy his wife's needs. So
Hey,
it's
hold
for the
up, hold
man and
up,
the
hold up,
woman.
hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Y'all hear the host trying to talk. Go ahead,
Boy,
Kev.
I just really
And
want to
y'all
finish.
keep
I just
tapping the
trying to finish
screen.
the whole point though. And what matter of fact, no, go ahead, doctor. I want you to say the rest of that so I can make sure I say what I say is gonna be whatever. Go ahead, finish the rest. What you about to say?
Okay, and I wasn't trying to disrespect the host, so my
No,
apologies,
you
Kev.
good.
You know
You
I have
good.
the utmost respect for you.
You good.
So what I was saying was, it says that a husband should satisfy his wife's needs, right? So it's just for the husband too. It's not just for the wife. And a wife should satisfy her husband's needs. The wife's body does not belong only to her; it also belongs to her husband. So and he says that because people do cheat. So the Most High found a way for us not to want to step outside of the relationship with each other. So he said that we must not withhold sex from each other
Did it
because
say
we know
sex? Did
that
it
when
actually
we
say sex?
it's talking about satisfying. So he's not going to say sex, satisfy her husband's needs. It's talking about sex. When you go to Corinthians, 1 Corinthians 7, it's talking about it is good for a man not to sleep with a woman, right? But since sexual sin is happening, each man should sleep with his own wife. So it kind of talks about that. So it now talks about the sexual duties of the man and the woman so that they won't have to go outside of the marriage. And we just talked about the fact that people cheat because of sexless relationships. Well, he already made provisions. He said, do not deny each other so that you won't be tempted to go outside of the relationship.
Hey,
That's
Doctor,
all I'm saying.
Well,
it also says that when two become one, right? So if
Yes.
two become one,
I don't.
therefore each other's body is each other's body. Go ahead, Kev, because I got something to say that's totally off
Yeah,
topic.
I don't
Hey,
know. Like
Kev,
some, I gotta do
real
some deeper
quick, before
research
you,
on that though, because that just don't
Hey,
sound
Kev,
right to me. Yeah.
I'm finna turn you loose, brother. But y'all got till what time is it, Kev? Can you give me what time
It's
is it?
42, 9:42.
9:42. Oh, come on, it's 105 people in here. Man, we don't hit 95K by 10 o'clock Eastern time. Comments are going off. Let's rock and roll. Go ahead, Kev.
All right, so, all right. I don't know. I'm gonna do some more research on that one though, because like some of that stuff just don't. It don't seem right, right? So
So,
let,
Kev, it did
can I
say you can
finish?
agree not to
I just
have
want to
sex.
finish this. What I'm getting to about it though. That's all I'm saying.
Ms. Mac, I got a question for you because you said it.
Lala, can I get? Oh, what the heck is going on? What the freak? I'm just trying to finish what I'm saying.
My bad.
Boy, My gosh. Oh, I'm
Hey,
trying. All right.
hey,
Dang.
Kev. Hey, Kev. I'm gonna drop my left hashtag have my box for a minute, and then I'll sit in the queue. And when he's done, I'll come back up.
All right. Okay. Uh, all I'm trying to say, because I'm gonna do more research on this a little bit though. But all I'm getting to is that I think just because it's just some stuff just it don't seem right. It don't sound right though. And like I said, that it's not gonna last forever. That's why I know that I think is something getting took out of context in the midst of that. And what I'm meaning is, so this the thing, right? According to, if we want to go by the Bible, right? And it seemed like we talking about busting a nut or whatever the heck it is, or sexually for whatever. I think it's more satisfaction than just fucking. Oops, I said the wrong word. But having sex, right? It's more than just that, right? So, because the thing is, I don't think it say anything about eating somebody booty out in the Bible. I don't think it say nothing about eating the cootie cat. I don't think it say nothing about sucking somebody up or nothing like that. I don't think that it was talking about prioritizing. And I'm gonna do my research though a little bit on it too, because it just don't seem right. When I think something don't seem right, I'm gonna look at it though, because I know some stuff get took out of context so we can keep on, so we can what the. I know some stuff is getting took out of context because we want things to fit our lifestyle we are living now. That's what it is. Because, like I said, I read the same exact Bible, but some stuff just don't be seeming right to me. And I think that's what the problem is today. Is because we make it seem like, because like I said, I think beyond just the freaking, because I do believe like it's even the lust thing. I be feeling like a lot of us just lusting and we not really in love with the people we with. And like I said, I think about the future. Like this stuff is not going to last, so it can't be that freaking important that we making it seem. It got to be something beyond just that. I know we wanted to make it that, but it got to be beyond just busting a nut. Because like I said, it's not, like I said, and I will repeat that again. There's nothing that says about sucking somebody up to make sure they're pleasured. It never says something about pulling out, because I don't think pulling out was in the freaking Bible, or using a condom, or birth control. It don't say nothing like that. Like if y'all gonna stick it in then. If a baby come out of it's gonna come out according to the logic of how we trying to use the Bible. Right?
It's not in that
Answer the question.
It ain't supposed to be on your wife's face. It ain't supposed to be on her booty. It ain't supposed to be none of that stuff. And I doubt the Bible is putting it that way. I highly doubt it.
It's talking about.
Matt, can I ask you something?
It's not using it in that context. It's talking about intimacy.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Thank you. But that's what I'm about to get. That's what I'm about to get to. And I like you just said that too. And that's why my other question up there is saying that they think sex is the only form of intimacy, and that's why they're going to take it out of context because they like getting their back blew out and sucked up and all this other stuff. So they're going to take these verses and make it out of context to fit their lifestyle because it's an addiction. It's a freaking addiction, and I know it.
But I didn't use it.
It's deeper.
I didn't use it in that text, Claire. Tim, I was just saying it in the context.
But Auntie, hold on. What other way can I give my body to him, brother? What other way can I give my body to him if it's not in that way? Yeah, there's other forms of intimacy. We can sit here and have a conversation. But what other way am I giving my body to him? Like, come on, like, trust me, I'm not trying to make the Bible fit my narrative that I wanted to fit, because it's one of the hardest paths to be on. And the Bible says that in there. The worldly path is an easier path to go down. Hence why a lot of more people go down that path instead of going down the path of being in the image of God, because that's the hardest path to go down. So we can't use the Bible to fit our narrative, because trust me, I wouldn't want to just do it all the dang on time either. But my body is no longer my body. If that's a need for him, who am I to say that shouldn't be a need for you?
I didn't get to finish answering the questions, but you go biblical. Look at that was taken down. It was taken down, and it was sin back then because of the importance. I'll wait till you let me answer the other question because I got cut off earlier. But everybody runs from that point. Everybody runs from that point. If it wasn't that important, why is it the number one business in the world? But women don't want to have that conversation because it'd be women versus women, and they don't want to talk about that.
Okay, so I want to ask Miss Mack a question. Miss Mack, I'm going to ask you this question because you said it, and when you said it, I laughed because it's kind of one of these questions. You said something about having sex with your partner.
Give me that verse too.
It's First
I just
Corinthians. It's First
I just
Corinthians
want
chapter
to know,
7. Go ahead. Go
do
ahead.
conversations in a home, now I'm not speaking for my home anecdotally, okay? I'm just asking a question. So when you're in a home with your significant other or your spouse, do conversations really go be like, hey, babe, I want some booty tonight? Hey,
No,
babe.
not in my house.
I'm just saying, that is so weird to me. Okay, I'm not trying to be funny, and I'm not trying to be off the wall, right? But I'm just being realistic. Now, I might send a text to my fiance when he's coming home, like, hey, you know what time it is when you get home? I'm going to bed early. He knows what that means, right? But we also have kids, so we have to kind of be creative, okay? No big deal. But are people really like, just, hey, babe, you want to have sex tonight? Is that really what happens in these people's marriages?
Some people do.
Not people. Let me say something. As someone who's been married a while, sometimes when you've been married a while, that you don't have to really verbalize that.
Right. I understand that because it's called reading the room, right?
Exactly.
It's called sending a text. It's called having conversation. It's called having a deeper connection. Like, my fiance and I can read the room and read each other like the back of our hand. We know what time it is.
Listen,
Look,
I don't even have to be. Listen, I could be at work,
right?
And my husband will know.
Hey, Lala and Miss Mac. Kev, Miss Scott been up there, and she didn't get a chance to answer any of the questions either.
Yeah. Go ahead, Miss Scott Lucretia. Go ahead.
No, this conversation is. I'm gonna say this about the intimacy part. You do not have to, what she was saying, have sex to be intimate. A massage can be intimate. Cuddling can be intimate. Certain things can be intimate. I have to have intercourse for it to be intimate. This, I can sit here and he can lay across my lap. I can rub his back, rub his head. That is intimacy on levels. So when y'all sit there and say, what other way can I give myself to him? What if he gives you a foot massage? What if you give him a pedicure? What if you cook in a cute outfit for him? Those are forms of intimacy. You don't have to be sexual, but you're turning it into just, it has to be sexual. And Lala, to answer your question, no, because there are certain ways, like you said, like Miss Mac said, he know if you put on a certain outfit or if you put on a certain thing, you don't have to say it. He automatically knows, I know what she want. Or he can do certain things or say certain, you automatically know. But when you've been in a long-term committed relationship and you step out on that person, it was already in you to do it.
Absolutely agree.
I feel like it was in you to do it because like Miss Dr. Divine, like she said she had people who have not been intimate in 2 years, but they haven't left each other because they are not basing their relationship off of that. It's more to it than that. Do I like this person? If this person get on my nerves, am I going to walk away from them? It's more to it. If we have an argument today, am I going to leave him tomorrow? No. That's because y'all thinking with one thing. Stop. Learn this person. Learn this person. If I'm gonna tell you this, if some couples, if y'all take sex off the table for 60 days, you'll be separate. You will be doomed. You will be absolutely doomed. Why? Because you are basing it. You are basing it.
If the person gets
Everybody's
sick,
breathing
they'll
because of
leave.
sex.
The person, if the man get what he cannot get a hard on.
Yeah.
I said,
yeah. After you get finished, let Lucretia finish too. Also.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Lucretia.
And like I said, you are doomed because you saying, oh, as long as she giving it to me, oh, I'm gonna stay right here with her. As long as we smexing every other night, I'm gonna be right. As long as we smexing every other night, oh, I'm gonna get her hair done. As long as we doing this, it is a transaction for you. It is not love. It is not love at all. It is transaction. I don't want a transactional relationship to where the only way you will be here for me is if I'm doing that. That's not love. I want somebody to love me for me. If I go down tomorrow, like if my man get in a car accident tomorrow and I got to take care of him, I'm still not going nowhere. because I didn't fall in love with him because of the sex. Is it a plus? Hell yes. But that's not why I fell in love with him. I fell in love with him. And women, like Kev said, what else do you have to offer? Men ask that because they want to know. They want to know if can you cook him a decent meal? Can you keep a clean house? Is your hygiene up to par? If he busts a button off his shirt, can you sew it back? What else do you bring to the table besides what's between your legs? Are you a good mother to children? Are you nurturing? Are you caring? Are you thoughtful? There is more to it. That's marriages last 50, 60 years. Are you, like Ms. Mack said, are you a good person? Are you just a decent person? If you with somebody and y'all been together 5 years and he all of a sudden his job shut down, he lose his job, and now you gotta step up to the plate. Oh, you walking away? A lot of women would. I hate to say it. Oh, he not giving me the lifestyle he was giving me in the beginning. And it's sad.
Kev, I'm gonna drop down, bro, because this isn't honesty, bro. Like everybody keeps running from that conversation without emotions, without feelings. If everything everybody was saying was, then this is something we can measure. Facts, right? Everybody runs from the conversation of the business of this. The number one businesses in the world is exchanging money for sex. If everything y'all were saying was even close to true, then why is that the biggest business? I'm tired of people ignoring
I can't answer that question.
And this is something you have to pay for. So until people are ready to have that real conversation, right? There's a demand for it, and they're the number one business. So it obviously must be important. You did?
But how can we answer that question and we can't relate to that question?
It's called lust, though. When you
Yeah,
think
that's what I say. I said
I was about to say that's the.
Go look up the business. Go look up.
Okay, but what I'm
But
saying to you, if I have never participated in that type of activity, first of all. And I said before you came up here that lust mimic love.
yep, you did. That's the first thing you said.
Before you came up here, sir.
I'm correlating.
People think they in love, they in lust. That's what it is.
Remember, if this is a business, that means there's a demand. If it's the number one business, that means everybody's pouring into it. Regular people, middle class people, all people. That means people
not
in
everybody.
relationships.
Not everybody participating in that.
Not everybody's getting profit. Not everybody.
A lot of people, and that's something women don't want to have a conversation because it's women versus women. Because there's women working and women working on their relationships. It forces y'all to hold each other accountable. That's why it gets glossed over. There's a lot of people partaking in this. That's why it's the number one business. It's not my opinion. It's a fact.
Let me ask this then. Let me ask you this then, real quick. So because this is what you kind of doing right here. So I'm gonna say this because a lot of people, and I know dang near probably 99% of people on this earth they can't control themselves, right? So just because they can control themselves, is it basically we saying that that's what they do or something like that, or can some people really control themselves? That's what I'm getting to. Because everybody can't control myself, just because everybody in the world can't control themselves, we must not control ourselves. That's what it sounds like you basically saying.
And in every city, there are hotels. In every city, in every town, there are women in hotels right now that you could pay for their time. Everywhere in America. That's a business. It's not my emotions. I'm saying that business is number one in the world because people are buying into it. It's a demand. That's all I'm saying.
So let me ask you a question. So how are we supposed to hold other women accountable for that? Hold on. I get on this app and Kevin can tell you, I hold other women accountable for transactional relationships. Dr. Divine, they do. All of us are not. I don't know what you expect for us to do. We tell them that stuff is wrong. It's a business. But how can we change their mindset about that?
But what he's saying is that business is booming when it comes to husbands and boyfriends or whatever the case may be, because they're going out seeking it from somewhere else. They may sit here and say that they're okay, but they're going out seeking that pleasure for someone else because it is a need. And the problem, and I didn't want to step on nobody's toe because I did want to go next. But teleprompt, you can finish up, brother. But that's what he's stating. He's stating that there's a need out here, whether we want to agree with it or not. That's a need that men have. Yes, you can have all those different things. You can go without it. Of course, you want a partner that understands that you're going through health things. I haven't done anything. My partner last dang on 2 dang on months because I'm expecting this baby and I don't want this baby to fall up out of me. So, but he's not going to step out because it's a health thing. I'm not withholding from him. There's other things that we can become intimate with each other and spend time with each other. So yes, we understand all of that. You should have a deeper connection. But at the end of the day, a man is not going to go that long without needing it some way, somehow. So he can love you and all the rest of that, but he's going to seek other ways to be able to get that off. Like, well, that's what he's saying.
That's a weak man.
Being realistic. They're like, oh my God, you're such a terrible person. Then get with you somebody that's not a need for. There are men out here that's not a need for. But the man that I want, the man that works his behind off, that's going to be a need for him because he's working his behind off. He wants to be able to release. So that's why it's a need for him. He wants to get that stress off. He wants to show his woman, I want to make love to your body, and this is how we're connecting as well. But if push come to shove and we're not able to do so, I'm not going to just step out because you having health problems.
I have a question. If you say that it's teleprompt, you said it's a booming business, and I'm not doubting that. But if you telling us to hold the women accountable, we also have to flip the coin and say we got to hold these men accountable for that don't have self-control, who don't have discipline, who don't have that within themselves that is paying for it. In order for it to be a business, somebody got to pay for it. Cars wouldn't sell if everybody wasn't buying them. So somebody got to be the buyer and the supplier.
The first step is denial. I agree with you, but the first
No.
step is denial.
I'm not denying that women don't do this.
The women are up here saying that it's not that important, but then these other women are making money off of what you feel ain't important. Y'all got to talk first, and then we could get the buyers to stop buying in. But the solicitors need to talk to the virtuous women, and y'all need to huddle up because we not selling, we buying. You did? So the sellers got to go out of business first.
Okay, but check this out, teleprompter. We are not responsible for what these promiscuous women do. I'm going to use
They don't listen to us no way.
that part.
I'm saying that half of y'all are profiting off of what y'all are saying ain't important. Y'all are up here saying that sex is really not that important in a relationship.
I never
and then
said
they're making
that.
money off of it.
That either.
I never said that.
Teleprompter. Let me say this, right? I'm going to be the first woman to tell you, if you ain't heard no other woman up here say it, sex is important. If I had to go without for 60
if you
days,
make it.
y'all would not want to be around me, okay? Because I've said this on multiple panels multiple times. Sex is good not only mentally, physically, and emotional. It's one of the most vital, important, and precious ways you can connect with your spouse or significant other. I'm not going to sit up here and say it ain't important, because it is, because this woman over here needs it like I need air to breathe, okay? But on the flip side of that is this, right? We can't hold the women accountable that won't listen to us. We can't go up here and tell somebody something and it fall on deaf ears. We can't do that. Why? Because they're not going to listen, number one. And number two, I don't think it's fair for us women who are virtue and all this other stuff to hold other women accountable. We're not responsible for them. But hold on, you tell us to hold accountable.
I was the one that said that you're not supposed to withhold sex from your husband or your spouse.
You're not supposed to.
I was the first person that said that.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
No, I'm not talking about and that's what I'm saying. I think we talking about two different things. But I'm not talking about purposely withholding something or nothing like that. I'm just talking about the control matter or this insecurity we have where we feel like that our person is going to cheat on us because if we don't do it type situation. That's all I'm getting to about that.
That's what it is, though. He's only going to step out if you're withholding. So we can't talk about.
But that's a weak man. That's a flat out weak man. I don't know why we put that on every last man.
That's his need. You do
For something they can get for free, we gotta have
if he shouldn't step out, are you saying he should leave her for her withholding?
No, nobody said that. Y'all be hearing what y'all
But
want to hear.
that'll be the
Good
other part though.
question.
Might
Some
as
of you
well.
don't step
That's
down.
the other
If you gonna
option. If it's
cheat,
not,
just leave.
that's what I'm
Listen,
saying. So
listen.
for
If
me,
you're not gonna do
oh,
your
good Lord.
duties, if you're not gonna be willing to do your duties as a woman to get that man and how you got him, then don't marry him. Sex is
That's
very
why.
important. If sex
So
was not important, God would have never made it. He ordained sex. So let's just stop pretending like that's not important. It is
Pastor,
very
can I say
important.
something?
Everybody's alive because of sex. It's
I
crazy.
Pastor, can I
understand
say
that,
something?
but you keep
It ain't
saying
a lot when you busting on somebody's
Pastor,
booty and stuff and they face. That's
that might
the freak.
literally.
Everybody's not into that, Kev. That's why I said you
I
I
know
stretching,
bet
you
you all
ain't.
Kev.
y'all
That's not
pulling
the
out that
point.
y'all talking about it. I bet every last one of
That
y'all pulling out.
oh, you
Y'all not
ain't
about to
doing
have that
you
many
ain't doing
kids.
Well, first
I
of all,
ain't,
I
I ain't doing
I'm
that.
on kid number 2, so you know
I
my
ain't doing
pulling
that.
out ain't
Ain't
no
never done
different.
that.
okay, Kev, you hate
Ain't
me.
nothing going in my booty hole. You can forget that.
Wait a minute.
And that's that how you started. That's how it's gonna be.
Kids ain't meant to be in your mouth. Kids ain't meant for none of that stuff,
I think
dog.
Look, can I
Miss
say something?
Matt touched on this, and this is what a lot of women need to understand. The way you got that man, that's how you keep that man.
Yes, yeah,
You
true.
cannot sit. That is very true because you got him this way.
Kev,
True.
You have to. If you can't sit here and be like, I later on, okay, I'm not gonna want to. And as someone else put it in the darn no comments, but that's what I wanted to say. We gotta also keep in mind we have a clock on us. It's gonna be a time that we ain't gonna want to have it like that. We gotta understand that that's going to come.
That's when y'all
So
break up,
we
right?
we want to be with we want to be
Talking
with
to
somebody who also understands that. But while you're able to, and while both of y'all are young, and he wants it, then you need to be able to give it to that man because that time might come that you're not able to do so. So give it to him as much as you possibly can right now. But at the end of the day, the way you got him is the way you keep him. You don't just start walking around the house, and it's not just sex or sex, whatever you guys say on here. It's not even just that. You can't just be walking around looking all those type of ways, looking like you don't care about yourself, getting all big and unhealthy. It's just all of that plays into that. And we have to understand that instead of saying, accept me the way I am. I don't want to
Mhm.
give it to you no more because I
Yeah.
just don't want to give it to you no more.
So I totally agree with that though, and I'm gonna let you go too, Lala. You haven't went yet. I agree with that part, and I even mentioned that in a teleprompter live. I said though, yeah, I agree with the way you got them. You gotta keep them. Most definitely, you can't just change up out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you can't change up out of nowhere with what you get. But like I said, I know it's relationships that's based off that though. It is though, but I think I'm coming from a whole nother angle, as in this thing where we get it. That's why that last question is like that. Why do we date someone with the fear of that they might cheat if we don't treat them right? That's what I'm saying. I'm just trying to get a lot of people out of this mentality because I'm also think it comes from the we see other people that it happened to before, of course, because I've seen it too. It's a brainwash thing or whatever, or it's a projection because we feel like we might cheat if we don't get it. It's one of them three things. The reason why we say things like that though, but it shouldn't be like that. It's not saying it's right. And then the other thing is like it's like what I'm hearing from like teleprompter, right? How you saying it's the business and all the other stuff. I feel it. I feel all that though, but it seemed like that because it's an addiction that makes it important. And it's like, okay, that means anything that's an addiction is supposed to be a need or something like that. And that's what it shows that a need, we make things a need and stuff. And also, that's why another thing with the half thing, what Bunny said, you said you got to do it as much as you can, right? And because it's not going to always last. And that's what I'm getting to is I like thinking about the future, right? I always think in foresight, not in now. So it's like, that mean it can't be that much of a need if it's gonna run out one day. Because what you gonna do after that? When it go out, when your stuff, his stuff ain't going up no more. Or I mean, because some people might last for a little minute though. Some people might not have pills though. But it showed that it's not a need because if you get older and it don't work no more, then what do you have to bring the offer after that?
That's more reason to get it in while you're younger, fam.
Yes, so that showed it not a need. It's not a need if it's a time limit on it.
No, it may not be a need over time when you get older, because it's like realistically things go on and you just get older and it may not just be it. That's why it is important to build your relationship on other stuff because it ain't gonna last forever. But when a man is young, come on now. A man who's in a gym and he's healthy and he can go. Let's be realistic here. That's a need for him right now. But an older man might be like, "Oh, baby, my back, my leg, my something." But realistically, right now, that man can go. You better give it to that man while he got that, while he can stand up.
May I speak?
Go ahead, Lala. Yeah, go ahead, Lala. Then it's Tanya. I know y'all ain't talking yet.
People don't even talk about how they like sex. They just get together. And that's part of the problem. I get what teleprompter saying in regards to that. They don't even tell their partner how they like it, how many times.
Tanya, he waiting on you, Tanya.
It's
Oh,
on
okay.
Lala. It's on Lala. Then Tanya.
Oh, Miss Matt was done. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I thought she just cut out.
Wait, what? Oh, okay. So no, I came up when you guys were talking about the biblical side of things. I think it's important to recognize, like, yes, that scripture Kev does talk about like them having intercourse and their bodies belonging to each other and all of that, but they are talking about within the confines of marriage, because I don't think it's a perversion only if you make it one. It's the world has perverted sex. It was supposed to be something between a man and his wife, this unbreakable bonding connection, this gift from God, right? And so the world, participating in fornication and all that other junk has perverted the idea. And so when you two are in that room together and I'm saying we're committed to one another, and he's saying, hey, babe, like, this is what I want to do, to turn your back on him is really messed up. For on your side, not even on he's gonna go cheat and do it. Like, it's not even like that. It's kind of like he's saying this is a need and he's communicating it to you, and the least you could do is be open enough to help meet that need. Because if he is a faithful person, like I have a faithful person as a partner, I'm not gonna leave him high and dry when he's explaining to me that this is a need that he has, right? And this be like, well, I don't know, figure it out.
I
Like, I
need
don't
to
know
nut.
anybody. And as it is a need, it's a level of
Need to
intimacy that
nut.
you don't get with anybody else. It's not, see, that statement though perverts sex, because
That's basically what you're saying.
also, you get what I mean though? It's also no, I'm not. I'm saying to have that level of intimacy, because every other level of intimacy I can have with anybody else in the world. I can talk to other people. I can hang out with social intimacy. I can have financial intimacy. I can have all kinds of intimacy with all other kinds of physical intimacy, a hug, a high five. But this right here is for me and him. This right here is a closeness that I'm not going to get with
Don't
anybody
pull
else.
out.
No intention. Well, that's a whole other conversation, right? But
You're
this
right.
right here is between me and him. And so if he knows that it's just between the two of you and this is what he's asking for, I don't see the problem in being, and I know you said you don't like it when people, you're not saying people should be able to be like, oh, I'm not going to have sex with you. And also don't have sex ever again. Like, just sit here and wait for me to want to, like, that's messed up, obviously. But like, that's why I asked the question that I asked when I came in. So should he just leave? I don't think he should cheat. Personally, I think he should leave.
Right.
People might not want to hear that, but I think he should just leave the relationship if you're monopolizing and using sex as some kind of game piece. That's it. Sorry.
Like I said, I guess we can get back to it, kind of like what, even though the topic wasn't about that though. But like I said, but since teleprompter had talked about it, about the weaponizing, I understand that part. I think that's wrong, and it's the intent behind it, right? The intent, right? You sitting here trying to punish your partner. I'm not with that though, especially if you already have like a freaky type relationship or something like that. I feel like that'd be a problem. That's no different from like if she just start disrespecting you or something out of nowhere. So I think that's almost about the same exact thing, because you're doing out of pettiness or being childish. That is wrong. And I could get, like, if we wanted to refer the Bible to that part, right? We can say, that you don't do that because of that, because your body ain't your body and, all that. But I'm still read deep on that though.
Yeah, it also
But
says, but it's
cheating's a
more to
sin,
that. It says
withholding's
your
a sin.
body is your body, and it says your body is his body is yours. It's a collective. Y'all's body belong to each
they
other.
don't say withholding a nut is a sin though.
No.
No, it says withholding.
Let me say this. Let me say this. I be needing, y'all can be talking about sex. I be needing them hugs.
Yeah, right. And stuff like that.
I be needing them hugs. Listen, I be needing them hugs and them kisses.
Right. That scripture, I was just going to say, that scripture
that's
goes on to talk
Okay,
about.
so that's got to do with the body too. I don't want him hugging nobody how he hugging me.
Right.
So that's intimacy.
I was going to say, Kev,
kiss anything.
that scripture goes on to talk about when she should withhold as well.
That's
it says she should withhold when I'm not finna. Hold on. when you were talking about, is it talking about sex? The reason we know it's talking about sex because it also goes on to talk about when she's on her lady time to not. That's when she can go away from him and not do the dun-dun-dun. That's why I said read the whole thing yourself. Like, it talks about all of it, but it's talking about sex.
But I get what
Give me.
Kevin's saying.
It's
Kevin is
at the
talking
month, and they
about
still make
what is
excuse
that?
for the 3 weeks.
How can you provide intimacy to your spouse without sex? I get exactly what he
That
said.
means it's a sin to get old then when you can't do it anymore.
So how can you
Some of
provide?
this stuff don't make sense, bro.
Yeah, how are you providing with what you're holding from your spouse without sex? How can you provide intimacy with that person without sex? I get exactly what he's saying, but that scripture is not just talking about sex. I just want to make that point, Kevin.
It can't be. That's why I said I think a little bit just whatever. It is what it is though. But
Just read it.
yeah,
I'm just
like
gonna
I
say
said, when
read it.
stuff sound fishy,
I
it
always
is sound
tell
fishy because it's like that you dang near purely sinning when you can't do it no more.
No, it's
That's
not
what it
sin.
is.
It's not in.
That's what
It's
it
not
is.
sin within the confines of marriage. It's not sin. Sex is not a bad thing. Sex is a bad thing
No,
when you're
but
not married.
but according to the logic, it's a bad thing when you get old and can't pull that thing up anymore. It's a bad thing because you can't have sex when you can't do nothing with it.
I think that's reaching, but I am gonna say I think
I mean,
it's
it's gonna get
reaching.
there if y'all last, right?
That's because of the food.
In theory,
Right.
but
So that means
that's
it's a
different.
sin then. Because you're supposed to get your body up according to that logic. You're supposed to be having sex. You're supposed to be having sex.
At that point,
But this is a
you're
thing.
not withholding at that point. You literally.
Exactly. When a lot of
What,
women
babe?
get right, you're not withholding. That's the
You're not
point that still
withholding
be
anymore.
that's being
That's
missed.
yeah.
Because when women go through menopause, you got to keep in mind, God created our body, so He knows what He's talking about. He knows what's in the future and what's planned. When women go through menopause, a lot of times we don't even want to do. You're not going to want to do it. So that comes and that happens. And then he also had times where he's not going to want to do it. Trust my mom, my dad been together since 16 and 17. I'm sure they not doing it like rabbits, like they probably was doing it back in their teenage years and in their 20s. So like we gotta be realistic.
You know what
Our
I'm gonna
body's
say,
not
Kev?
gonna
Look, just
always
read it
be for that.
yourself. You know what I'm gonna say? Read it yourself. Read the whole thing. Read it within its context, and then see if
Of
you still
course,
come
yeah,
to the
I
same.
do. I love
If you
that
still
though.
come
But
to
I
the
just
same
love when
conclusion.
people mix it or make it try to adjust the way their lifestyle because we have some people might have a lustful relationship. They want that to justify to put it that way.
I
That's why I
agree.
mentioned those things about your mouth don't belong down there. Show me a verse where it say suck somebody Peter. Show me a verse where it say you must bust on their butt. Show me a verse that it said you got to pull out. I need to see some verses like that, which I know I'm not going to see that.
Right, but who are we to say how somebody loves their intimacy? Who are we to say that? Because
No,
some
but
people might want it on
I
their
don't
face.
think that it says
It
something
don't
about
have to say
bussing though.
that. It don't have to say that. But if that's a pleasure for some women like it on their face.
Where the
I
verse at?
personally wouldn't
Show me
want
the
to
verse
be.
though. We
But
talking
it
about the
don't
verse
have to
now.
be in there. That's just the way I want to be pleased.
There is a verse about the marriage bed being
So you go
undefiled.
we put our human so what we gon' that's what I'm saying. We using our own. That's why I knew it, and that's what I'm getting to. I said that's
The
what we
marriage
doing
bed
is
is
we doing our
undefiled, Kev.
personal experiences and want to put it in the Bible and say this is what God mean because this is how I want to feel, and that's
The
where
marriage
the
bed,
problem
the
is
marriage
at.
bed is
Married.
undefiled. The
Nobody
marriage bed
should
is
be having sex
undefiled,
till they
which
married. If
means
we're gonna stick to the Bible, that take care of this whole problem. Then that way they can't make money off sex, and they can't nobody have sex unless they married. But don't nobody want to talk about that.
there is a scripture, Kev, that says the marriage bed is undefiled, and what that refers to is that what they do together in that bed is between the two of them.
That's not true. If you still have
It is true. It is true.
Anal sex is an abominable sex. Just because you married don't mean you're supposed to be doing
I
it.
said the marriage bed is undefiled. You can say what
That's
you
not
want on the
true.
interpretation.
That's not true.
It does
You
say
want-
that.
If that's the case, then let's have threesomes.
It says the marriage
If
bed
that's
is
the case, it's not talking about threesomes, Lala.
Girl.
So find me a verse where they suck somebody up. Please show me that. Then if you saying if it's not the way you do it, this is some new
Y'all
stuff they
got
added.
wild up here.
Don't defile
Y'all
that
getting wild
scripture.
up here.
Don't defile that scripture.
Bro, they trying to twist this stuff to make it for me to. I gotta see this though.
I was blessed with multiple hoes. If I want to use multiple hoes,
But that's not the point I'm making. Just because you married don't give you any right to be doing.
What it's saying, what happens in my room is pure
not
to
add nobody
us.
to your
It's not
bedroom, though.
impure. That's what that
That's not what that means. That's not what that means.
Another person.
That's not what that means. You don't add nobody else to it. That's not true.
Auntie, what do I might be into other people being into
That's
it?
not true. That's
I
not
don't know
true.
about the threesome thing, but
I
I
mean, I'm not,
Lust,
but
man. Lust,
That's
I
not
tell you. I
true.
tell you, lust.
He said between
brother,
y'all
two
gotta
people
stop
only.
perverting
Between two
sex.
people.
then don't
Yeah.
get with
Between two
somebody who
people.
likes
Honey.
threesomes. Don't
Between
get with
two people,
somebody who likes
boo.
to do it in the butt. Don't
That's why.
just
Listen,
date
y'all can do
somebody
whatever
that.
y'all want to do, but
Thank
it
you,
said
Mirror.
marriage is between two people.
What?
Two
I
people.
don't remember saying nothing about
Hold
nobody
on.
doing no
I'm just
threesome
saying,
now.
you
That's
just said
too
about
grown
other
up for
foul. You
me.
got to be clear about what you're saying.
I'm saying the
Y'all
scripture.
are
I didn't
adults and
say
Because you
y'all
who
up
got
here
people
you
saying
adding
started
that it
other
talking
don't
about
take
people,
more
threesome.
and
than one
they
time to
got
have a
you got
baby.
people. You
Y'all act
got
like
people.
we getting women pregnant on the first try. It take time sometime. So we only have sex schmecks one time. Like, cut it out, bro. Y'all are hilarious tonight. Like, y'all just one and gunning and having a child. Sometimes it takes 10 or 11 different. Like, y'all crazy, man.
He's not gonna contradict himself when he says the Bible,
But
the
y'all
marriage
gotta
starts at
stop.
the
Y'all
time.
gotta stop. Y'all gotta stop
What I
adding
miss,
stuff.
y'all.
Y'all gotta stop adding that.
I'm
And
not really sure. It's
it
not
didn't
talking
say
about
nothing about no
threesome.
swingers. Marriage is between two people. Just because
Right.
you married don't give you the bed can still be defiled. You adding stuff to it.
No, adding what? All I
No,
said is
I'm
the
not
marriage
saying
bed is
you. I'm not
undefiled.
saying you. But
Okay,
I
okay,
see
I
what
got you.
Kevin is talking about. People keep using the Bible,
I got
but
you.
there's no clear understanding about what some type of boundaries are when it comes to that. And intimacy
They
sometimes.
say not to have it on a period, but you can do it in the butt.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Who said
That's
that?
even worse than the period.
Thank you. You
That
doing the
don't
same
make sense
thing.
though.
You
I don't
doing
even,
the same thing the people in the community
this the
doing.
modern version now.
Thank you.
Listen, I didn't say any
I
of
don't think your
those
mouth even
things.
supposed to be down there. That's all type of germs and stuff or whatever. But hey,
I'm
it is
just
what
gonna
anything to
say,
get that out,
Yeah.
right?
you read it now.
Yeah.
You read it. That's all I'm gonna
They can
say.
get
Like
the
I told
vajayjay
you.
sick doing it like
Read it.
that.
You said read it, and that's what that's gonna say.
I said read it.
That's
It's
one
gonna
of the.
tell
That's probably
you.
one of the worst,
People can read the
No,
Bible and
germiest
I'm
still
thing
not
you
saying
could
get a
ever
full
read
do.
it.
understanding.
I'm saying
Reading the
read
Uh,
Bible
it,
is
and
not
it will
reading the
tell
Bible does
you
not
what
give
that scripture
understanding,
is
la la.
saying.
People read the Bible
You
all the
want
time.
something
They
from
don't know
This
earlier,
is
nothing.
the
Kev?
thing, though. Whatever you get with somebody, that's what I'm saying. You get with somebody that's into what you're into. Like we're stretching to try to make this fit
Yes.
a 30
but don't put
minute.
the
Well,
Bible in it if you want to do what you want to do. That's
that's
all I'm
what the
saying.
Bible says. If you're not into doing that, then don't be with somebody who's doing that. But your body is theirs. If that's what they're into, they're gonna let you know that up front. That's what the problem is. People not vetting the right way, and y'all wasting y'all time. Because nobody would be getting cheated on if they knew who they was dating, if they knew who they was sleeping in the bed with.
Kevin, I think no BS. You got a point, brother. But I think the thing that a lot of people being disingenuous about is you're talking about when it's too much, because it says too much of one thing's a bad thing. I get you. People who are only driven by schmecks, I get you. But the reason why this is disingenuous is because women are acting like they didn't do a whole bunch of stuff to get that guy there. So you led him to believe that the drive was like this, that you were going to put out like this, and you just stopped. We can't act like the dude is just getting with the girl out of nowhere and just being like, hey, I expect you to have it with me this many times. It don't work like that. Like, you're going to get as much as a woman gives you, right? And if she's giving you a lot to get you there, and then all of a sudden it cuts off, they got grounds, they got merit, bro, to be upset because you led me to believe you were this and you weren't. That's the disingenuous part about the conversation on the other side, because they're not going to sit up here and tell you, well, I did do all those things to get you over here. I did sell myself as this. And now you're not doing that. That's the problem, fam.
Well, I'm just gonna I'm gonna put myself on mute. I'm just saying you can't be withholding your dun if if y'all gonna be together. And if she gonna withhold it because she being petty, then just get a divorce. Leave.
But it ain't always about the denon. That's what he keeps saying. Sometimes intimacy is not about sex. Are
I
y'all
mean, I'm
listening?
gonna just at the end of the day, I see what's
I got
happening.
that
I'm
part.
gonna let people do what they do. It is what it is. You do what you got to do to keep your relationship alive, I guess. But I'm just trying to show people there's other different ways than just that. I don't want people to feel like it's a freaking I must do this type situation. I'm not about to teach people that stuff, but that's the problem. That's the reason why there's a lot of, like I said, there's a lot of baby mamas, baby daddies out here because they think I must do this. And so, and it gives a reason why somebody should cheat or all this other crazy stuff, whatever. But if that's what we feel, and that's why we, scared that our partner might do this or whatever, it is what it is, whatever. But go ahead, Tanya.
You gotta tell your brother, Tanya got her hand up. Okay, never mind, brother. Oh, well, you know what? Before that, that's what I wanted to say. That's what I wish it came off mute for. Son, I'm not gonna give you anything. That's not how you ask me, son. Yeah, I'll give you some. Let's get those likes up, guys. Let's get those likes up. We've been sitting at 51.7K for about 30 minutes. I know y'all enjoying this conversation because y'all are still up in here. So let's get those likes up. Let's spam the comments with hashtag FYP. Let's get this in front of more people. We want to hear different opinions. It's already not an echo chamber, which is making this conversation very enjoyable. So let's get those likes up and let's get it in front of people. It doesn't do anything for him. So I know some people not tap it because they think that he's going to be making money off this or something. It's just going to get the page in front of other people. So tap that screen. But what we do as mods up here, he never really asks for his gifts up there. We only ask for that. So I'm going to ask you guys to at least send him one of those hand hearts. It's only 5 little cents. Let's send him that. He only got an hour and 20 minutes left on that goal. Let's help him hit that goal at least. Let's show TikTok we are enjoying this conversation and that we are enjoying the opinions and the thoughts of everybody on the panel, just so we can get some more people up in here. I really enjoy all you guys. Appreciate you guys, and all we ask is that you remain respectful in the comments and on the panel. Other than that, we have a few mods up in here that have no problem with sending you up out of here. If you're not enjoying the conversation, don't try to just report it. There's a magical button at the top of the screen that looks like an X. You guys know what an X looks like. You can hit that button and it will get you up out of here voluntarily. We appreciate all you guys, and sit back and enjoy the show. Oh, and Kev also have a YouTube. Kev, is that link in your bio?
Nah, it's on my page.
Okay. Kev have a YouTube as well. Go feel free to subscribe. It is free to subscribe over there. So go over there and subscribe, guys. Other than that, sit back and enjoy the show. Tanya,
Yeah,
That was good,
the
Bunny.
faster y'all can get me to 60K, just tap my screen. Tap it. The
Yeah.
faster y'all can get there, the faster we can get them comments back on. That should have been on. I think Mary done told y'all that a while ago, and y'all just was sitting there. Why we got to turn the comments off for y'all to tap? That's crazy. But I guess that's something that got to be done on TikTok.
they use their fingers
That's
on
true.
it and not.
Let me go
I'm
ahead and add
tapping.
to this conversation.
I wanted to
No,
add
Tanya
something
got to
from
go,
earlier
then you next
today.
after that. It got to
Oh,
be
okay,
Tanya.
Can I go
okay,
after
go ahead.
hashtag to add something from earlier after hashtag? Just something real quick, and then I'll after him, if that's okay.
What you say? You got to do an add on?
No, I just wanted to add something to that.
Yeah. Okay, you can do your add on real quick. That way we don't have to go backtrack. Do an add on, and then Tanya gonna go, then hashtag, and then Terrence.
Okay. So when I was talking about that scripture about not saying no to each other, it also says that if you guys agree that you guys are not going to do that with each other, that's okay. So I just wanted to add, it's not a you have to do it. It's whatever both of you agree to, right? It's a respect thing. So I just wanted to add that. I know that's from earlier today, but I just wanted to bring that back in because I had left for a minute. But it's all about respect, right? And agreement. It's never a forced thing when it comes to intimacy.
Mm.
Yeah. Well, you know,
Go ahead.
people.
Hashtag, you right after Tanya. You right after Tanya.
Oh,
Go
okay,
ahead, Tanya.
okay. After
Yeah,
Tanya,
you
Tanya,
right.
go ahead.
Tanya, you there?
Tanya.
Okay. I'm about to switch her out then. All right, go ahead, hashtag.
All right, man, I appreciate it. What's up, Kev? Interesting
What's up,
conversation.
man?
It's interesting. You know, I love the pivot that you have, man, about people should not be prioritizing sex, and I do agree with you that a lot of people would not even deal with one another if not for that.
Exactly.
If not for that primal need that they make, right? It's a really big difference in my mind between someone who is faithful and someone who is loyal. And although we use them interchangeably, and even the word faithful, if you're a Wikipedia or a Google Guardian or whatever, the word faithful does have loyal in it. The reason why they're two words is because loyalty can be bought, but faithfulness cannot be, right? When someone is faithful to you, faithful, period. If they're faithful, it's more about who they are. Like, faithful is who a person is, and loyalty is just what someone does. And so loyalty can be bought. A lot of times, if you're just looking for loyalty, you're better off getting a dog than choosing a person, because it's literally gonna be as if you The minute whatever you offering them or whatever pleases them runs out, they are out the door. They're gone. You can forget about them because loyalty can be bought like that. Loyalty does not have a thing, or being loyal can be bought like that. But somebody who is faithful, it is who they are. It remains. It keeps recycling itself. It keeps on. It stays there because it is who they are. Literally who they are, not what they just do. Because anybody can cook, but are you a chef? You understand what I'm saying? So if a person can cook, that don't mean that they're a chef. But a chef is always gonna cook. That's what they do. That's who they are. So a lot of people like we get confused sometimes between those two things, but it's really clear when you really, 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 really think about it. I do believe that sex is supposed to be used as a bondmanship, something that reunites you and reignites fire and reconnects you. It's not used as just something you do to, like cereal. It's not just, hey, it's breakfast time. It's not just, hey, I'm hungry, so I should eat. I think that a lot of people put too much on it, and a lot of people don't actually know how to create intimacy. They will substitute intimacy with sex because they don't know how to create it. And I land my plane.
Perfect hashtag. Terrence, you there at the top? Come on, guys. We're trying to get the likes up to at least 60K so we can turn these comments back on. We are enjoying you guys' comments. And we are, Lord Jesus, we are going to make sure that we get him to that 60K so that we can get it back on. So tap, 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 share the live out to at least about 15 people. And we can get them in here to help you tap as well. If you want to share it to more, we would appreciate if you just tap the screen with the hostess box. I hate saying that, Kev. Tap the tap the hostess box. And you can slide on down and hit send and send it out to more than 15 people. We would really appreciate that. Other than that, you are in here tapping by yourself. So just make sure that you send it out to other people so they can help you. Mary, you said something?
I said whatever when you said about you said, hey, saying that.
Kev don't care for his box to be tapped and held down and stuff right now, evidently.
So can I ask a question? That's a question.
Yes, ma'am, because I think Terrence is not in here. So
okay, so I'm gonna ask a question. How many of you consider affection? How many of you men like affection?
It's the love.
Yeah, most men do.
What's your love language of affection? Kissing, hugging?
Inside of affection, it's really it's just simple touch for me. Like inside, like if we're just talking about affection, it's just simple touch for me. Like
Okay.
it doesn't have to be a particular thing. I just like I don't know. My wife, her touch just lights me up. It don't
Okay.
matter. Touch me.
Okay, so that's what Kevin is talking about. When he's talking about when people keep making everything intimate about sex. Intimacy is not always about being physical. Like I just said, most men, like what it's song about, I need affection, love and affection. Affection. Sometimes a man just need affection. That's not withholding. You're not supposed to withhold affection from him. Y'all know how when you get mad with him and you don't want to kiss him, you don't want to hug him, you don't even speak to him when he come home from work. So it's more than just I get you, Kev. I get you. I get exactly what you're saying. Go ahead.
But y'all are attracted to somebody that y'all are actually dating, and y'all are only attracted to them because you want it physical. So if Smex isn't that important, hold out till you're married and date people that are ugly. Because if not, we're being facetious. We're being facetious.
You have to tell them young women that. I've been married a while, so you tell them that. Okay? So that's why I'm speaking from experience.
I'm speaking to the whole crowd because I'm 8 years in.
Okay,
16 years with her. And I'm telling y'all that in order for you to be successful, you got to know what you're up against. That's how I know all these things. Plus, I'm a CNN guy sometimes. So I see the numbers and see
honestly,
these truths. But I'm talking about the law of attraction. You only are with your mate because you found them attractive.
exactly,
Attraction goes with what?
I want
Attraction
to
goes with what?
exactly.
Exactly. So
let me
if
do a quick shout out for Dr. Divine. Thank you for the cash app. You know, I
Yeah,
appreciate you, man.
Dr.
I don't really look for the money for real, but only reason why now this I'm gonna explain why I got the cash app up. Because also people was telling me to put it up, but I got it up because people like sending big gifts sometimes out of nowhere, and I'm like, you might as well, might as well just throw the money because by the time the money come to me, they gonna take out a lot of money. So it's like, might as well just throw the money to my cash app instead of TikTok taking so much out of it though. So that's the only reason I got my cash app there. And then also just the goals, why the goals up there because it helps with the likes and other stuff to keep the page moving so I can get more people in here.
That's the only reason I brought that up because young women always equate everything to sex, and it's about affection. It's all that stuff go together. That means sometimes when he come home, he may not want to talk. He just may want you to listen. There's so many dynamics to affection, but women don't. They don't. Okay.
I agree with
You
you.
know, it's about knowing your partner because that may be, and you have to learn your partner, but that may be it. He might just want you to rub his head. That's fine. But if my partner wants to also have SCX, then that's something that I should be
Really,
up.
Cass?
I should know.
Really?
But Talk, welcome to the panel. Hello.
So Dari, what's up, man?
Hey.
I do believe that that in all honesty, I don't think people are invested intimately. I don't even think people know why they're getting in relationships. People don't know objectives. They just like, I need to be with somebody and that's enough. They don't what am I being, why am I getting into a relationship? Why do I want to be locked in with somebody? What kind of goal are we trying to have at the end? Like people don't have those, hey, imagine we 65. What are we doing together? They don't have those kind of conversations because then if you really have that conversation, hey, look, let's imagine that we 65. What are we doing? What are you doing? You know what I'm saying? And then you say, oh, well, I'm sitting on the beach. I'm chilling. I'm traveling. I'm reading a book. I'm waiting for my properties to be like to get a bank deposit for my properties or hey, I'm doing seminars around the world or I'm preaching. Like people don't even have those conversations. So you can't even you have a lot of people don't even have a clue as to what they're doing with the person. They're just making it up every single day. And then you'd be surprised when after the kids are done and gone off to school or whatever, why there's nothing between you. It's because you're not even headed in the same direction. You could be taking different routes to the same direction, but if you don't even have a common objective, not even a common objective, because the person might just want to be at home. Hey, I just want to. This is my perfect house. I want to just sit here and just wake up to you every day, baby. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't even have a common objective. You don't even know. People just getting with each other and don't have a clue about how the other person sees their end days or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So that kind of stuff is important. But when we talk about the intimacy stuff, like the touching and all that stuff, I'm telling you, believe it or not, a lot of women don't know this. But I'm about to give y'all some game. A lot of men, believe it or not, a lot of men don't even want sex from you. They just want you to either listen and touch them or you to affirm them every time they see you. A man will sit next to a woman that he finds it. I'm telling this is why a lot of I'm telling a smart man will take a shiny nickel over a dirty dime every single day. A man will be like, you know what? This shiny nickel treats me well. That dirty dime, I gotta keep chasing behind. I gotta keep wondering if she's gonna go over here. I'm wondering if she's gonna leave me today or tomorrow. But that shiny nickel keeps on showing up and showing out. Every time I see her, she make me laugh. She make me smile. She want to watch the movie I like watching. She cheer for my team. You know what I'm saying? She open and honest with me. She you know what I'm saying? She's part of my growth. People only grow apart when they're not a part of the growth. And it's, I don't know, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like every time I see stuff, this is bananas.
Yeah, let me
I
get
just
in
want to
real quick,
say
real
this,
quick, real
right?
quick, real quick.
Okay, go ahead, Kev. Because I wanted to say one thing.
Go ahead. Because I got something. I just thought about something.
So I've been listening. I've been in the background for a little minute, but I want to tell y'all this: 80% of communication in a relationship is nonverbal, and I think that's the part that a lot of people are missing. So I agree with hashtag when he say that he should not have to come in and say, "Hey, babe, rub my head," right? Um, It's the little simple things that count. And I'm gonna give you guys a scenario. If you as the woman is always in the house and you're cooking because you just came home from work and you beat him home from work and you're cooking and his sense of nonverbal communication is giving you a kiss on your cheek or maybe a little smack in your bottom, right? So now when he doesn't do that, you know what happens? You start to overthink, like what happened, why he didn't do this today. And a lot of the times with women, they fail to actually figure out what's going on with the man. And that's a scientific fact that 80% of communication is nonverbal. And I think that's the part that a lot of women miss. Not saying all, but majority. I hate to general. I have to generalize because I hate to just be like, oh, all the women. But if a lot of women are really not in tune with their man, then the things that they are beefing about is shit that they don't even have to beef about. They choose to beef about. I land my plane.
Protect.
Okay. I thought about this though. I think probably this is where I'm coming from, this angle, right? I'm gonna bring the Bible up a little bit again, a little bit more. So I realized something though. I realized that like even like if we want to look at the Bible, right? It's a lot of things that we was commanded to do because we just didn't know no better, and he told us different things, right? And I realized some things are commanded for a reason at certain times. So it's like God forces us or want us to do it, right? You must do this, you must do that, all this, right? Do this, or or you don't love me, or something like that, right? So he want us to do it. It's a commandments. There are commandments, right? But what I'm getting to is that I had to realize even this, right? I don't love good. I don't love God, right? I don't love God because he told me to. I've done built myself up so much. There's the difference between being genuine and doing it because it's a freaking job, right? I learned how to be love in a genuine way, not based off a command, like somebody forcing me to do it, right? So I realized that these things should be. It's not as real when you do it yourself because you commanded to do it, as in you want to do it because of your own self. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm getting to about that is that I learned that I'm a love God because I thought about all the things he do for me. I didn't have to be here. It's so much, you know what I'm saying? It's so much behind that rather than just loving him because he told me to love him. Just like anybody in a relationship, right? I'm gonna connect that to that. You shouldn't be doing these things because somebody told you to do it. This is what I'm getting to. Even if you say God commanded it, he commanded these things for a reason though. But I'm fighting for the genuineness. Not because it says in scripture or something like that, because I had to learn to do these. That's the reason why I choose to believe in the Bible, because it's not because somebody forced me to do it. It's just because it's things in there that, it makes sense and it's helping me with my life. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, if we got this mentality that I'm doing this thing as a freaking job now, I think that's the problem. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not even real. It's not real. I'm only doing it because God told me. Oh, how about figure a way to understand why God told you, and then do it because you really naturally want to do it? Because otherwise, if some people just really just doing it because they just following this. Like, do you really want to do these things? So that's the reason why I'm saying, like, that's why I do agree with somebody when people saying it's a job. I said it's a job if you make it. That's what I'm getting to about that. So I'm just saying, if we had these thoughts, and if we doing these things, we just got to reevaluate our way of thinking and readjust. And I think somebody even said gratitude. That's what made me even more of, even why when somebody was talking about me with the love language thing, right? I don't believe in that. I mean, not believing. I believe in it, but I believe in all five of them. I don't believe in just selecting one or two out of the five. That's what I found out what real love is, because I learned to love myself and give all five to myself. I know she twisting my words up a little bit earlier and stuff. But no, with the love language, I believe we're supposed to love all five of the ways, and you alternate it the best way you can. And a person that's receptive of it shouldn't be so stingy and be like, well, I only like it this way and I can only see it. Why can you only see it this one way? Like I said, it's because some people be lacking certain things and that's what they want. Like I said, people ain't gonna really understand it till they really love themselves. And when I tell you, the reason why I'm coming from a place of that, I truly freaking love myself. And when I start loving myself, I actually have to love God first. And then I had to look how to find out to love myself, and I love myself just being a creation of Him. That's why I love all His creations. You know what I'm saying? Because I realized that what I gotta be, what the frick I gotta be mad about? You know what I'm saying? All this other stuff though, but the love come from within. It come from within, not because somebody forced me to love or told me to do it. I'm out of that age now. My parents don't have to tell me y'all need to make up. Y'all need to do all this stuff. My parents is not forcing me to do this stuff. But that's what I said. That's the difference between being genuine and doing it because somebody told you. So like I said, I can understand, and maybe like I'm gonna read some of them scriptures that y'all told me though. It probably is in there though. But like I said, if you only doing it because you're relying on the scripture, I think we got to rethink some things though. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm getting to about that though. That's the reason why I'm telling people that it's just so much, and it's the reason why I just feel like. But I understand though. People got to do what they got to do to make things work, and that's the best way they can think they can make things work, or whatever. Because we can only go based off what we know. But I think I'm coming from an angle as in, I realize that I have to do these things because I really want to do it. I really want to do it. That's just I really want to love God. I'm not, I really want to love people. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's breaking my finger and telling me to do these things, even if it was a commandment or not. But that's, like I said, that's what makes the difference. And I'm trying to get people to know the difference and stuff. Like even with the withholding and all that stuff, why is it like that? You know what I'm saying? Why you with a person that's doing it as that petty? You see what I'm saying? Why you with a person that you think gonna cheat on you? That's what I'm just trying to. I like expanding on these things. I don't like making justifications for any of these things because we only got our lives. We only got our lives. We can't control another person's life. So we shouldn't be holding our breath and that's why my number 3 question or the last one, right? Why, we should not have to, because I realized that too. That's why, that's why I'm on that I don't care type stuff. If stuff don't work, it don't work. You know what I'm saying? This person ain't meant to be in my life or something like that. But I'm not about to sit here and be like, dang, I'm gonna make this a job and I'm scared and fear that this person might do this. No, when I say confident, I got confidence for real. Because it is what it is. You're going to do what you're going to do. I'm going to do the best I can. And if you want to go south, then go south. And I don't got to be with you. And it's my choice if I want to be with you or not from that point. But I'm not about to sit here because, like I said, I built myself up to not fear any of these things because I'm going to try to choose the right person that's on the same page as me. Even if I don't even be with a person, I really don't care because I'm happy with my own life. I don't need another person to make me happy in my life. That's the biggest problem nowadays. That's why I be hearing when we say these need things, right? That means we need another person. When my man's even saying, I do need another person to function. That's a sad thing. You know what I'm saying? Well, I can say to a certain extent, maybe we need people all around, right? We need that, right? But we get to a point that we getting dependent of a person. Dependent, I had to learn that some lives ago. Dependent and reliance is two different things. I get relying on certain situations though, but being dependent on something, I think when you depend on somebody else for you to fully function in life, you got to look at your own life, man. Because like when the walls tear down and you get left alone, then who are you? Who really are you? You know what I'm saying? Like I mentioned before when I first started this live, that no matter who it is, significant other or friend or not, They should be an addiction to your life, not they should be an addition to your life, not an addiction to your life. People are really addicted to their partners because they are nothing without their partners. This that you complete me type mentality, and we gotta see why we think like that. Why do it take another person to complete this one human being? You know what I'm saying? They should add to whatever your situation is. People say these adding point. We can say adding pointers, and then the next minute we come with things like, well, I need this or something like that. It's like it's either or. But I know a lot of us we probably like to say things to I guess sound good for the freaking for the audience or something like that. But some people I do believe they do need they partner, but that if you find yourself needing, but that I'm not even trying to laugh because sometimes I just be laughing because I be feeling I don't know, man. But if my thing is like nobody, and that's what I'm just trying to get people's mentality to get to is like we shouldn't be dependent on another human being to live our own human being type life. Because it's only gonna be one person. Everybody with this fear of you're gonna unalive alone, you're gonna do that regardless. What's the chances of y'all both unaliving at the same? I'm gonna let you go in a minute, but I just had to get this all out. You're not both about to be holding hands and unaliving in the grave the same exact time. That's a freaking fairy tale. I know we watch too much Disney for that and all that stuff, but that just don't work for real. So what you gonna do if one of y'all unalive first? You know what I'm saying? So like I said, I be thinking like I really think in the future. I don't think about the now and what can I do and all that stuff. I really think of how these things gonna play out. Is this stuff really gonna last long? What I need to condition myself up to it's all about that's how I be thinking. That's all it really is though. But go ahead, Sadari.
So I think what's happening is people don't understand the difference between codependency and intradependency, right? A lot of the times people go into these relationships being codependent instead of being interdependent. And I'm sure a lot of people don't understand the difference, right? So I'm listening to you, and I've listened to you. I promise you, I've been low riding for a long time before I came up on the panel. I've been hearing a lot of craziness, but you know what it is? Everybody want to blame everybody because everybody is holding everybody else responsible for their happiness. And this goes back to saying certain individuals don't know themselves.
Facts.
Because they don't know how to make
and they won't admit it either.
Right. They don't know how to make thyself happy. Because everything is, this person's supposed to do this person's supposed to do that. You know what it is? A lot of people go from relationship to relationship to relationship, didn't heal from one relationship, jump into another relationship, they still wasn't healed from the first relationship, jump into the third relationship, and you know what they became? Codependent instead of interdependent. At least give yourself some time to heal.
True.
People are scared to heal. Like if you and then when people start healing, then they start to raise that bar a little higher. So now any and everybody just can't get next to you. But if you're not healing, if you jumping from pillow to post, then where are you? You're still your bar's still raised low. Your feelings are always hurt. Now you keep blaming everybody for every fucking thing that's going on, and you have yet to get an understanding of who you are. And this is what I be telling people all the time. There's a difference between codependency and entry dependency. And this is where we at right now. This is why the community is failing. People use love language like I cook, I clean. That's not no love language. Baby, what makes you happy? Can you tell me what makes you happy? Like I've had conversations with women that they don't even know thyself. Like, how you telling me that your happiness depends on a man? That means you don't know yourself, and that's the problem. That's what's going on today. I want to put my happiness into this man. I've done it, so I'm not going to sit here and say I have not done it. But when I've done it, and then I got zero results, and I was in a DV situation, that shit made me fall back all the way. Because now I need to learn Sadari. Who the hell is Sadari is?
I don't know who Sadari is, but when I had to actually learn who Sadari was, I have to make myself happy, even if it means putting my child second, because I can't make her happy if I'm not happy. And
Facts.
that's the problem. People out here trying to make everybody else happy and going to sleep crying to themselves in that pillow and fucked up. So now you got to learn yourself. It's okay to learn yourself. Stop putting your happiness in somebody else's hands, because that's not how life works. Until you learn thyself, you gonna always be fucked up, and you gonna always be codependent, and you always gonna be looking for somebody else to do something for you. What can you do for yourself?
Facts. That was good. That was good. Anybody else? Anybody else? Any open floor?
I know I'm like typing in the comments and I can just say it out loud. I think what people forget is that, I guess what I was thinking about was when you were saying like people have to wait. And of course, I believe that. And I've had this discussion with you numerous times. I think you should be very careful before entering a relationship, that you're at a certain point in your development. I just think it's important that people realize that happiness is such a fleeting feeling because we fluctuate on emotion all the time. I think joy is something you can hold on to. Like you were saying, you find your joy. You said you find your joy within God. You find your joy within your how you feel your purpose is within God. And that's kind of what I'm segueing to. It's just such one of those things, like it's like, oh, I'm waiting to be happy before I learn to work with someone else. I'm waiting to be happy before I, move forward in this relationship. And I just feel like it is something people should keep in mind. Like emotions they just fluctuate because we're humans. And we're not always going to be at the happiest place when we're trying to connect with other people. And that doesn't mean necessarily that you're not ready to pair up. You know what I mean? Just because you're not at your happiest all the time.
I think, well, I wouldn't say that, but I would say that don't be reliant on somebody else for your happiness. That's the problem. That's the biggest problem. Because people ain't happy until they get somebody. Or I won't be truly happy until I get this mystery marriage I get, or the women or the man in my dreams and stuff. That's the freaking problem nowadays.
I
That
agree
this
with that.
this is my best life right here, or these were my best years. I be trying to I think
I
about
hate
stuff like
that.
that. Like,
Yeah,
why
I
are
hate
those
that.
your
Why are
best
you
years?
saying that?
Huh? Like it can't get better.
I do know. I hate it when people say that. I really do. I'm like, what does that mean?
Man,
You're still
it's the
alive. We're
things we
having
be
a
saying we
conversation.
don't be paying attention to. We just say these things and not realizing it.
And I don't understand. Some of the people that say their 20s were their best years, I'm like, are you sure? Do you remember what was going on in your 20s? Are you sure that's the best you could have done? That it's not going to get no better as you get older? IDK.
People say what's in their heart, Kel.
That's what you right.
All the partners of their heart, the mouth speak. So they identify what place they are in. But I'm gonna come down. I really enjoyed the conversation.
Oh, yeah.
And before I leave, I want y'all to remember something. Love is what love does. Love is a verb, not a noun, not an adjective. Y'all have a good night.
All right, appreciate you, Miss Mel.
Good night, Miss Mel.
Oh, guess who just popped up? I see him. So I ain't gonna put my new mod is in the building. I see you, Sophie. Hey. She was with the big dogs all last night, man. I was about to fall asleep. She was with the big dogs. What's up, Sophie? Y'all, I just want to, give a shout out to my new mod I got,
Hey, Sophie. All I want y'all to do
Sophie.
is learn yourself.
Yeah.
And stop putting your happiness into somebody else's hand. Once you learn thyself, you raise that bar a little bit higher. Now nobody can get next to you.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing at Big Mama. She said, "That's who took my spot." No, no, Big Mama. It wasn't like that. I needed a spot. I needed an extra thing. And I know you say you're gonna be a minute before you come back, but when you a little bit more frequent again, of course, I got you, man. I got you, man. It wasn't like that.
He hates you.
But
He hates you. That's what it is.
No, he gonna lie. Yeah. No, Big Mama, no, I got love for her, man.
Hey, Sophie, beautiful. But yeah, that knowing yourself period though. Like
Hey,
you
Bunny,
don't even have to go through
Bunny,
trauma.
let me get this in real quick because he throwing a shade over there. Let me get this in right quick. All right, y'all. Y'all know what time it is. We going live at 5. I've been gone a minute. Yeah, I've been doing my solo, but I am still one of the mods up in this playground. This is
I wasn't even thinking about that.
or Learn with Kevin. I told y'all multiple times. I drive, I swerve, I don't stop for the police. Keep your hands in these windows and your feet in your seats. If you up here, please exercise decorum. Don't be cutting people off unless they cut you off. And if they cut you off and you want to ram them into the truck, just know Kev charges Cash App fees for any wreckage that you leave up here. Hashtag FYP in the comments. Hashtag F1. You know your boy been out for a minute, but we back. Tag team champs in this beat. You know what I'm saying? The fear of cheating from your partner. Kev ain't playing. Kev is super, super, super ecstatic about this thing. And if you ain't coming with the smoke, you ain't getting through the front door. Go ahead, Kev.
Oh
He's
my
so
God.
I just want to finish my
Passionate
statement
about
before I
he
this.
trying to
drop.
outshine, man. He trying to do it. I gotta watch it. I do got some powerful minds. I ain't gonna lie.
But that's my
Before I
thing
drop
though,
out.
right? One, before you can even, when people are out here talking about vetting and all the rest of that, you do have to know yourself. You do have to learn yourself before you can know what red
Looking
flags
for.
you're not going for,
Hmm.
what's your boundaries that you don't want crossed. But on top of that, it like Talk said, no one else should be able to dictate your happiness. And because of exactly what Lala said, you're not going to always be happy. Relationships is not perfect. Y'all are two different people, and when you get into a relationship, now you're learning this new person. You didn't already learn yourself, I hope, or you shouldn't be in a relationship. But now you're learning this new person. You have to learn how you can please this new person. How are you going to be able to service this new person? So you're not going to always agree. You're going to bump heads. You're two different individuals. That's the whole point of being able to get with someone that can be your better half, because they might be knowledgeable in something that you're not knowledgeable in, because you guys have two different minds that come together and makes you guys even more powerful. So you have to understand that if you do get into it and that happiness tends to fall and you can't stand this person and you want to throw the whole person out, you got to be able to leave that house to be able to be like, look, I need to go get me a peace of mind. We gonna come back and we gonna look at this again. That way, when you guys have that conversation and you do get into it, it's not disrespectful. You're not deciding, you're not contemplating about leaving because you're like, this person not making me happy. You're come back with a clear mind when you come back to each other. But you have to know yourself, so know what's going to make you happy and how to make yourself happy. And you have to understand your partner.
I just want to say this before I drop, right? Because I gotta go to sleep.
All right.
A lot of not okay. Let me generalize. Some women don't even know themselves. They don't know their bodies. They don't even know how to have a big O. You guys have a good night.
She don't do it like that.
I'll see you
Tasha,
when I
I
get
was
up
on
for
the
work in
mic
the
like
morning.
that.
I'm just saying, like, I'm
They
just
don't know
being
their
honest.
bodies. Good night.
Kev,
No,
I
I
see
was
you when
like,
I
wait,
get up
what?
at
For sure.
5:30 in the morning. I'm just saying, like, a lot of women, they putting their happiness into another person, right? But they don't even know how to actually have a big O. They holding the men responsible for this big O because they don't know their own body. Until they learn their own bodies, they're gonna keep blaming the men for not letting them have a big O. You guys have a good night. I see y'all tomorrow.
If it don't erupt,
Good
it
night.
wasn't abrupt.
So I wanted to say this real quick too. Also, and like I said, I know everybody ain't everybody and stuff, but this is what I want to do, and I'm gonna try to teach this to other people too, because I know everybody deep in the thing. Everybody done got blue, got their backs blew out enough and all that stuff. So they ain't gonna better do it right. But I know it's gonna be a hard thing though. But this is how I'm trying to fix myself, and condition myself, because I just really want to. I mean, it goes against my want for real, because of course I'm out. I'm want to tear some stuff up for real though. But I had to fight my urges. This important thing we made important, right? I made this decision. No Bible, no nothing. But I just had to realize what was going on in this world. You know, I was a very observant person. I just been like that. That's why choose to have a voice on this platform now. But I wanted to condition myself so much that because I know how powerful sex is, I want to condition myself so much that I'm so in love with this person. I'm so into this person that I done dang near forgot that I'm supposed to add sex to it type situation. That's how I want to do that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, it might feel like a fairy tale or something like that, but I believe I can build myself to that. You know what I'm saying? I believe I can have it to where, you know, I'm all into them. We can do all type of bunch of different things without, and then, you know, then add sex to it. And I think I think that'd be like one of the best things. That means you just so into this person that this is literally a bonus. But I think what we got it now is that's the center. That's literally the center of the relationship. So we make it though, and I don't know. I think that's what a lot of people do, anyways, though. Whatever. But I just want to readjust a little bit because I've seen, you know, I know people that did it out here. People they made it happen. I know even the older people they've been had it like that because they really know what love is now. They out of they lust phase and stuff, so they know what love is because they really with each other because of other many different reasons and stuff or whatever.
Well,
So I
that's
just
why
that's how, huh?
I was gonna say that's why I reference not doing it. Like you shouldn't be doing it anyway, because it shouldn't be a deciding factor. I don't think people realize it's only a deciding factor because you've given yourself to 75 people. That was a big number, I know. You give yourself to 75 people, and now you're like,
75K
yeah,
likes. That's what.
I know
God,
that's
he
what it
was
was. That's what it was. But you giving yourself away to all these people, and now you're like, oh, I have to make sure that intercourse is what I need it to be before I dedicate my life to somebody. But had the two people, like the man and, to be honest, the man and the woman had not done anything beforehand, this wouldn't be a deciding factor anymore. You
Yes,
wouldn't even be thinking
exactly.
about it. You'd be thinking about everything else, and then you get together and you're like, yeah, great time, right?
Exactly. Right.
Yeah.
That's why people are supposed to be virgins. That's the
Yes.
thing. That's what I'm getting to, right? And that's why I say that's why I know it could be possible, but it's only more. It's more possible maybe with virgins, right?
Yeah.
Because everybody's so. That's why I said I wasn't trying to speak towards the people that got their black blue out a bunch of times and gave up the, you know, all the other stuff or whatever. I can't really do that because I know it's a hard thing. The deeper we get into it, the harder it is. That's why we feel like it's impossible, or we feel like it's a need. That's what it is. I don't think virgins think it's a need. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that. You know, why why would it be a need? They don't even know the experience of it.
Mind your business, Kev. Mind your business.
She always do that to me.
Oh, I have my hand up.
Don't be hating on my need. Mind your business.
I'm not hating. Hey, do what you gotta do. That's what I'm gonna say, man. You made it happen all this time, so it is what it is. You know, I feel it.
She need to
What
start.
you say?
I said she need to be
I was
careful
saying
with
that's
her back.
I was saying that's the
That's
double.
how you keep that arch in your back. What y'all
Yeah,
talking
you
about?
gotta be careful. You sit your little arch down somewhere for you drop a baby. We ain't got
She
time.
gonna right.
I have another one, little something. I'm sorry. Go ahead,
It's gonna
Tony.
be 3 on the way. We're dealing with that arch.
You got the new people up here, so I'm gonna do it real quick. And I get to answer the last three, so I'm just gonna run through them right quick. But
Okay.
what you said earlier, brother, America could test and Bunny, when you wasn't in the room, I brought you up, and I said that's still my boy. I still got respect for him. I was just arguing to be on the opposing end, but I did stand on business with the religion part. So I'm glad you went into depth about the religion part because it sets precedence to what she just said, what I said earlier. You could wipe this whole thing clean if you go back to only having it when you get married, right? That's why those verses they brought up were so important because it's only for us. It's only for the married people. Because when you do get married, you're both submitting to each other, aka settling down to say you and me forever. You and me forever. So it used to be glorified because it's licensed to actually have intercourse. But you got people who are having it beforehand, which everybody is a victim to that. I mean, everybody's done that. But that's why it was so important to only do it during marriage, because if you're constantly running through people before you do get married, then having it isn't as important if you aren't locked in with your other. So I do agree with you with that. And then also that method you said used, that's how, call me what you want, call me anybody, but I stand on this. All men who are married, we look, women look, right? It's the law of attraction, right? But when you take that further step, the bond is broken. So smart men that are married, we use your method. We just don't. We work out, we run, we do other things to physically exert than just go tap. But I was just using that business as an example. But all right, if Schmex is a need, then people would be allowed to cheat, agree, or disagree. I'm gonna leave that one alone because we already went in
Yeah, just
depth
skip
with
that. Yeah,
that.
just go ahead, right?
Yeah. Let me skip that. Why does it seem people think sex is the only form of intimacy and stress relief? Again, if everybody during a birthday, right? I use this during when I film. You always want to create the birthday effect. You know, at the end of your video, you got to blow out the candles. So that's your ending. You know, the singing the birthday or hitting a pinata, that's gonna be your climax. That's gonna be the peak of your thing. And then you know everything else is in between. Same thing with relationships. The birthday cake is the schmecks, right? When you give the birthday cake up, you disregard for all the interactions you had during the birthday party, if that makes sense. You just skip the whole party and you lit the candles and blew the cake out. So stress reliefs, knowing what makes her tick, knowing that if she does this certain frowny face or this certain thing when she comes inside, her feet hurt or she's tired. You know what I'm saying? Knowing if she's giving you some pushback. Have you eaten yet? You know what I'm saying? You need your feet rubbed. You complaining about this and that during the day. You give her a back massage. It's knowing your other. It's knowing what she likes, when she likes it. Ice cream during the schmeriod. You know, things like that. That's the stress reliefs. That's the intimacy. The kisses on the neck. The romanticizing. The blowing in the ear. You in there cooking. The kids just ran past you. I'm gonna come up behind you and do a little childish little pump and then give you a kiss on the neck. You know what I'm saying? To let you know it's game time. You know what I'm saying? Or I'm gonna nibble on your ear real quick. Or put my finger down the middle of your hand where your lines are to let you know, all right, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to line it up. Those type of things, when you know your partner, you know what I'm saying, then you know what time it is. And I think intimacy has been changed to schmecks. Again,
Yeah.
for the profiting, like we said. And then why are you dating someone you fear if you don't treat them right that they might cheat? I'm gonna land quickly with this. I think that was the only one I have a problem with because it erases accountability for the men and the women who portray something or do things until they got you. Because again, if I knew you weren't this active and I knew that I was active and you weren't, I would have just I wouldn't be with you, right?
Right.
I'm with you because I feel like, okay, she's okay with my drive. She likes where my brain is at. She likes where I want to go. I'm feeling her. I'm doing this. That. Like we got together for a multitude of things, but you sold me on something that you didn't live up to. I think that's where the upsetness comes from. Is the lack of the genuineness when I first got with you. It was like you told me you were 6 foot. I mean, you told me you were 5'6". You know what I'm saying? But when you moved in, I found out you wore stubs on your heels the whole time. You 5'8". I mean, you 5'4". You know what I'm saying? It's that type of disingenuous. But I land.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to also, because I thought about another scripture too, right? Remember I was saying about the reason why I have like a little pushback with this whole situation because I'm trying to get people to do things genuine, not because somebody told you to, right? And I think even the scripture says that. And I understand it too. I used to only thought it was for offering, right? Offering and giving your offering. It also says in there, God loves a cheerful giver, right? So even though he commanded to give, like, eat offering or something like that, right? It's way different when you commanded to do it and then when you really want to do it. And that's my whole overall thing, though. Things shouldn't be a job no more. When you want it to be genuine, you should want to do it. That's all I'm getting to over the whole entire thing. But I think we're making it. We're making it be a job nowadays. Like we're making it be a job to love God. Or we making it. No, you should. Like I said, I done build myself. And some people is forced to love God, I guess, because they got a fear tactic to do it. Some people got a fear tactic. Some people feel like they following.
Don't understand. So,
huh?
If you love out of fear, you don't know who you're loving. Like you're to me, but I'm just going.
Yeah. And it's a lot of people. It's too many people that do that, right? To this day, it's a lot of people. But God had to do what God know the deal behind all this stuff. That's why he allows so much or whatever. But it's people that have to get feared into doing it. You know what I'm saying? So it can keep the life going a certain way or whatever. So I just look at it that it ain't as real, but that's what it's. No, but I think it's nothing more when you want to do it rather than forced to do it. That's with anything. Another human, with our connection with God, all that stuff, or whoever believe in what.
Yeah,
When
here's a
you
good
want to do it
analogy
and when
for
you forced to
that.
do it, that's two different things. Huh?
I was gonna say, here's a good analogy for that. Like, if you say, Lysandra, let me hold $5, right? And I'm like, all right, no problem. Oh my God, I said my real name. That's crazy. Anyways, when I say,
I'm about to
let
say,
me,
that's your name. That's your name. I didn't
my
even know. They
name is
just told me today.
Lysandra. Yes.
I was going with triplet. Okay, now I know.
Yeah. So if you say, let me hold $5, and I'm like, oh my God, here, and I just throw it at you, right? And I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
you go, fine, God. Or me saying, here, yeah, take it. I'm not worried about it. It's whatever. Those two energies make you feel a certain kind of way. So I feel like even that's a great analogy for what we're talking about. If I'm giving
Mm-hmm.
you this out of like, oh my God, dude, you're whining, like you're getting on my
Well,
nerves.
God told me to do it. That's what I'll be feeling
Oh
like now.
God,
This is
yeah,
what's
yeah.
going here.
That energy is so negative and such a turn off anyway. I would think it's such a turn off anyway, especially when we're talking about the nun because if you giving it to me like that, I am so uncomfortable now because there's
Right.
so much coming
Right.
around that thought, right? Like
If you love me, you should just give it
Literally.
to me.
Exactly. Right. That too. That's
saying
what I'm
that, yeah,
saying.
something like that, like that's weird energy.
It's
I'm even
gratefulness.
that would turn me off as a person. Now I don't want to
Mm-hmm.
do it. Now I just want you off of
Yep.
me, right? So I don't know. I was just trying to give you an analogy, maybe to help you.
Yep.
Yeah. But
What
that's
did that?
good. But
Huh?
when you're mad at your spouse, you do need a little bit of guidance to keep you motivated, though.
A little bit of guidance now. I like
When
that.
y'all
I like
mad,
the
you need
guidance.
God. You need to talk to God and be like, God, listen, this man is getting on my nerves. I'm trying not to leave, but I need you to keep it here. And that's when you say what the Bible says.
That's
I
when
just
you
want
gonna throw that. That's
to.
messed up. That's messed up. But hey, you know it is what it is.
That's
I
what
guess
the big old
that I
He
guess
getting on
that
my
happens
nerves, but
to
I love him.
yeah. Huh?
She said he gets on her nerves, but she love him.
Yeah, I think, but I guess I do get it because it's also, and the reason why it's like a commandment too. Also, is because it goes beyond what we really want to do. You know what I'm saying? Because we could, if we go based off our feelings, it stuff probably wouldn't happen a lot of the time. So I can understand why God made commandments. But I said I don't think it can't get no realer when you want to really do it. You know what I'm saying? When you're not really forced to do it. But I do, like I said, I understand both ends. I understand the fear tactic. I understand all that. You know what I'm saying? But it's just I'm trying to build people to be more, I guess, more genuine and actually be more grateful. You know what I'm saying? Be grateful of your partner, be understanding, being less selfish, right? Because some
Mm-hmm.
people are like, well, I'm only doing it because of that. But sometimes maybe when you want to look into your partner and ask them why they this way, why they withholding, why all that stuff we were just talking about earlier, why all that stuff. You know, it's just trying to understand one another and being more grateful. That's all it is, and not an entitlement mentality behind these things. That's one of my things I always teach on this thing because a lot of us have that is entitlement mentality, especially when it comes to another human besides ourselves. Nobody deserve anything. Nobody's entitled to anything. Nobody. You know what I'm saying? This is what we get hurt from is our own entitlements. We got to be more grateful. That's my thing. Be more grateful. If things don't happen day by day, don't have to come here. Tomorrow is not. When they say tomorrow is not promised, it's not. You're not entitled to tomorrow. Be thankful for tomorrow. That's what I'm getting to.
But you giving Kev, what you giving all the reasons, and I respect and agree with all of them. But I'm saying, what does it do
Mm-hmm.
to the dude? You know what I'm saying? Because if he's doing everything, and
That's for
and
the
and,
dude.
and he hold on, if he's doing the right things, and he is a man of God or not a man of God, he's just faithful. He really loves you. You know what I'm saying? And why wouldn't you want to? Like I said that
Exactly.
earlier, why
That's not an
wouldn't you
argument.
want to? But see, here's the thing. So everybody who's not getting it from the woman isn't doing the right things. That's the point I'm
Then
making.
why
It's
they
like
with a woman that ain't doing it then? That's the thing. That's where you hold yourself accountable with.
Oh my God, sometimes my head hurt and I'm sleepy.
but
Let me
Then you gotta
Lala,
down.
understand her then.
Let me be
It's
Lala,
one of the
sleepy.
two things.
we can't throw those in there because if I love you and you're tired, you know what I'm saying? You had a long day or your head hurts, then I'm not even worried about that. Because if you really love her, just sit down and shut up. Yeah, especially in marriage. Sit down and shut up, especially in marriage. But because we're used to that, especially going through pregnancy. You know what time it is. You can survive that as a man, you good. But I'm saying if we are agreeing to all of those times, you know a man who actually loves you isn't just gonna complain once or twice and go cheat on you. And I'm not making excuses for cheating. I'm not saying go cheat on
Cheating is never good.
never
Never.
acceptable. I'm not saying that. But I'm
You
saying,
breaking your vow to God when you cheat too. You got to remember that.
but we can't use that because you're breaking your. It says do not commit adultery, and it says do not mess with your friend's woman, and it also says don't withhold. Give, give, give. So you're sinning by withholding because God knew the power of what the woman had. So if you're withholding for your own gain, and you know he's not going to go do anything, you're controlling. It's a power struggle, and you're sinning because you're leading to his mind state that that the demon energy is sucking out of him because you know man's imagination is evil, right? And you're withholding something from him that you
So
know.
you're saying if she sins, you should sin too, and then y'all both just sin. That's the answer.
I'm saying everybody's listing those two sins, but they're not
I'm
listing.
just that's an honest question.
No, ma'am.
So you're
Let me answer you. I'm saying
so we
that
all just gonna be
everybody's.
sinning out here.
No, I said everybody's listing those two as sins, but y'all are neglect. See, that's what disingenuous is. That's what gaslighting is. You're listing adultery, like I said,
That's not
adultery.
gaslighting.
Yes,
That's
because
real.
I'm listing adultery,
Because
and
people are not perfect people.
if
Sometimes people go through phases. Let's be
you
realistic.
can't. But
We're not
wait,
gonna
but
always be
before you
happy in a
continue, you
marriage.
can't. That's gaslighting. You can't ask a question and then as I'm answering it, you just go in. You don't give me a chance to respond. I said because you asked the question. I brought up the facts. Committing adultery is a sin. Looking at thy neighbor's woman is a sin. So is withholding the cookie is a sin in marriage, not relationships. That's why dating people, it isn't a sin to cheat because y'all aren't ordained by God because y'all not even supposed to be having schmecks. You dig? So number two, when you are in a marriage and you as a woman know that he can't commit adultery, he can't mess with his neighbor, he's going to be committed to you, and you are using your thing as a weapon by not giving it to him. One, why wouldn't you? And we're not talking about the one-offs with headaches and all that. We're talking about the man who is faithful and is not cheating. He's going to keep communicating, hey, what's up? Blah, 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 blah. And you keep doing it as a power struggle. That's sinning.
I
That is
think
sinning.
sometimes I do want to put into the
True.
narrative sometimes, and I'm not saying it's not, especially if you're doing it on purpose. I do want to say sometimes I don't think everyone is doing it on purpose. I think sometimes lifes, which I think is what Dr. Divinely was getting at, lives, and sometimes it's not some sinister plot against your man to keep him from having intercourse. You're not like plotting against him. It just wasn't on the top of your priority list at the time. And I think sometimes that can go on longer for somebody who's not paying attention to their partner. I can say that. So I just feel like when we're believing the best about one another, there's a part to that I think we have to consider that it's not intentional. Like sometimes it's just not intentional. So,
Man, I can get out on that all day, but I got two more people I got to get up in here.
sorry, let me be quiet.
Oh, no, you good. Because I have so much stuff I wanted to say with what he just said too, though. But go ahead. Let me see. I think Sophie was first. Sophie, you got something? And then my boy BK in the building, man. What's up, DK?
Hey, bro.
Yeah,
I
bro.
gotta catch y'all later on. It's past my bedtime.
Okay, Mary, I'll catch you, man. I appreciate you, man.
Mira.
Yeah. Good night. Love
I'll
y'all.
hold it
Later.
down with him tonight. I'm up with him.
All right, brother. I'll catch you later.
He sound tired.
Too, I gotta wake up from the snacks.
I ain't going nowhere, sis. What you talking about? No, I ain't no waking
A
up.
midnight snack.
I know I need
I need you to stay in.
it now. You want to say something? Mind your business.
It's AJ. Oh, it's the mod extraordinaire in the building.
What's up, everybody?
AJ.
What's up,
Hey,
AJ?
AJ.
How y'all been? BK.
AJ, you see, remember BK, man? Ain't seen him in a while, boy.
I ain't been here in a minute.
Yeah,
Good to see
you
you.
already know. I'm back though. You know what I mean? I had to sit down for a minute. You know what I mean? I had to sit down for a minute. Had to get everything in order. You know what I mean?
Got you.
Had to get my
Yeah.
house.
Right. I see the topic. Sorry I had to dip out earlier. That part of the conversation was kind of being a bit much. I needed to go take a minute.
It always be like that.
But What we still talking about the topic? Y'all
Yeah, we
on
on
the
the
other
topic
stuff?
though. We just trying to build understand. We got like almost a little bit around, and everybody. Well, hopefully everybody understand each other's point of view and stuff for real. I think we got it to a certain extent though. So I think everybody, especially the audience, should have got something out of it on both ends. I think we both right in different ways.
Yeah, we all right. They're all right in the way they do. Sophie, say your piece.
The only thing I really have to like you guys pretty much said all, like whoever was just recently talking, I really agree with what he was saying. So the only thing I want to touch on is probably the last one that say, why are you dating someone you fear if you don't treat them right that they might cheat? No, that's a great question. Cause why, like, I mean, that's a great question. I don't know why anybody would do that. Maybe they feel like they can't do any better, or I don't know. I don't think I could be in a relationship where I'm always scared that something was gonna happen. If I thought he was gonna cheat and I was okay with it, then I would just not even care. Just go ahead and do it because I'm not gonna be stressed out the whole entire day. Like that's too much. But yeah, that's all I really gotta say.
That was teleprompter. He got power, so he muted you again. that wasn't me.
And I
My
agree
bad.
with what
I
Sophie
was
was
trying to
saying.
gift her.
I'm sorry.
My fault. I was trying to gift her.
That's wrong, Kev. That was wrong.
I didn't do it. That wasn't me.
I agree with what Sophie just said. I'm gonna add on to what she just said on that last part. Whenever we go to date, we shouldn't have fear of dating, of fear someone's gonna cheat. That means if you have fear of that person cheating, I mean, that means your expectation is too high for that person. We go in there, we have to go with a level head and believe what the person is telling you from the jump. If they say they're faithful, you believe they're faithful. If you believe they're a player, they got different people talking to, believe it. You know what I mean? So we have to take people at face value of what they say that they are. We cannot go in with fear because God give us no fear. If you want to, we taking it biblically. You know what I mean? Just date to be dating. We don't need to be out here dating multiple people. You know what I mean? Like myself, I'm dating with a purpose. I'm not dating to be laying down with you. I'm dating for a purpose. So I don't have fear. But if I believe you, I believe what you tell me. And that's what I go off of. And, if I feel anything, I'm going to bring it to your attention. I'm going to make you aware of what I feel. If you don't believe it, you want to say, hey, you believe what you want to believe? Okay, I'm going to believe what I want to believe. But I'm not going to go in no dating and talking to no one with no fear. Because it is what it is. I land there.
Okay.
I feel like if you go into something with fear or like think that they go cheat, you can kind of manifest that kind of like why you going into something fresh thinking that they go cheat on you is like you looking for them to cheat on you, like you looking for the red flags that's probably not even there.
That too. Or they not securing themselves. That's all it is for the most part.
That's it right there.
I'm not. My thing is, look, even if I was to get, I'm not about to, because I think it's like how I build myself, and I know everybody different, so I can't. That's why I don't like to say I all the time, right? But I'm just saying it's possible, right? You could build yourself up so much that you can, when you choose somebody, you don't have to, because you looking like, well, y'all gonna do what you're gonna do, and I try my best. So if you sit here and try to, I guess if you want to wreck a home or something like that, that'll be on you. I'm not gonna be around though. You know what I'm saying? But that's how much. Let me see. How much? I'm trying to think about myself, right? I've got confidence about myself, right? That if another dang, I know what I want to say, but it's not coming out how I want it to, basically. But I'm just say I don't live in no worries. That's what it is. It's just not in no worries though. Like another human gonna do what they're gonna do. That's just reality. Exactly. It's nothing. Not a certain amount of freaking blowing her back out that I can make her stop from leaving me or cheating on me. It's just not. That's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? I think us thinking that we can really control another human, I think that's a problem right there.
Yeah.
So that's why I live the life. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? You gonna leave. You gonna make up a dumb excuse of why you wanted to do that. Then all right, it is what it is. That's your choice. That's what you wanted to do. I'm gonna choose if I want to stick around or not. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not gonna get with no weak person. That's not my plan.
Right.
Hopefully, you know what I'm saying.
From a
That's
married, from a
that's
married
why
man.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Telegram.
Oh no, go ahead. I'm sorry. I've been talking too much. Go ahead, bro.
That's what I would say. I mean, we have to have or be with someone that has that shares that same faith, that
Right.
have that same mindset as we. You know what I mean? As we do. You know what I mean? We cannot go into the unequally yoked. Even in dating,
Facts.
we have to have that same mindset of, okay, hey, this is the purpose of us dating. This is where we're going. This is where I want to go. You know what I mean? Are you on that same path? Are we on that same road? If we're not on that same road, there's no way that's gonna work. Can we hold or abstain from having sex? Can we do something other than
Facts.
sex? Can we be intimate without without
You go.
contact? So how can we, as we're dating, go without? You know what I mean? But we have to be, no question, no if and buts about it. We have to be on that same page. We
Same
have to be on that
page.
same road.
Then you don't have to worry about that. You see what I'm saying? I feel it. That was perfect.
Look, Kev, I'm not giving pushback. I don't think. I might be. I don't know. But I do think, and it's sorry, I do think anybody can cheat. I don't care if you say like my brain run when I'm not somebody who's ever had an issue or a struggle with being unfaithful, but I also understand that anyone can cheat because we're human beings who have the ability to make connections with anybody. And so I think it's realistic to say, I think it's one to believe the best that your partner obviously isn't going to cheat on you. That's what you want to believe about them going to the relationship. But I don't think going in saying it's impossible for them to cheat on you is wise either. You know what I
Nah.
mean? I just
Nah.
want to say
And
that.
I think my point was, no matter how much you get your back blew out, it's not gonna stop them from cheating either. That's what I was getting to about that.
Exactly.
People be thinking that if I give it up this many times, that I'm gonna save my marriage. That don't work like that.
But when
If
you
a person
meet the
gonna cheat, they
woman,
gonna cheat.
Well, I think at the end of the
a
day,
man wants to
at
take
the end of the
care of
day,
her.
right? At the end of the day, it's projection. If you're fearing that your partner is going to cheat on you for any other reason, it's all a projection because you feel inadequate in some way, that some way, somehow, you have convinced yourself that they can find something better that is not you. Therefore, you're going to sabotage that relationship. Now, in order to understand that, you have to understand why people cheat. People cheat for various different reasons. Either they're not getting something from the relationship, or they're doing this, that, and the third. Or maybe that's that person's intention. Maybe they just can't be faithful. Either
Yep.
way, this is what happens when people do not vet correctly. We're too quick to give certain things up, and so on and so forth. This is the reason why I've always said, right? If you find that person, of course, when you first meet a person, right? Everybody does this, right? Everybody. I want everybody to reflect to that one relationship that went completely sour. But remember the very beginning of that. You probably thought that person was the one. Oh, that's my person. They're amazing. They're great. They're this, that, and the third. See how in the beginning, people are gonna play that. And then the moment you give that up, oh, now things changed. Wait, why are they doing all this? I don't understand. Where did it change? Where did the disconnect happen? That's why, right? I've always been a firm believer that if you want to test to see if something is going to be legitimate, right? If this is a true connection, give it time, right? You ain't got to sleep with them on the first date. You ain't got to sleep with them on the third date. Maybe go a couple months, go 3 months, 4 months, whatever your timeline is, but give it time before you commit that, because again, you want to do that of pure intention. The other issue, especially when it regards sex, okay, especially in this society, y'all are irresponsible as fuck with it. Everybody want to treat it like a handshake and get upset because people get feelings. It's an intimate act, right? And many of y'all like to lie to yourselves and sit there and be like, well, I can do this without emotional attachment. No, the fuck you can't. Matter of fact, if you can, okay, if you're somebody who can do that, right? You have to admit and you have to go and get help for that, because that is not a normal thing to be able to do. There's a reason why you're dissociating from that.
Come on now.
That's the truth. You're dissociating from it. That's why you're able to do that without an emotional attachment. That's not normal.
Facts.
That's not normal at all.
But we have
right?
no
You need to
accountability on
fix
the
that
people that do that at the beginning of a relationship, like you just said.
because we don't want to.
Right.
We don't want to because that's the thing. The moment we do the deed, right? oh my God, it's so great. See, do you see where that convolutes and that complicates things? Because
Yeah.
now because that was so great, you've missed all these other fucking red flags and this, that, and the third, and all the yellow flags and the orange flags and all the other fucking flags that you should have been paying attention to, but you want to negate that because it was good. Bruh, come on.
Besides how good it was, I can't hold you to the person you were for 6 months before I decided to move in. So we're gonna let people get away with stuff in the honeymoon phase. So the other side shouldn't say, "Oh, he used to send me roses. Oh, he used to give me chocolates," because it was a facade. So I'm saying all these men aren't just snapping out of nowhere saying this person ain't giving me this anymore. They were, a lot of them were shown and had expectations from the previous 6 months. Then it changed. That I'm not making an excuse for them either. I'm saying both should be held accountable because I'm not just if your drive is different than my drive, I'm not gonna move in with you and date you because I already see an incompatibility amongst other
But
things,
that's
right?
but the problem with that is because everybody wants to put the fucking buggy before the horse. You
That
already
part.
planning the wedding on the second date. You don't even know this motherfucker. How you gonna plan the wedding on the second date? You don't
Oh,
even know that.
we're talking about two different
You
things,
see
bro.
what I'm
I'm talking about
saying?
married people. I'm talking about
Yeah,
married people.
I mean, even
Yeah,
even in
that makes
even in
sense. That
marriage, I
makes
mean, we
sense.
have to, you know,
But
in
even
order to get there, we have to get there first before we get married. We got to
that's
vet
my
properly.
point.
And you know what I
That's what
mean?
I'm saying.
Before we even
That's what I'm
get to that
saying.
road of marriage, we got to date each other. We got to be intimate with each other without really being intimate.
If we do all those things, people still get to a point. I'm not projecting, I'm stating facts. People get to a point where they either grow together, they grow apart, right? If I meet you, I want to take care of you. I want to get you a house. I want to make sure you're clothed. I want to make sure I can provide for you and protect you. I don't want nobody to hurt you, right? These are things I want to do because I actually have grown to love you as a person. Not what you can do for me, but the feeling I get when I'm around you. The way I feel about you is different than everybody. I prayed for this woman when I wasn't even with this woman because I lost something I had in high school that I no longer had as an adult. That's why I married her.
So can I
But
ask you
but
something?
but doing all of this and knowing all of this, why wouldn't you? And I'm not. This isn't about us. I'm just using our thing. I'm
Okay.
telling young men, why wouldn't the woman want to partake in intimacy with you? Because we're not all smashing all the time. 8 years I've been married. There are things that happen on both sides. There's nights where you ain't even thinking about schmecks. You tired. You take a shower. You ready to go to sleep. A couple days turn into like a week, and you're like, yo, it happens in marriage. But I'm saying, if I tell you that. Because the man said earlier, whatever that guy's name said earlier, he's like, and I'm telling her, and she's rolling her eyes at me like it's a job, or she's gasping, saying, "Oh, like, why wouldn't you want to fulfill your husband? That's crazy."
Because
Ask them.
at
That's
the
where
end,
the gap is at.
because
Why
at
you
the
not
end of the
asking?
day, because at the end of the day, here's the thing, right? When it comes down to that, right? If it's enjoyable for that person, they're gonna want to do that. It's not something you're gonna have to ask for. Okay? It's just gonna happen. Let's
And
be
not
real. Let's be real.
and
When you're happy and you're with the right person, okay, that's not something you have to ask for. That's just gonna happen,
true.
right? Naturally. A lot of the problem is that everybody is either dating or getting into relationships, getting into marriages for all the wrong fucking reasons. Oh, this
Right.
motherfucker looks good. That means I gotta marry him. Oh,
Exactly.
you know what I mean? I gotta marry him or her. This
When he
person
accept my
makes
kids, I
this.
gotta marry him.
Hold up. Hold
Out there,
on.
lack of
Hold
sex
on.
too.
Oh, I gotta marry this person. They make this much money. They make this much money. They got a house. They got a car. They got this. They got that. You see how it's all material things, but it has nothing to do with the actual person themselves, right?
Right.
I got to get married for all these other stupid reasons that have nothing to do with that actual fucking person. Oh, people say we look cute. It's all for show. It's all face value.
Right.
That's the problem. The problem is that also people want to lead with their feelings. Certain feelings can be mimicked, right? I can mimic and make it seem like I'm in love with somebody and I really ain't. That
Genuine
happens all the fucking time.
genuine feelings can't be mimicked because you can
That's my
feel
point.
you can
This
feel
is
someone
why.
when someone is genuine.
Exactly. But this is why I'm always saying, take your fucking time. Planning the wedding on the second date, planning your whole life within the first week, first month of knowing somebody. You don't know that person, right? Let's be real. You don't really know a person until about a year or two later in any type of relationship. People can fake shit. People do it all the time. People do it on this fucking app. It happens everywhere. It's fake it till you make it. Many people play, whether they're being fake with themselves, being fake in their intentions, doing whatever else, or maybe they're missing something. Whatever the fucking situation is, that is what can happen. This is what happens when we don't take our time. You know what I mean? Now, for those of you who are married, absolutely. We got to take that into account too. You guys have a lot to bring to the table because you've already been there, right? You know what's real. You know what's not. At least most of you should,
Well,
right? You should. I'm not gonna say all of you, but most of you should.
you should.
That's
You
the
should.
thing, though, right? Because and everybody who's been in a long-term relationship and marriage will say this and agree with this as well. That's the thing. You have to do your vetting as fast as you can because you have to know if this is going to be the person that you are willing to go through changes with. Because everybody changes, you grow, your mindset becomes different. You change together. That's not going to stop. That's not going to stop happening. Everybody grows. You become better and you're either going to grow together or you're going to grow apart. But everybody's going to change. So that's why it's always important. You're never going to know your spouse 100%. Never. Because my spouse ain't going to know from the first month or 2 months or the first 2 years we was together. He didn't know how I would act if I'm pregnant. He didn't know what's going to come with the emotions and the hormones with me being pregnant the first 2 years. He can't determine that soon. But when you go through that situation, how is the body going to change? How is your mental state going to change? And neither one of us are the same person we were 7 years ago. We are more mature. We are parents now. You know, we have a whole household. We have 2 little beings that's dependent on us. So you're never going to know that person. So you have to vet. I agree. Don't plan your whole life story. But me and my spouse did it on the 3rd dang on date, and we've been together for 7 years. So it's up to you. But we also found out if this is the person we want to be with pretty fast because we don't want to waste nobody's time.
Right.
Well, but that's also the other thing too, right? What Bunny's talking about is actually very rare. That's a very rare occurrence. That don't happen. That's not gonna happen to every single person. Oh, we gonna do it on the 3rd date and it's gonna work out forever. No, there's people who date each other for 5 years, get married, and divorce within 6 months of that, right? So it's not an exact time or exact science, right? You got to go based on your own pace. But my whole thing is that before we start talking about getting into relationships and having sex with other people, do you know yourself? In order to make sure that when you are dating somebody, you're coming at it with true intention. Many people are fake to begin with because they're lying to themselves. They want to be this perfect person and get into a relationship. They project that, and then it's too much for them to hold up. It's not that people are going out there intentionally trying to hurt people. People just don't know themselves. They're holding up a facade, a farce within themselves. That's the shit that we gotta call out.
That goes right back to what Kev said earlier. You know, we have to step back and we have to properly know us before we even step out there. We should know us ourselves intimately that we can be genuine when we do meet someone. Our true intent. And they should also, in what I said earlier, we also have to be on the same page. That person genuinely know themselves. You know what I mean? When you meet someone, you know when that's your person. You know that's not the person for you. You know when that person is, we only gonna go to sex. We should know this. And we're just like you said, AJ, we don't know ourselves, then we gonna bound up to the same thing that we always been doing, sleeping with the wrong person.
And that's the thing. And I just want to say this last thing, and then I'll mute up for a bit because I know I've been talking a lot. But my whole thing is just that when it comes to that, I'm not saying that you need to know yourself 100% before you date somebody. It's okay to be open. Knowing yourself is a lifelong journey because you're going to change many times within a lifetime. You're not going to be the same person you are 10 years from now, right? Certain things will probably stay the same for the most part, but you're not going to be the same person. You're not going to be the same person 10 years from that, 20 years from that, 30 years. You're always going to be changing. So if you don't understand and you're not okay with that portion of it, all I'm saying is that, one, you shouldn't be sleeping with people because, again, that's irresponsible. You're playing with people's hearts. I don't care about how much somebody wants to brag about their hookup culture game. You're full of shit. You're full of shit and you're dissociated, and that's not normal behavior. That's not normal. The normal human beings don't function like that. I don't know who told people that shit was cool. It's not. It's really not. You shouldn't be sleeping with nobody. This is the reason why, you know, the STIs are out of control right now, right? And the rate of unplanned pregnancies is at an all-time high because people are running around trying to play something that they're fucking not. And I'm always gonna call that shit out. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna let y'all go before I continue on some other shit.
Well, men, y'all better be strong-minded when y'all get ready for this. Y'all better be strong-minded when y'all get ready for relationships and marriage, because you can't weaponize anything. You got to provide, protect. You do not have the ability to weaponize anything in your relationship. You got to stand tall, withstand all, be tough, and be a leader, even if they say you're not, and control everything that you can about providing, protecting, and doing for your family. Because you can't weaponize schmecks. You can't weaponize providing, or you're controlling, right? Because you can't just take stuff away like this is a give exchange. You are only loved under the condition you provide and protect. And both two lives, this was proven. You can't weaponize your sex. They can. You can't weaponize feelings and happiness and everything else. You take care of your household, provide, and I hope you have somebody to vent to, because it seems like it's too sassy to share your emotions as well and your wants and needs.
Ooh. Well,
I just want to say that when it comes to teaching our children and our future generations about this, at the end of the day, stop separating it between boys and girls. If both boys and girls are taught to value their bodies, okay, worship it like a temple, don't just let everybody in. You know what I mean? We wouldn't have half these issues. Just gonna say that. Stop separating it. There's not a difference between little boys and little girls as far as this goes. That's the problem.
Facts. Like, work on
Okay.
yourself. Figure out what's wrong with you before you go try to figure out what's wrong with somebody else too.
Facts. Men, suck it up. Suck it up and just handle your business. Suck it up.
Do I necessarily now, as far as the abstinence thing? Yes, I think we should push for that, but I think we just need to have honest conversations.
Yeah.
When it comes to that, I'm not talking about the acts themselves. I don't want to fucking know that. But when we're gonna have conversations like this, we do need to be honest, right? I came in here earlier and there was a whole lot of BS being spewed up here on BS pretenses because we trying to make ourselves look a type of way. No. That's why I left. We ain't having a real conversation about this, right? We're adults. Let's have a real conversation. Is it gonna happen? Yes. Do we need to choose better? Of course. Are you always gonna get it on the first try? Absolutely not. But if we start teaching the responsibilities of not being reckless with other people's hearts, you won't see half the shit that you see. Right now, it's very dangerous to be dating people because you don't know what their psycho exes are capable of. You don't know what's going on. You don't know whether it's their ex. You don't know if that's you know what I mean? They're cheating with you. You don't know anything nowadays. And this is what's dangerous. I have literally seen it on the news many different times of men and women getting unalived because they went on a date with somebody. That person's jaded and goes over there and pews them in a car. Why is that happening? Why? Because we're being reckless. We're being reckless with people because you went out there and decided to sleep with somebody that you didn't care for, or you decided to continue on a relationship that you knew was dead or unalived from the get-go. But you didn't want to be the bad person, so you led that person on. Now that person's hurt and jaded and feels terrible. This is all a domino effect. That's all. I need to point this shit out because it keeps happening over and over and over again. It's getting to the point that it's becoming so dangerous, people just aren't doing it anymore.
I ain't gonna say it's dangerous. I'm gonna say it's fun, but that's me.
Oh.
I mean, it is, but I mean, it is also kind of dangerous, depending.
It's kind of dangerous.
You don't know.
No,
Yeah,
I'm just as hell. That's all.
Yeah. I mean, I respect it. You
And
know
I
what
like.
I mean? But I'm just saying, like, it's getting to that point.
Well,
That's true. They could still act crazy. But that's what I'm saying. Like if we vetted better, we didn't play to these games and held people accountable. You know what I mean? It's hard to hold people accountable for feelings when you also got people in there playing with stuff.
Yeah.
Just saying. I can't sit there and say, y'all use BK as an example because he's on mute. BK, you need to correct your emotions while I'm over there, you know what I mean, emotionally manipulating him at the same time. That doesn't work.
Right.
Facts. Stop. You're kicking facts, AJ. What you're saying is
I know.
very,
Y'all
very
know I be
facts.
dropping gems. That's why I'm like, I don't know if y'all ready for me to go really in on this topic because I'm going to shake the hell out this room.
Go
Some
do it.
people, this is going to sting.
And like AJ, for the example that you just used, like somebody who telling BK that, ain't they saying that out of their emotions?
I mean, yeah, but we can't sit there and say that the concept of thinking that you have to be completely emotionless in life is a farce. You have emotions. Everybody in this room has emotions. It's about
Yeah.
how you check them and how you deal with them, right? So if
Yes,
BK
ma'am.
is say popping off, right, and he's calling me this, that, and not that he'd ever do this, right? I've known him long enough. He's not going to do this, but he starts calling me out my name, right? Say I manipulate a situation. Now he's calling me out outside my name in this live. People coming in, are they going to understand that situation? No, they may go and attack him. Now it's made it 5 times worse. Now we're having a conversation about how he shouldn't be doing that and how I'm a woman, he needs to respect that.
Right.
But see how we missed the first part of that. This is why we end up with incels and red pill people.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? This is why we end up with women who now are running around talking about F men. I don't give a shit about none of y'all. This is why these things are happening. You want to stop this shit? This is how we stop. We got to hold both sides accountable. We can't just sit there and be like, oh, well, she's a woman, we got to believe her. And we can't just be like, oh, well, he's a man, I got to believe him. We got to look at it as human beings, as adults. We need to stop separating men and women as far as being a decent human being, as far as standards. It's the same standard across the board. If you're going to be a decent human being, keyword
I
being
felt
human being.
that in my soul just now. I ain't even gonna lie. I felt that in my soul just now, for real.
That was meant for you then.
I felt that in my soul just knock your door. I ain't never heard a woman say it like that. Like that's how I be trying to view everything, but I ain't never heard a woman say it.
You know, y'all know me. I ain't your average woman that comes up here. I see things as fairly and as evenly as possible. I also
Facts.
come with a dual vision. So when I come with that dual vision and I'm like, I don't understand why y'all separate this. This is I was not raised this way. Yes, I was raised by a single parent. I have 2 brothers. My mom raised us the conversation was not different. The conversation was very simple. Yes, at some point, are you going to have sex? Yes. Be responsible about it. Right? Make sure that one, you're not spreading STIs, STDs, and it doesn't end in an unwanted pregnancy. Those are the 2 basics. But then there's the third aspect that everybody forgets. Don't play with people's hearts. Don't be out here just being an F-boy or being a 304, doing whatever, wrecking people like that. That's just as irresponsible. You don't do that.
Right, cause like some people they be doing stuff, but like they don't even recognize it as they doing wrong to that person. Like they just feel like, oh well, that's just how I am. Accept me or you don't accept me. But I'm like, bro, that's fucked up. At the end of the day, like what you're doing, like that's not even right. Who told you that was right?
Society. This is what happens
Society, yeah.
when music comes out like this. Music comes out here. Oh yeah, let's go out here and let's just be loose and whatever with it. Okay, men and women alike. Don't sit there and say, oh, it's just women's music that do that. There's plenty of dude songs with male rappers talking about that shit.
Exactly.
Male artists talking about that shit. Just like there's female artists and stuff talking about that shit. So it goes both ways, right? When we glorify something as simple as sex, right, which is an intimate act between 2 people, this is the result we get. And the only reason why I'm so passionate about it is because the future generations are listening to this. They're picking this shit up. While we're sitting up here arguing about whose responsibility and why this happens. Oh, it's because men are like this. Oh, it's because women are like this. This younger generation is still being exposed. The cycle's still continuing. At the end of the day, I'm going to call it for what it is. And both of it. Men, women, get your shit together.
And look,
Stop it.
I got an idea of why the cycle is like keep being the same. We always talk about the bad. We never talk about the good though. So all they hear is the bad, keeping the cycle going.
because
That's
that's all
fine.
everyone is projecting is the bad. They're not going to project the good. It's just like, you go into a relationship, you're going to hear the good things about the relationship. You're going to hear the bad things about it.
Well,
I
let's
mean,
also talk about it this way. Let me ask you this. Why is it if I were to sit up here, say if I were to just come up here with no context, somebody came in here and I'm talking about the good portions of sex, is it gonna sound like I'm promoting that?
Yeah, they could
That
probably.
gets perceived that way, but that's not what I'm doing.
Right,
See what
right,
I'm
right.
saying? I could be talking about, yes, intimacy between you and whoever you're deciding to do that with is a very important thing. That should be a safe thing. If a man or a woman is making that seem like a job, they don't feel safe. They don't feel free. They don't. That's not an enjoyable thing for them. This should be an enjoyable act for two people because the intimacy is there. You should feel safe, comfortable
Yeah.
with that person. But again, if I go on those tangents, people are gonna come in here and they're gonna think that I'm promoting it. Oh well, no, see, this is why people need to not do that. I'm not saying that you need to go out there and treat it like a handshake. Let's have an honest conversation about it. Is it a natural human urge? Yes. Do you need to control said urge? Yes, you should have some level of discipline that you're not out here just being impulsive as fuck. Like, come on now.
Well, look, AJ, look, people don't think what they want to think because that's what they do. Girl, say your truth. Say your truth. Say your truth because ain't no lie in it. I promise you.
Oh, 100%. That's why I'm saying it the way I'm saying it. If y'all who've come in here and you know me pretty well know that I don't give a shit. You come in here, you catch the tail end of what I said, I'm gonna let you hold it.
I
That's
mean,
it.
what I'm saying is actual facts. That's why there's nobody saying anything because what she's saying is facts. I agree with you, AJ, 100% of what you're saying. I agree.
I'm not saying anything because I don't care to disagree right now. I disagree with everything she said, first of all. No, I'm just kidding, AJ.
I'm saying your piece.
I'll take opposition. Y'all don't be. I don't mind. Teach me something new. That's fine.
All right,
You know
you
what I mean?
wrong,
Let me see
AJ.
it from
Fuck
it.
no.
Facts.
But the
My
way I
bad,
see
Kev.
it, the way
You
I
wrong
see it,
because you
this is
don't
just
ever think about cheating on my lies. I know everybody be trying to steal you from me, but don't think about it. Even though I'm
hey,
cheating on my live now.
that part. Don't
I'm in
even
cousin's room, so don't
tell
look,
me.
don't look in there, y'all.
I'm going.
Yo, you see, Kev, I'm gonna need you to look. I'm gonna hold you accountable. I'm gonna need you to practice what you preach. You over here talking
Please.
about
Well,
everyone
I
talking
feel
about this.
okay. You gotta give me a
Every
break because
time I'm
I gotta
talking, hold
support my
up, hold
boy
up,
cousins real
hold
quick.
up,
I was thinking about it.
hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. No. This accountability. You don't have to skate around it. Here's the thing. All this time we talk about these relationships in here, and I always say the same thing. You need to give yourself what you expect from another person. Kev over here, don't be cheating on my live, but he in here cheating on his own live. Bruh.
So,
I'm an exception to the rule.
You better not. I ain't pandering to your ass. You better bring your ass back in here.
My feelings are valid.
Your
I'm triggered.
feelings is a
I'm
you
triggered.
problem. That's an it's you, not an it's me, boo boo.
I know.
I'm triggered.
I'm triggered. I'm just saying, yo. I'm just saying. At the end of the day, when I take a step back and I look at it full picture, right? Again, I do this because I personally believe that we borrow things from future generations. We got to set up the next generation for better. Am I sitting there saying that majority of us are not doing that? Yes, we are. We're doing it in our own ways. I will give adults, especially people who have children right now, tons of credit for that if that is what you're doing. However, there's not enough of us doing it. That's the problem. Everybody want to play that. Well, everybody else is doing it, so like, why would I be the exception to that? What the fuck? Don't complain then. Like that's
It,
my response to that. Don't complain.
like, speaking on the future, like, I've been thinking about some things. Like, what are we doing to make our history? Because as far as I see it, our history is going to be looking into history. So, what is our history going to be? We ain't doing nothing
Well, but
today. Like, we just looking at what happened. We ain't doing nothing ourselves, though.
that's the thing everybody's talking about. Oh, I'm breaking generational curses. No, you're just aware of generational curses. You ain't doing nothing. You ain't doing shit to change it. Yes, I said it. I said what I said. You
And I
still
feel,
ain't doing shit to change it. You could sit there, you could research about ancestors and everything else, and it still don't mean nothing if you didn't learn nothing from that experience. What are you learning? What are you taking from that so that it does not repeat going forward? You can't just sit there and just be angry about it.
They
That
just
ain't,
want
that ain't doing shit.
they just want
Holla
to
at
learn
me
it so they
April
can go in the
1st.
live and just repeat it. That's all. They just want to learn it, go in the live and just repeat it, but don't even understand it all the way.
So,
Holla at me
so
April
with that
1st.
being said,
Bunny can
so with
contest
that,
to that. I showed it in my live. Holla at me April 1st. I got a library of history videos I created and a kid show and a PDF. I scrolled through it, almost got banned. Bunny can contest to this. April 1st, holla at me.
Yes.
hey, teleprompter, you literally just slid right into my next question. That was my question. So for everybody in this live, what are you doing, right, to better and set up the next generation? What are you doing right now? Instead of complaining what everybody else on TikTok is doing, what are you personally doing to change
Well,
that?
on Wednesday, me and Tella and Mira and Anasi has our financial literacy live on Wednesday. So everybody come on by there. We're gonna have financial literacy. We're gonna be teaching about taking stuff off credit. We're gonna talk about stocks. We're gonna talk about everything that we need to talk real estate, investing. We're gonna try to get in, we're gonna try to pack as much stuff as we can into that live. But yeah, that's what we're gonna be doing on Wednesday.
AJ, to answer the question, we found out what the derivative was and its trends in popularity. They glorify schmecks, strugs, and money because everybody that they see and are solicited to glorifies that. We got to do what our ancestors did. They made life skills, building houses, having managing money, building communities. Those things were glorified. So people took pride more back then in doing those things. Now it's just a bag and a quick come up. So if we give them history of themselves, they'll be less likely to disrespect this woman. They'll be less likely to, unalive their own kind because they knew they were once great and not just tidbits off the internet. Like they can chronicleize and retort stuff like corporeal footprints. Like the founder of Chicago, which was called Stinking Onion. These type of things, how far the sun is, all of these things that they could actually like be proud to know and that they created it, and it'll disarm their reason to just blow up everything, shoot each other. Like it disarms them and it educates them at the same time, and then we could break the stronghold on why we kick our kids out at 18. Just setting them up for failure instead of making them, like Bunny said, authorized user on a card. So by the time you're 17, your credit score is amazing and you already got a card. You know what I'm saying? Keeping you in the crib like we used to, that other people adopted, until you're 23, 24. So why not just push you back into the systems and then now you're poor as well? Those type of curses is what we're trying to accomplish.
And like a lot of people don't recognize like the age we live in technology. I tell people this every day. Just Google it, man. You can find anything on Google if you know how to use it. Just Google it. You don't got to be asking questions in the comments. You ain't got to be asking questions on the live. What you asking, you can go to Google and find the answer to it, and you will find more than what you're looking for too.
I love that. I
But
love that,
not
guys.
all the time. It's really you really want to try to surround yourself around people that know this stuff, right? Because the things that we're gonna be sharing as well, you can't just sit there and Google everything. So you all sometimes you want some people who got some knowledge on the things like there is Google's not going to put everything up there. You guys got to keep that in mind. I work for Google, first of all, but Google's not going to have everything on there. Like the documents we're going to be showing on Wednesday and sharing out and telling the people they can get these documents, that's not going to be on Google because that's going to stop other people's business if everybody was able to have access to a lot of this stuff. So Google's not going to give out every piece of information because you got to keep in mind other people that's behind Google. They definitely don't want our community advances as much as we want to, or as much as their community. So they're not going to put all the information out there. They're going to put out information that you are able to not really do too much with a lot of times. So knowing people who has experience, knowing people who have done other research like read books and things of that nature, those are the people you should surround yourself around. And that's what I've been doing all last year and this year, to be able to even hold a conversation on Wednesday about financial literacy, because I can care less about this gender war crap. I can care less about this relationship arguments, because I'm in a relationship. I can care less about a lot of the stuff that they talk about, the dating world. I don't care. I'm trying to get look, I'm trying to stack
So I
up
got
this
a question.
money, and also not only stack up this money, but set my family up and whoever else is around me up for success. That's what I'm trying to worry about.
See, that's I love that. So my question is for y'all that are hosting those types of lives. Are you guys gonna be giving out resources for people to read it on their own? Is it just kind of like a sit and listen? Are there gonna be like titles of books that people could pick up and read, so on and so forth?
Book titles. It's gonna be a lot of book titles. I don't have as many. I have only 5. So, brother, if you got some too, bring those. We're gonna be answering questions. We're gonna have people on a panel who's are experiencing this. So I'm trying to have a real estate investor. I'm trying to have somebody who do stocks, somebody who do day trading, somebody who knows about LLCs, somebody who knows about trust. We're trying to get as many people as possible who are experienced in this, so that we can give out those resources and tell people where they can find this. But we are giving out book titles as well. But we're gonna open it up so that people can come on the panel and ask us questions. And we're gonna probably I'm gonna have to have all the mods up in there from Teller's page and my page, so that they can collect questions inside of the comments. So we're gonna try to answer as much as possible to cover it on that. I know it may not be one show, but we're gonna try to unpack a lot of stuff in that one.
Facts. She's leading the way for
Like,
financials. For the mind, for the history, I'm sending it to you. It's an EPK. So all the videos I created, they're on YouTube. They're gonna be YouTube links that only you can see. Or what is it? Unlisted YouTube links. And then my PDF is a PDF. I'm actually sending it to y'all. So y'all could have this be 10 kids shows, 16 historical videos, title Woke or Wandering, and then the long PDF.
What y'all doing is superb.
All right, look, I ain't even go deep. I'm in this library on Discord, and it's got a whole bunch of books. I'm about to go copy it and put it in my bio, so y'all can go to the Discord and join the server. And they got a whole bunch of books in there on multiple topics that we got for free.
so the oh my bad. So the reason why I asked y'all that question, right? I've been kind of semi flying through TikTok because I got a lot of stuff going on in my personal life, so I haven't had a whole lot of time to kind of jump in on panels. But I have been coming in and I've been listening. I've noticed the same conversation that keeps happening. Why is TikTok so toxic? Right? And I sit there this conversation and everybody's pointing out what everybody else is doing. Oh, it's because people are like this. Oh, it's because people are like this. Oh, it's because TikTok's like that. It's because of this. Right? Well, this is where I ask, okay, well, what are you doing to change that? Right? So this is why I ask those questions. I'm like, yo, let's start pushing these things, because I know a lot of us got knowledge in here. We got knowledge. We got good things to keep pushing, keep teaching. Just like Kev. Kev comes in here. He asks his questions. He asks questions deliberately on purpose, right? And that's the reason why I mod for him as hard as I can. So, in case y'all did not know, quick little mod break, real quick. We'll do a quick segue. Please tap the screen, share the live. Right? If you're in the boxes, then you just tap screen, share the live. If you are new here, please go check out Kev's page. Please go subscribe to him on YouTube. Eventually, all of this is going to be moved to YouTube. You want to catch up on past lives, past conversations that we have had, go check those out as well. Make sure you follow all these lovely people that are in here, right? They all got amazing things, amazing people in here. Make sure you follow them, right? So on and so forth. Please remember to be respectful in this live at all times. Okay, we can agree to disagree. We could be adults here. This isn't a negative place, a place where we have discussions, we talk about things. Sometimes we have opposing views, and that's okay. If you have a problem and you can't be respectful, do understand there are plenty of flight attendants in this live that have no problem sending you to any destination you want to be. You ain't got to go home and you ain't got to stay here. Please understand that now. At any time this live becomes a little too much for you, feel free to hit the X in the top right corner. That will immediately eject. The only thing I ask is please keep your arms and legs in the live at all times. Thanks for flying, laugh, and learn, Kev.
Hey, you've been working on that. I see that right now. You've been working on that one. I like it.
Also, if y'all want peanuts, you're gonna have to find Alta in the comments. Alta got the peanuts. Just saying.
Wow.
I can't help you with no peanuts.
I'm done with AJ. I'm done with her.
Hey, I can't just give y'all a bunch of stings and not give you a little bit of a laugh. Come on now.
You're never lying. But Bunny and Telecom, I like that. I would definitely join your live. And I have someone that needs it as well. Not including myself. I need to hear what y'all have to say about, everything. I like the fact that we have some of our people are doing these lives to educate and to show us, some of us, I mean, all of us really, about history, about, how to do things the proper way. And you're right, Bunny, what you said, Google is not going to give you all the information. We do need people with experience and that have knowledge of things, because Google is not going to give you everything. We live in a society where we think that Google gives us everything. And I definitely appreciate y'all for, showing the community how to get a lot of information. And I appreciate y'all.
Absolutely, yeah. Come on over because we got to keep in mind our community is one of the highest spending communities out there. We spend the most money and we don't have anything saved up. We just not setting ourselves up. And me and my sister was talking about that the other day. Like our parents and the older generation, they did what they could with the information that they knew. But I do wish that they knew a little bit more information in order to help us get ahead. But that's what we are here for, to help make sure that we move ourselves forward so that we can set up our kids and the next generation to get ahead and be able to save some money and understand about saving money. So we're going to talk about all type of stuff. We're going to talk about not just getting a regular savings account, what's the disadvantages about having a regular Chase savings account or any bank savings account compared to high yield savings account. Y'all just come on. We're gonna try as best as we can to unpack stuff. So come with your questions, look up some stuff you're thinking about, but we definitely want to set ourselves up because we want to be able to retire. We're one of the lowest communities that retire at an early age. So we want to make sure that we are able to retire, and not only able to retire, but able to show our kids how can they do it, able to set them up and make sure they have good credit when it comes down to it. Tell them what not to do, because another thing is, one thing that my mother told me, don't get in college and they gonna offer you these credit cards. Don't be getting these credit cards. Or how about the fact of getting the credit card, and even though you're gonna spend, you're gonna not, oh my goodness, it's gonna be so much that's gonna come on there about the difference between spending money on your debit card and spending money from a credit card. It's gonna be so much better. You guys probably gonna stop using your debit cards altogether once you guys hear this. So come on over, and we're gonna help you guys out as much as we possibly can.
Hey everybody. I just wanted to say I love the mission that you're going on, because something needs to happen. I was in a couple lives and I was looking at a couple of news panels and stuff like that, even on television. And it appears to me that in the next 5 years, our vote won't even matter with all of the migrants that's coming in. Our vote as the Black community will not matter. The other problem that I have with the migrants that are coming in is, let's say, for instance, you make minimum wage. Where I'm at in Maryland is $15 an hour. Do you realize that these migrants can be paid half of that just because they are not U.S. citizens, which would allow them to hire more people of that race and could fire us? Another thing the sister said is we make the most. I mean, we spend I guess she meant we spent 1.5 billion in the country. That's true, sister. However, we own no businesses. And so our incomes are contingent upon what they decide to do, whom they decide to hire. At one time, they had to hire us because we were the minority. We're no longer that. So I hope that these programs will speak to the community about entrepreneurship, because continue to work for the YT is really a bad thing for us. It's really going to be bad for us in the next 5 years, because they're not going to they're going to hire the Mexicans because they are cheaper labor, and so many of us will be out of work. So we need classes and programs like that to better ourselves for what is coming and what is going to be.
And that's the main reason why this is being done, because knowledge of self. If you knew, see, that's the problem with school, right? Because we are, as parents, supposed to teach at home as well. But all of the history that they provide, you know, if you want to hide something from Black people, you put in the book. They perpetuated that on purpose, right? Because knowledge of self, and once you seek thy knowledge on your own, it's a wrap. So, two things. Public schooling teaches you everything discovered, created, manifest destinied, was all by people who don't look like you. So by the time you get out of school, everything that was created or done didn't come from you, so you don't think that you can. That's why it's important to disarm them with this history of thyself. Like number 2, I say trends and what's popular. We got to make inventing popular again. We got to make ancient geometry popular again. A lot of these kids don't know that two triangles equal a square. Like, they don't know the ancient geometry and how these cathedrals were built because of us, right? Because of the school of wisdom and knowledge. So when we show them that Elijah McCoy invented so many things that the people said, I want the real McCoy. When we teach them that everything was created by them, but they couldn't get patents. So that's how they were able to say this person created this person. When we teach them that stronghold that rips out the back of their cord, it's a wrap. It's a wrap.
I think that's a great. I 100% agree with you. I think the problem, because I've heard this a lot, especially a lot nowadays, is the amount of people who think that they're terrible at math. What you probably have not realized is that you use math all day, every day, right? Everything you do pretty much is math, right? You that's math and physics, right? Which, if I were to just write it out to you in a formula, you'd probably look at that and be confused. I'm like, no, I'm just trying to figure out, if you going 60 miles an hour coming out of pole, when do you got to hit your brake, right? You're going to do that subconsciously. But because the way math is presented to most people and the way it's taught now, most people don't understand that. They don't understand it. The thing with math is so universal, and there are 50,000 ways to get to anything. Any given solution. There are 50 million thousand ways you can answer any math problem, and so on and so forth. The problem is that if I only teach you one way to do it, and you don't fully understand that, you're going to feel like you're bad at math. This is why when I was in college, I made a lot of money just doing math tutors, being a math tutor. Majority of the things I had to help people with, percentages, right? Well, mostly fractions and word problems. But the funny thing is that if I take the word problem and I could put fractions and maybe some complex math in there, right? Maybe way more complex than the question you didn't understand. You automatically figured it out if I made it real life. If I started talking to you about, okay, well, how do you know that you're going to get a good deal? And say you're buying these pairs of shoes and it's 30% over here, 50% over here. Which one are you going to go for? Most people have already figured that out in your head. That is math. You're already doing. When you use currency, that's math. Figuring out how long it's going to take you to go somewhere, that's math. So I say all that to say, there's a lot of things that a lot of people have been convinced they're not good at, It's just not been brought to you in the right way. That's all.
Facts. Facts, AJ.
Hi guys, want to say hello.
It's like that.
Hey, sis.
Hi.
Hey, Alter, why you sound so far away? Are you in the kitchen getting a treat?
I did. I was gonna get you earlier. Getting a dream. Yo, I need that on record somewhere. Like I didn't need you to play it. But yes, I was. Oh yeah. I think of my earphones. So is it sound muffled?
You sound like you far away. Like I could hear more air
Okay, hold on.
than you.
Tell me how possibly with no air. All right, think we're good.
Yeah, we can hear you. There she is. There she is. You was being spicy in the comments. Come on.
All right. Okay, so she said, "Why was I being spicy?" I was like, I was trying to understand what we were talking about, and I've been like I've been trying to multitask, and this clearly didn't work. And so I don't really know
You
all
good,
that
Alter?
we're talking about, guys. I can't really catch up too much except for
I
the
just
math part, which I do agree with. Because we're always doing math. That is a fact. And when I came in here and nobody was talking, I thought y'all was asleep because nobody gets to sleep in here but me. So y'all tried it. I think, what's her name? Okay, let me stop talking this. All right, y'all. I'm sorry. Sorry. But yeah, I don't really
I'm
know.
definitely about to go to sleep. I don't know what Ken
Bunny?
think. I tried. It's either me drop and go to sleep or I'm gonna be knocked out on this panel and sleep. I think the last time I went to sleep on a live was Teller's live. I don't know what. I woke up at the end, literally to give the closing remark. I'm not even gonna lie, Teller. Yeah, I'll go to sleep on y'all quick.
I'm on mute.
It be on accident. I
No,
promise.
I'm on mute.
Your voice is too what?
My voice is too soothing.
Yeah, that your voice is soothing. It is.
Man, look, I put this
Seriously.
Bluetooth in my ear and I be putting this phone next to me and just be the tapping away, y'all, with my eyes closed.
Yeah, my bad.
I'm gonna host a live where I just read y'all. I'm just gonna host a live where I just read y'all bedtime stories. I'm gonna get everybody to go to sleep.
Well, let me make sure I got my pillow, because that's all I need. All I need is my
I
pillow.
can't deal.
But yeah, okay. But yeah, I'm bad, y'all. I just came from a charge live, too. So I'm coming down my slide now. We're good.
Wait, who live?
A charge live.
Oh, a Char's live. Oh my God.
It was so funny. It was not funny, but it was crazy. It was productive at first, but yeah. Meow. But yeah.
I bet you those numbers shot up when it became unproductive.
Right. It was just, yeah, a little bit. It was interesting. It's interesting. It's just interesting to people's point of views. People's like people have like deep, like distaste or what's the word? Disdain for people that they don't know. Like that is crazy. That is insane. I don't understand. It's very different, but again, I
We
think
gotta
this,
shift the mindsets.
yeah, because this app really, it really teaches you how different, not how different, but it does teach you how different perceptions, different point of views, different perspectives. That's what I'm trying to say. I cannot talk it out. Different perspectives, and how to really just deal with that. Deal with how people just come, talk crazy or don't know how to have decorum in a sense. But demand decorum. It's just wild, but you
I mean,
learn.
I enjoy the different perspectives and everything and knowing how some people think. I enjoy it here and there, and I enjoyed it more when I first got on here, but I'm so tired of the same conversations and the arguing and like I come meet oh my God, there's one particular live where they're like, oh, we're trying to help the community, and I ain't heard one solution yet. I swear. And I've been on that for months straight, and I ain't heard one solution yet.
Right.
That's majority of the conversations. That's why I push and I start asking the questions that I ask. What are you doing to change it?
That part.
Don't just bitch about it. What are you doing personally to change it? Because I'm tired of hearing what everybody else doing on TikTok. I don't give a damn. I want to know what the people in the room. What's your solution and how you contribute into the problems that you in the room? And we talking about it. I don't
Exactly.
give a fuck what your people doing.
I go on some people's stuff and I'll be like,
Is
this
Chloe trying to talk? I thought I
topic
heard
not
something.
even.
Oh,
Huh?
I'm sorry. I just thought I kept hearing another voice. I was like, wait, that's not AJ, but I think that's Poet. I think.
Oh.
I think so. I don't know if he's trying to say something or not, but I was like, that's not AJ.
Oh, Poet, you was trying to say something?
I think so. Were you trying to say something, Poet? I just heard like.
No, that wasn't. I wasn't trying to
Oh,
say.
okay. I heard a different voice. Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. I'm quiet. Oh, it's an echo. Okay.
Girl, go to sleep.
Oh, well, go ahead, baby. I think that was. Your turn.
No, but like I was looking at the questions and I was like, I literally put in the comments like, so can somebody explain to me how these questions gonna help the community? Like these questions doesn't even ask for a solution. It's just something for us to have, for us to go back and forth, for us to go in circles, for the numbers can go up, so people can just make money on TikTok. Like that's wild to me that this got to be your income to the point where you're willing to demolish and separate the community just so you can get a quick little dollar. Like that's just wild to me.
See, girl, I was on here earlier and I saw like 4 lives with the same topic. The exact same topic. And I'll tell you what the topic was. The topic literally was, why is TikTok so toxic? The amount of people who was in there having that conversation, talking about, well, it's TikTok because, it's toxic because, people want to be on here being this. People want to be on here doing that. People want to be on here doing this and that. And this, that, and the third. And I'm sitting here. And so I put in the comments, I was like, so what are your practices to protecting your peace on here? Silence.
Ultimately,
You know what I should do? I should start a live with that topic and then switch it up.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, y'all be biting off the same topic, but you ain't really got no follow up. Like, because a motherfucker like me come in and I'm like, all right, so what you doing to protect your peace since you so irritated with these people? Silence.
Yeah,
Literally radio silence. I was like, change your fucking algorithm and unfollow people. What? What do you mean?
I think it's just we already know the answer to some questions that we do ask. The reason why TikTok is toxic is because people are toxic, and it's just people together being toxic. That's just all that is.
Well, that's because people like hiding behind this dang on phone. I swear, that's what it is. People love the fact that they can talk crazy. You would just imagine how many of these people are okay and just love the fact that they can talk crazy to people and have no repercussions because they behind their phones. That's what it really is, to be
Yeah,
honest with you.
it's wild. Cause I'm like, I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, I'm like, y'all not gonna be talking to each other like this in real life. I promise you, you won't. Because first of all, you come at me crazy, you're gonna see a whole other different side if you're in front of me. On TikTok, it's
That's
like, come on now.
I feel like I'm nicer on TikTok, like if it comes to like people really being stupid. But it's just I think ultimately though it's taught me how to be more. I'm trying to be more like I think it's to be more like a little bit more calm and like understanding with them. And I think I'm doing good, then it just kind of doesn't go good. But I am getting better. I can't.
Experience. We proud of you though. We proud of you. You good. You good.
I mean, because this is the thing though. On TikTok, you really can't change nothing. You can't change how people act. And I'm done. And I said that before the 2024. Like I'm done letting people get underneath my skin. For what? I know you just talking crazy because you behind the screen. And
Yeah.
I can't see you and I can't find, well, I mean, I guess I can find you if I want to, but to be all honest, I'm not going to take time on my day to do so.
Right.
So why am I getting upset and arguing? I'll just be like, nope, just not for me. Going on mute or dropping out the panel altogether. Like, I don't care for that. I got way more important stuff. These people on here sound miserable when they talk like that. Like, you're not going to make me sound like I ain't blessed over here.
Yeah, that's one reason why I took a break from TikTok, because TikTok became toxic. And I'm like, okay, wait a minute. it's time to step back. It's time to look at things as a whole, because a lot of this, there's only a few lives I go in that, you know what I mean, it's being productive, you know what I mean, that have solutions. And a lot of them don't have it. We can sit here and argue with each other about our viewpoints, you know what I mean? Because some of us is trying to be up here, trying to change a person's mindset. When you don't want to change, you're going to argue it because you don't want to change it. So sometimes we got to step back from TikTok, give it a break.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
agree. I
don't
did
think
it
it
too.
should be anybody's job to or anybody's position to change a mindset. I think you'll definitely be like, I don't think it's we should force to change a mindset, but I think it's okay to speak on things that you know to be true or to be helpful in a sense, but knowing that you can't, like I said at the time, like you can't, somebody is the water, somebody is the seed sower, somebody is the sun, oxygen. You're not going to be able to see the whole tree or the whole plant grow into a tree. So I think sometimes we get frustrated because we want to see the whole tree grow in one night, and they're not going to. It's not going to happen like that in every situation. So again, I think like on here, you can definitely get caught up in conversations that may not be leading anywhere productive in a sense. But even with some of the things that you do share, even with some of the points that you do make, whether that person seems to understand it or not, it's still said. So at least they can't go out of the live or out of the conversation not having gained more perspective. Even if in that moment it don't sound like they did or they got it. I'm not a huge component at being silent and just walking away type thing. I'm not good at that because and I'm not saying like in a negative bad way. Like even like in person I'm this way. Like where if we're in discussions and I feel like something is necessary to be said, I gotta be the one. I gotta say it. I got to.
You're being true to you. You're being true to you, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like,
Yeah, because
and that's the
it's
thing.
like it's necessary to say, like some things is necessary to say to share because some may need to hear it, but it's not always like what I'm saying is just to check you. It ain't about checking, it's just about just things that need to be said to gain and for someone else to gain a different perspective of what things are. And sometimes you can get caught up in, I think on here though, you can get caught up in just going back and forth with like unnecessary points. But I think at that time, I get what Bunny said. At that time, I just probably like, I kind of like listening, just like, all right, unless it's just really ridiculous. And I just got like, whatever. But it's just, I think this app it is kind of showing you like to really see what people's motives are so that you're not engaging so far to the point or getting so like legit butthurt that you take it home with you. I think that's crazy to like take it home
I
with
think
you.
that's crazy.
Yeah, and make that a thing. Like when these people are on here because they're bored, they're miserable. This girl is like literally arguing on the live. 20 years old. She kept saying how she was 20. I'm 20. Y'all old hags on here arguing with a 20-year-old, but you're arguing with grown people. You're 20. You don't have nothing more fun to do. It's crazy. I don't understand that. That's just weird. It's like weird stuff like that. Like it's just conversations like that. I just think it's just mad crazy because I'm just like, what's going on with you? And like someone was like, well, I'm pretty sure she could be having fun. I said, well, then why isn't she? Like she sounds lonely. That is what it sounds like. It's like something's wrong. And I don't know why people think because you have a lot of people around you that you don't have to feel lonely or that you may not feel a sense of loneliness. That's not even it's just, I don't know.
Yeah. I think for me, it's very simple, right? Like I'm not gonna lie, this is another app on the internet. I take it for what it is, right? I take it at face value. At the end of the day, this is entertainment and it's a distraction. Okay, I'm just gonna call it for what it is. This is a distraction and it's entertainment for me. And it's like that for many people. However, I'm very particular on what my distraction is going to be and what I'm going to pollute my airspace with. Right. So there's a reason why, like, there are times, if you want to look at my page, I may be following 500 people. I may have a bunch of people following me. I don't follow everybody back. I don't hang out in everybody's rooms. It takes me a long time to actually get to your room, depending on who you are. Probably because either I forgot or we just didn't, you know what I mean? It takes me a while to start coming around because, again, I have to figure out if that's a space I necessarily care to be in. Because I've seen too many people on this app act one way in one room and act completely different somewhere else.
And I'm like, wait, hold up. You hella chill over here when we in Kev's live, but now you over here talking about being a whole 304 and this down the third, but your stance over there was something different. That's crazy to me. Right? But I get it. It's entertainment. People gonna do that. I'm not mad at it. Anymore, I want to say my goal this year, one, I'm just gonna let people do what they gonna do. Right? I'm gonna leave you where the fuck you came at. You want to come at me sideways? I ain't even gonna argue. Matter of fact, I don't even really yell. I think I've only ever had to drop like my little daddy voice in this room one time. Other than that don't happen. that was a very rare
Man, you
occurrence.
did it 14 times. I know.
Right? And I was like, no, it is a rare occurrence, so I don't normally come out of pocket. Usually I'll just leave. I can't be bothered. I'll keep it a buck with you. I can't be bothered majority of the time. So it really just depends. But like I said, it takes me a while of just kind of like seeing what somebody's talking about before I start just hanging out in there. Because one, I also don't want to deal with what other stupid shit that you have going on here and your little haters coming over to my shit and fucking up my shit. Like, AJ was over there hanging out with so-and-so, and you know we don't like this person, but she over there. I don't give a fuck about what your internet beef is. I'm going to tell you that real quick. You bring me into that shit, you both get blocked. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Nah, but I Bunny alluded to the tactic I use. I ain't gonna cap. I do use the clickbait. Not that my topics be real, but since I go so long on them, I like to put people up in the panel strategically over the course of 6 to 8 hours to see what their rhetoric is, see what their mission is. And I've been finding that a lot of people come in your room that have intelligence. You know what I'm saying? That's how I met a lot of people. So once I saw that yeah, you'll get your numbers up by being divisive. But if you have some other talking points that you switch it up to 3, 4, 5 hours later when the room dies down and actual grown folks are talking like right now, then that's when I embrace loving this app, because it's sponge time. Right? Because whether you're using it for personal gain or that's just the person you are, we can't act like wisdom or knowledge or learning at one point in time that was better than shooting the ball. Like, if you knew more than somebody, like, you was the schmish. You know what I'm saying? So I like how these different people from all across the world come into my room later on, and they stick with us, and then we talk about, all right, this is what we're gonna do, this is how we're gonna do it. But I can't cap what you just said did resonate with me, because although I'm using it for personal gain and for a good purpose, it doesn't take away that attention grabber is what people use to be chaotic and toxic on the app. You for sure right on that one.
Well, I think that's the thing. I mean, it's a tactic. Whatever your tactic is, I mean, people are gonna do what works best for them. That's just a natural fact. Right? It doesn't matter what it is, whether you on TikTok, it's in real life, whatever else. They're gonna do whatever is going to suit them or has suited them in the past. So, do I necessarily think anybody who uses clickbait stuff is a terrible person? No, there are people I hang out in lives where people have nothing but clickbait topics. That's not an issue, right? My
You know we
my
don't
thing
care
is
about
when it
each
comes to
other's
like,
feelings, AJ. You know we don't care about each other's feelings.
oh, I don't give a fuck about nobody's feelings. But at the end of the day, like, but I am fair, right? I will be fair. I don't think that anybody's a terrible person. Oh, this person just using it for gain. At the end of the day, I don't care. For me, it's more or less just where the conversation goes, right? And is it a conversation that we already had 14,000 times? I'm tired of hearing how men and women are different as if we did not know this when we were children. Like, we know this. I know that we already know this. Why we don't keep saying the same thing over and over again?
I feel like it
There's
should
no
be
point.
you. No, I'm not agree with what you said. I feel like it should that if it wasn't for TikTok, I would not think for a second that was necessary to argue. Granted that I feel like some people who legit argue that point, because people are on here arguing that point, I think they are just doing it to be ridiculous, to be honest with you. But some of them seem like they are so for real. Like, we are literally the same. We go through we experience the same thing. Like, so treat us the same way. And I'm getting more information. I'm getting more understanding that they're not some of them are not just saying like legit, we're the same, just like treat us, equally in certain positions that we want to be in, things like that. Which again is still another point.
100%. 100%. The biggest issue that's on here is the reason why these conversations sound very repetitive or become very repetitive is the lack of articulation. People can't articulate correctly what they're trying to say, right? So therefore, they're just saying, well, we need to be treated the same. We need to be treated the same. We need to be treated the same. And it's like, that's not exactly what you're trying to say, though, right? But then because they're bad at articulating, and the person that comes up may not fully understand what the hell is going on, or it's the first time they're having a conversation. Now we're stuck having the same conversations over and over again. Me, like I said, I don't care what the conversation's about. My question is, are we moving to a point that's not just a solution for other people? Is it an actual attainable solution that you yourself practices? Right? I don't care about people telling me and everybody else how to fucking live. Is this something that you're doing? Right? That's like me sitting there being like, you know what? Nobody should ever sin. Don't ever commit a sin. I can't live that. The fuck? I sin every day just like everybody else. You know what I mean? I try not to, but I'm going to do that. So that's more or less just kind of what I'm looking for. I don't necessarily care with the conversation. We could talk about fucking monkeys. I don't care. We could talk about how the other day I literally woke up, had to text my best friend, half asleep, talking about how we're all soup. At the end of the day, we're all soup.
We're all soup.
If you know, you know. I can go over it, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, I think I will say that grace is something that needs to be spoken on more. But when you speak about grace, and people throw the word shame and all that kind of stuff, but the thing about it, I get all the aspects. I get the accountability. I get all of it at the end of the day. But not one person living today has went through life without being shown grace in some type of way. So I always believe that anybody can be redeemed, can be restored, but it does take your ability to and will and desire to want that. Just because something is offered and just because something is available don't mean that you're gonna take it. Doesn't mean that you're gonna experience it, because you have to be willing to receive it. And I think that's in a sense that's where frustration comes from in a sense. But then we have to then go back to our own selves when we were stubborn and we didn't have all the right answers or make all the right decisions that made sense to us. But it's like at some point, like if you're genuinely wanting to, like you're saying, if people are genuinely wanting solutions, why I just feel like all men this? I just feel like, well, women this and this and that. Okay, then when a solution is brought to you in a different perspective, because sometimes solutions can't happen without you changing your perspective. So if you're not even willing to change your perspective, then the solution, the results is not what you truly desire. It's just you continuing to share how you feel and hoping other people can gravitate to what you believe so that you can stay there and not change. That's what that's it.
I mean, I'll call it for how I see it. This app is the biggest perpetuator for everybody having a goddamn TED Talk about something. Right? The amount of people who just want to talk about themselves and how they feel about a situation. Well, man, y'all need to do this, that, and the third. Women, y'all need to do this, that, and the third. Relationships need to be this way. You need to da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Bruh, shut the fuck up. Right? At the end of the day. Yes, do I believe we should practice and be more in the habit of the practice of trying to give each other grace and compassion? Of course. But at the same time, we also have to have compassion and understanding that not everybody's going to have that bandwidth. And that's okay. Right? That's the reason why I keep pushing. You got to learn to give yourself grace first. Because if you just keep expecting it out there, you're kind of setting yourself up to fail, because not everybody has the bandwidth. Most people, whether they want to admit it or not, or at least on this app that I see, are emotionally bankrupt. They don't have the capacity to think about things outside themselves, not to view things as themselves. Therefore, nothing makes sense. See what I'm saying? That's why I'm like, okay, well, if we kind of know that, then we need to start being in the habit of giving it to ourselves first. Therefore, we can give it to other people, because you can't just continue to give it to other people and not get it back, right? You got to
And
learn
that
to give it to yourself too.
actually, it was this comment. It was this live that we were in the other day too. It was like, speaking on that, it was because I forgot how they were saying it. They were like, well, yeah, I give to other people because I've always a people pleaser. I please everybody else. I want to make sure everybody else is good. I'm like, sis, no, you're benefiting from what you're saying. You're pleasing people from. Like you're benefiting from that. Like, let's be for real. You're benefiting from that, and then the downside, you feel like it's a downside because you've been stuck pleasing everybody, but you've been getting deposits from that as well. So and then so, but how can you give this pleasing, this thing like that when you don't even know how to do it for yourself, or do you realize you are doing it for yourself? Because you said you're pleasing. You're so big at pleasing other people, but you're self-pleasing as well. You think you went all these years, all this time to truly giving, and receiving absolutely nothing. Something is making you stay besides your desire to give. You're getting something from that. So that just gives me when people say stuff like that, like, I did this for this person, I did all this for you. No, you got something from it. That's why you continue to do it, because you're selfish, and most of us are.
The
So don't
real
think that
ones.
you're doing this long, this in depth, and you receiving absolutely nothing from it. Even if it's a level of pride that you are receiving from it, you're receiving something.
Well, it's the same thing. I think that's the biggest motivation for a lot of people. A lot of people want to do stuff for other people to get some sort of self-betterment, and that's not, a lot of the time it's not even truly helping somebody, right? And also, just like I said, the way people project even in here, right? If you look at, and maybe it's just my observation, anytime I look at Kev's topic, he's not talking about you personally. It's a generalized topic for a reason. But how many people come in here, make it about themselves,
selfish,
and then get upset? Well, I'm a people pleaser. No, I'm selfless. I'm talking about these type of women. No, you talking about yourself, and you just didn't want to. You
What
came
do
in
you
here, read the
mean by
topic,
women?
and felt a type of way. You know what I mean? You felt a type of way. You didn't even understand the assignment, right? And it's the same thing, right? It's the same thing with people who run to extremes, right? Because you always get, almost every time, depending on what he's talking about, you always get that one person who runs to the extreme. Oh, well, you know what? Because you're telling me that I need to be more careful with the sex topic and having sex with people. Now I'm gonna go out there and treat it like a handshake, and you can't tell me shit. Girl, what the fuck was the point of that?
Dive all
If
in
you
there.
wanted
Do
to
we
do
care?
like, ain't nobody asked you who the fuck you sleeping with. We just saying in general terms, this is what needs to be happening. You know what I mean? This is the way we need to start moving and gearing people to move. No, you came up here, sis, to come in here and have a whole conversation about your motherfucking self that ain't nobody asked for. And now we over here talking about you and your fucking problem. That had nothing to do with the fucking topic.
And then be mad when it's centered around you. Well, I don't want this centered around you. Clearly you wanted it around you. You brought up the conversation. You brought up the story. You made it about you so bad. It's actually what happened with that person that was on this show. Like, it actually happened like that. It's like you created that. That's crazy.
But God-fearing people, or people who believe in as above, so below, or yin and yang, whatever, anybody who has a spiritualness about them, they know that giving is the balance. Like, yeah, you're aware that you're supposed to give more than you receive. But when you live like that, in any instance, whether it's giving bread to homeless, whether it's giving back to the community, whether it's always being so ready to give to people without without an ulterior motive that you're going to immediately get something back. You just know that you've been down before. You've seen people who've been down, and the only turning tide is you left the universe more than you took from it. You know what I'm saying? So I agree with that as well. It's only the God-fearing people that actually, or the people who are spiritual, or the people who respect the land. They don't have a problem with giving, but they're not giving because it makes people happy or because they know it's going to make themselves happy. They give because they feel like it's an obligation. Like you have been able to succeed. I think that's one of the best things of selflessness, though, right? Because regardless of the things you've done or accomplished, you know that you didn't do them on your own. No matter how much people try to project that they got it out the mud on their own. No, you put in some work, you had some luck go your way, and somebody found favor in you. Like, it's really that simple, because what separates you from anybody else?
Well, and I think
Yeah,
that's the other thing too.
favor.
When you're somebody who's giving, right? This is where, and there's a reason why I'm very hard on people who give sometimes more than people who are receiving, because a lot of people give when they ain't got shit to, they don't even have it to give, right? And I'll use an example. Let's take I don't know, this has happened many times as in my adult life, right? Where a friend or a family member needed a place to stay, right? Oh man, I'm down on my luck. I just need a place to stay. Okay, cool, right? When I don't have, like, and I'm the type of person, if I don't have the means and I can't help you, like, I'm just gonna tell him, like, hey man, I really can't help you, right? It's not because I'm being mean or, you know what I mean? Any of that. It's, I don't have it to give you, right? That's just as simple as it went. Now, I've had a friend that at one point, right, who was homeless, needed a place to stay in the middle of winter in Colorado. I was like, hey man, if I would have known that, you could have just came here. Didn't charge this person rent. Didn't charge them really anything in rent or anything else. I was like, hey man, as long as you're trying, just get up on your feet and get up out of here. That person was able to get out of my house within 3 months, right? Because why? I wasn't dependent on that person for bills. I wasn't dependent on that person for food or any of that. I could sustain all of that. I was in the perfect position to help this person, right? But a lot of times, even when I've been in that situation, people be like, yeah, come in, come move with me. I can help you, this, that, and the third. I end up paying all their bills, doing everything else. And now I'm stuck in a situation I don't want to be in. And that gets very tired very quickly. And now all of a sudden I'm meant to feel like shit because you bit off more than you could chew because you wanted to feel a type of way. That's why I'm hard on those types of people, right? I'm not hard because I'm being an asshole. It's really, you have to be an honest person when you're in the giving position. If you're not in the place to give, don't do that, because you're setting that person up and you're setting that person back. That's just all I'm gonna say. I don't know if y'all agree with that or not.
I was trying to follow. So, like you said, people that give, okay, just tell me again in a nutshell.
All right, I'll make it kind of quick. So, like, if you're a giver, right, you have to be honest on whether or not you have whatever you're trying to give to somebody else, that you can actually give it to that person, right? A lot of the time, a lot of people use that as lip service.
Okay, go ahead.
No, you
They use
no,
it
ask
as
questions. I'd rather you ask questions to understand.
okay.
So people will use, you know what I mean? So people will say, okay, yeah, I can give you this, I can give you that, but they really don't have it to give, right? It's more or less just for them to feel good about themselves, and has very little to do with you and actually helping you.
Okay.
See what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying.
It's a
People who give have to be honest as well. Like, it's okay to not always have it.
Yeah. So like, okay. So those who give. Okay, I'm trying to serious. Are you saying, like, because I know there's some people who, like, they'll give, and this is what irks me about these people. I'm going to say, I don't know if this is matching what you said, but they will give over time, and then they have this sense of bitterness because they're giving so much to people and feel like they haven't received enough back, but they were never giving for the right intentions, and so that's kind of why I think that bitterness type of energy comes into play, because they were always giving, and again, some things that they didn't have to give, just and not giving, like, hey, I'm gonna give this to you, and no receipts. I think the thing is, when you give, you shouldn't have receipts. That's just how I feel.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, remember what you gave.
Right.
It's the same thing, right? So, like, for me, right, if I give somebody something, I'm not requiring anything back, right? If I'm giving somebody something, it's like, okay, yeah, I understand. That's me giving grace to the situation. That's me understanding and having compassion. I'm giving you this because everybody deserves compassion. We've all been there. We've all been through the struggle. Now, whether that person burns me or doesn't burn me, that has nothing to do with me at that point. I'm offering myself to do that, right? Now, if you're burning me and so on and so forth, that's for me to put up a boundary, and then, that's a whole other situation.
Right.
But if I'm giving somebody something, right, am I expecting them, say I invest $5,000 into somebody. Am I expecting $5,000 or $10,000 back? Fuck no. I don't care. If I had the $5,000 to throw away, that's when I'm giving it. So it's like when if people say somebody comes up to me like, AJ, you got $20. I'm not gonna give you $20 if I can't part with it. Right? Like if I'm on like, bro, I need to put gas in my car, I gotta get to work type situation, I ain't got the $20. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? I may give you $5, but I can't give you the whole 20. I gotta put gas in the car. Right? There are people out
Especially
here
when y'all
who will
done.
give that last 20 and then be jaded about it. Like, that's what I don't understand.
Can
Dang, I
I
don't
add
gave
to
all to the last 20. Why? You shouldn't have done that. Now you're gonna make this person feel like shit. Go ahead, teleprompter.
appreciate it. Hey Kev, if I asked you what's Kev's decision, I see you get a little tired. If I asked you, hey Kev, charity and sacrifice, can you explain the difference in the two? What's
Um,
Kevin's perspective?
oh, I got you on that. Oh, that's easy. That's easy money. Charity is something. Charity is something you already have, and you give it to somebody. Sacrifice is something. Sacrifice is something that you barely have, and you give it to give. So both of them is giving, but one of them is like I can have a lot of money and then give it as a charity.
So that was
What
you
other?
and D. Okay, cool.
Huh?
I
Yep.
said so that was you and D in that room that said that. Cool.
Who I said it?
Yeah, you and D said that you and D said that charity is giving something that you have over to somebody that needs it, but sacrifice is giving something that you need to
Yep.
somebody that don't have it. That's why sacrifices. I learned that
Yep.
from you. I give you kudos to that. I was just making sure you remember because you opened my eyes to that. There's a big difference than giving somebody $20 or giving somebody $500 when you ain't paid your rent yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's why everybody can't say, I sacrifice all.
You
Like charity would be like 500. It could be a 100,000 with a person a millionaire. You see what I'm saying? But that ain't doing nothing. But a sacrifice would be $500,000 from a million.
That's why when they talk about that, even biblically, they talk like a sacrifice.
Yeah.
You know, it's not nothing that you're giving that's like, oh, I got 100 of these, you have one. That's charity. But like, hey, this is I only got like this is like the only one I have. I only have like one or two. This is gonna be a sacrifice because I may not even get this again.
Right.
That's
Sacrifice. Self-sacrifice. Giving. Oh, go ahead. AJ, my bad.
For the ones, no. For the ones where that's going over people's heads, I'll make it as simple as this. It's like if you were down to your last meal, and somebody, you're like, man, I ain't got money. You bought your last, I don't know, McDonald's cheeseburger, right? It's gonna be the last one you have for a long time. And a homeless man walks by, you give it to him. That's sacrifice, right? Giving now, if I go out there and I buy that homeless man a McDouble, that's charity. Those are two different things. So I just wanted to clarify that for some people, because some people equate like money type things. Oh well, it wasn't really a sacrifice; it was $1. Well, if it was your last dollar, that's a sacrifice.
Fact.
You know like it doesn't always have to be like crazy amounts. $500, $600, $700. It could be your last dollar, be your last $5. We've all been there.
And don't give to ungrateful people. Like if you give somebody $1, if they're like, "Oh, I really need money," and you give them $1, and they'll be like, "That's it." Don't ever ask me for anything ever again, because I was trying to be nice, and it might not be as much as you wanted, but I was still trying to be nice and give it to you because I wanted to, maybe I was going to give you more later, and I was just seeing how you would feel if I gave you just a little bit. So don't give anything to anybody who's greedy like that either.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's also, getting to know. I mean, and again, that's where you hear this word on here all the time: discernment. Everybody always want to talk about discernment, but yet nobody really uses that, right? Everybody want to complain about the same thing. All these toxic lives. But we just have to have discernment. But all these toxic lives, you ain't practicing what you preach. But I digress on that. But it's just the thing, like when you help people. You know what I mean? You have to, one, understand or try to do the best you can to understand the situation so you know what you're walking into. It's okay to ask questions, especially with friends and family. You don't always know, right? Some people may think that you're you know what I mean, they're entitled to you, right? Family is notorious for that sometimes. They think they're entitled. Sometimes you got to set the boundary down, and that's okay. Set that boundary and be like, hey, look, I ain't got it. That's fine. But I know a lot of people like to hide behind that under, oh, well, I'm people pleasing. That's why I did that. That's not why. That's not why. You did it for your own self gain. You're gonna. That's just how it is. So that's the reason why, like, I'm harder on people who give people stuff, not, and sometimes on people who receive. It just depends. But to me, they kind of go both ways.
How would you say that both ways on the receiving part?
Well, if you're somebody who's constantly, like, if you don't know how to help yourself, that's also an issue, right? So
Okay.
if I'm trying to help somebody, right, it's that classic saying, you can give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. You teach him to fish, he'll eat for a lifetime. So if I go out there and I try to teach you to fish to feed yourself for a lifetime, and you don't want to do that, that's a problem.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? People also have to try. Like, my whole thing is, if I see that you're legitimately trying, I don't have a problem helping you. Where I have an issue is when you ain't doing shit, but you crying about it. Like, there's a whole other situation. So that's what I'm saying. Like, sometimes they could be one and the same.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah, funny.
Them twin powers, we already knew who today.
That's hilarious. No, that's a good point. I get that. Cause I was like, okay, the other aspect would be, but yeah, you're constantly like, and then you get to the point where you be like, funny about that, like you're feeling obligated, like people have to be obligated to give to you. Like what, ma'am, sir?
Yeah.
Let's not do
Well,
that.
well, and it's always good. You know, the one thing that I always try to remember, and again, it's no fault to anybody. And I know some people are gonna come for me for making a statement, but it is in human nature for people to take advantage. They don't do it because of any type of negativity. People will take advantage of a situation. Doesn't mean that they're negative. It's just natural. They may naturally do that, especially if they're not self-aware. This is why self-awareness is very important. Keep
It
yourself
is.
in check.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah.
That's why I just I just feel like it's just, I don't know. I think life is so interesting. It's really fun. Like I be waking up like, okay, what am I gonna understand, learn, teach, experience today? I just think it's so interesting. Like anyone who's afraid of learning or growing and all that kind of stuff is just like, man, I feel for them because life is just that. It's about learning, experiencing. And if you're so afraid to just do that, man, it's like you're really missing out. Like you really. That's why I feel like even people have a whole bunch of regrets too. Granted, I'm sure those things are like if we go back, like man, like yeah, if I was thinking smarter or whatever, or thinking less about myself, whatever the case is, I probably would have made better choices. But ultimately, life is just cool because every day is new. And the day you wake up and continue to do the same thing, think the same way, or feel like there is no hope in the new day that you were given, that is a sad life. People have all these other things. And if the worst thing I feel like is one thing to be a prisoner physically, but to be a prisoner in your own mind is a whole different ballgame.
Most of us are, you know, and that's the other thing too when it comes to regrets. And that's the reason why, you know, again, going back to giving yourself grace, you have to understand that hindsight is always going to be 20/20. You're gonna see when you're no longer in that situation, you actually have time to take a step back and look at it. You're gonna see all the missed opportunities. You're gonna be like, oh man, I should have done this, that, and the third. But if you stay in woulda, coulda, shoulda, that's where people start to become resentful. They become cynical, right? So the thing is, you know, especially when it comes to mental prisons, this is the reason why I always say it's very important that you read and write every day. Expand your vocabulary, right? Feed your brain, make sure that you can learn new things, right? Just like you said, you got to learn. But also make sure that you shower and that you eat the right foods. If you're on a McDonald's diet, it's not a coincidence that you're depressed. If you're on, you know what I mean? If that's what you eat. If all you eat is McDoubles, bruh, there's a reason why you're depressed. If all you do is eat McDoubles and drink energy drinks, there's a reason why you have anxiety the way that you do. You're not supposed to put that shit down and put some veggies on your plate. Put some veggies on your plate. Eat a salad.
I had a bomb
Eat some
salad
fruit.
today.
You know what I'm saying?
That's okay.
Oh, what kind of salad you got?
I just made one with some I be throwing everything in my salad, like cucumber, like all those different veggies. I did like cucumbers, bell peppers, it was some red onion, it was a little bit of feta cheese, and I baked the salmon and put it on top. When I tell you that salad was so bomb. I love putting like olive oil and salt and pepper too sometimes, but I don't really like, cause I'm not like big on like dressing. I think I did like a little olive oil or something, it's kind of little vinaigrette thing. But no, it was so good. Did I say tomatoes? Yeah, tomatoes too. It was just so good. Put it in my little bowl. So good with some little toast. Like I did like a little what was it? It's little grain. It's like little grain bread though. It was just bomb. It's like, just made me think about that. My bad.
No, you good. You good. I'm just saying. I'm like, yo, y'all gotta remember. Hey, and also just a quick reminder, you know, as I'm reminding everybody that they, you know, they make out salads in the fridge. I see. Make sure you drink some water. Please drink some water.
Yeah,
Please
don't forget
hydrate
your water.
yourself. Please do not forget to drink your water. Y'all, drink some water.
Yes. Please drink your water. Don't forget your
water.
water, guys. Stay hydrated. Please don't be one of those people that think water is nasty. Drink it. Look, me and Boss May gonna have us a salad tomorrow because I have more salmon left over, so I'm definitely gonna add that in there.
You know what? I'm gonna make a chicken salad. Not a chicken salad. I'm gonna make salad, but I'm gonna put chicken on it.
Oh yes.
I got a bunch of chicken I gotta eat. Yeah.
I just made some sausage chicken breast.
Yeah. I'm definitely gonna do that. I'm gonna make some salads with some chicken and stuff. I also need to make some lemon pepper chicken tomorrow too.
Lemon pepper. I like anything
Hey,
chicken.
Kev, I'm gonna head out for the night, bro. I'll see you tomorrow. All right, AJ. All right, all.
See
I
ya.
appreciate you, brother, man.
Yeah, I got a work schedule. So I'll see you tomorrow. How we seeing each other tomorrow?
Hey, let him do what he do, man. He said what he said.
Don't be
Right,
fronting like you ain't gonna be
dang.
on here tomorrow. Don't let her front. She gonna be on here tomorrow. She just being spicy.
Right, spicy. Get the fire, man.
All right, y'all.
Good
All right,
night.
brother.
See, I kept it for 5 more seconds. So I be that's what I do.
Almost,
I
man.
almost had him. He was too focused.
Too focused.
Too focused. That's too funny. Don't have me and AJ on here. We'll really have Kev's house. That's why Kev, I don't know why he ever tried to announce that he getting off. It's like, oh, you getting off? Well, anyway, guys, what y'all been doing? Y'all been good? Y'all all right?
Y'all
She do be trying to do that. That's why one time she tried it, I cut the whole live off. I'm like, nope, not today.
Hey.
That's all
Hey,
right.
Kev, you just let us have our accountability kitchen in here, okay? Let's talk about some food and
That's
keep
right.
these people accountable.
Look at him with a nice eyebrow.
Yeah, you right about that. Y'all making me hungry, so that's why I'm starting to eat some graham crackers now.
You know what? That is
graham crackers, bro. I need you to.
Said graham crackers, bro.
Bruh.
Yo, I'm done.
Well, I mean, at least they graham crackers. At least they ain't like Teddy Grahams or some shit. Sometimes Kev be eating kid food. I'm like, bruh.
Oh gosh.
Wait,
I mean, at least he eating though. I'll give him that. At least he's eating.
Kev, do you like the savory one? Like savory crackers?
What is those? I don't know. I just eat the honey one.
I had one at the school when I was a teacher. They were so good. I was like, what brand is this? I bought it, but I'm looking for it now. It's somewhere in my house.
Is it though? You talking about the one that had a small version of it for the kids and stuff?
No, it's like these rosemary cheese crackers. They're like really good.
Oh, I ain't tried that yet. I'm gonna have to try it then.
No, for real. No, the food kit is busting.
Okay, what's your
She said
favorite?
kid
bro.
foods be busting.
What's your favorite thing
It
to
is.
eat? Okay.
Something about it's like it's more concentrated or something. That just be weird. And they
Yeah,
stretch
what's
it
your
out when
favorite
it's an
thing to
adult.
eat?
My only thing is, okay, like I'm gonna be real with y'all, right? I'm a bit of a fat kid. Also, I also get elevated, so like my only problem with like the kids snack stuff is that they don't ever make them big enough. Like I don't understand why they haven't made like an adult size, and I don't mean like the alcoholic version of it. I mean just like an adult size like Capri Sun. Why I gotta be tiny? I got cotton
Yeah,
mouth.
I've been
That
waiting
ain't doing
for
shit.
Yeah, I'm
That
done.
just
It said
pissing
get
it
you a
off.
regular drink. they need Capri Sun drink in a gallon.
Straight
That's
up.
what they need to do. Put it in a gallon so we can start taking these kids snacks and they drinks. These poor kids. I thought I have 2 left. Hey, stop being ungrateful. Like what? I'm taking these kids snacks.
What happened? AJ,
That's
I thought
so
I had
funny.
Pop-Tarts left. What
I
you
knew I had
mean?
1
You know
packet
what?
left.
I think you ate them yesterday. They
No,
gotta
I
sit out
didn't
here gaslighting
purposely.
these kids. We need to
Right.
stop gaslighting these kids with these snacks,
No,
bruh. Like,
seriously. You only had 1 left. No, I purposely saved 2.
you ate it yesterday. No, I didn't. You sure?
Stop talking back. Like what? How are we talking back? Wait, I was gonna ask you, Kat, what's your favorite food?
Eatable.
What's your favorite thing? What's your favorite thing to eat?
I think it's some type of chicken or corned beef, maybe.
You and this
Or
corned
pizza.
beef.
Or pizza.
Stop talking back. You know
What's wrong with corned beef?
when the kids get close to the answer, stop talking back.
Stop talking.
It's so bad. But I was just you talking back, be disrespectful. Go sit down somewhere. I'll ask all
What
the
is wrong with
questions.
corned beef?
Ask all the questions. But yeah,
Yeah.
corned beef, not the
That's a lot
corned
of
beef.
salt. That's a lot of
It
salt in
is a
corned
lot of
beef.
it is a lot of salt though, but
That is not.
probably when
It's
I had a
good.
headache a couple days ago. That makes sense.
And then did you drink a lot of water behind it?
That's why I usually try to drink water.
So
You
yeah,
said beef stew. Oh my!
Usually.
You got the part
Hold
of it
up.
right.
Hold up. Did you say you usually try to drink water or that you do drink water afterwards?
No, I drink water. But I think one of them nights. You just
Water.
made me think of it because I had a corned beef like a couple days ago. I was wondering if I drank enough water.
Water.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Who talking about my? Somebody said something about the way I said water.
Water.
Oh man.
Water with a D.
Water.
Water with a D.
Hmm?
I feel you.
It's Bunny and BK up. Let me make sure that y'all. One of y'all up, man. I've been quiet a little too long.
Bunny did say she's
Well,
going
you
to
know
tap it
Bunny's
out.
asleep.
Oh yeah, it's a rap, right? It's the baby.
What's all y'all favorite food?
My favorite food? Ooh.
That is so annoying. It's the baby.
Right.
You know what my favorite? I don't know. I don't really feel like I have a favorite food. I feel like I used to love making chicken Alfredo because my kids love that. But I like too many kind of different foods to really have a favorite. But it's hard. I like probably anything with chicken breast. I can probably
She
eat it.
said.
Oh, okay.
Time out. You have a favorite food, Sophie?
No, I just have a favorite restaurant. McDonald's is my favorite
It depends too much on my
Wait, what?
mood. Like I don't know, my mood dictates a lot of what I eat.
Oh, they just got that one bar.
McDonald's.
Yeah, that's my favorite restaurant.
Wow.
Your favorite? Be
Yeah.
quiet, kid, while you're there eating graham crackers.
Because it's so cheap. It's so cheap and it's so good. Mm.
It's so
Maybe if I was
unhealthy too.
You don't like Chick-fil-A?
I like it, but
You gonna turn into a roly-poly dealing with that.
Getting that
You go like it's my baby fat.
I like the crispy fries. I like McDonald's
up,
fries better.
Yeah, because they dip it on
McDonald's fries taste like cardboard, girl. What you mean?
Quit it.
If you
Nah.
ever get it, you can give
That
them to
ain't
me.
potato.
You talking about the cold version or something?
That ain't
Yeah,
potato.
McDonald's the best fries ever.
The
Nah,
one
bro,
I
they
go
don't
to
taste
make
like
fries
potatoes.
good.
They
It's
don't
good.
taste like potatoes, bro.
Right.
Y'all better cook some cut you up some potatoes.
So them fake potatoes is hitting then. I tell
Yeah,
you.
right. I don't care what.
Especially when they hot and got a little salt on it. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Fake potatoes.
I give it to you. I'm gonna give it to you. I'm like, I get it. I'm trying to
Yep.
think. I don't know. Right now, I want to say I think my favorite food right now is seafood pasta.
That sounds good too. I just like they have
But I'm craving it, so.
seafood boudin.
Should I refresh the live?
Boy, you gonna
I
refresh
don't
the
like
live and
refreshing live.
everybody
None of y'all
gonna
don't be
leave.
coming back sometimes. I could trust Sophie though.
That's what I'm saying. You know, okay, hold up. It's not that I don't be coming back. Kev be like, all right, I'm gonna refresh the live real quick. 20 minutes later,
Thank you.
I did it a couple times like that. You're right, but for the most part, I've been doing it like 1 second.
You know for a fact, the moment you don't shut down your app, I don't fell in another fucking live, and now they don't talk about some crazy ass shit. I'm in there listening, and
You
then
got
20
locked in,
minutes
right?
later,
That's what be
Kev
happening,
said
right?
something.
That's what happens
I be
right
like,
there.
bruh,
You sit there and scroll one time, you stuck.
that part. Especially me, bro. I can't be
Like,
scrolling
oops,
through
they
these
in here
TikTok
talking
feeds.
dirty in here. What's going on?
The amount of people just follow me just based on your live alone. The moment I fly into the shit, AJ, you coming up? AJ, come in the box. AJ, or I just get invited in the box. I don't even know what happened. I'm like, bro, I
Mm-hmm.
wasn't even in here trying to talk
And then
about
I be picking my
aliens.
backup page and find y'all in there like, what? That's why I do my little eyeball move. Mm-hmm. And point at y'all.
I'm just saying, hey, it ain't cheating if you took 20 minutes to get there, okay?
You right. You
We
right.
was
That's what
waiting,
they all say.
bruh.
That's what they all
They've been
say.
doing
You
that the whole
wasn't
time.
available.
You
That
wasn't.
part. That part, and also, let's be real, okay? Since we being honest, okay, me and Alter don't have the attention span for 20 minutes to
Yeah.
wait
I
for
don't
you.
either. I ain't about to use that as an excuse.
We ain't got no 20 minutes.
Yeah,
Y'all
that
done
was
seen me
That
do
ain't
that
an
100
excuse,
times.
bruh. That is not an excuse, okay? You know that if Alter's making a point and you interrupt her, she gonna forget what the fuck she was talking about.
Yeah, I know that. I
She
already know
does that
that.
shit every
But the
day.
same thing with me.
That's
Yeah.
my point.
It'll
That's
be
why I'm
taking us
like,
a minute.
hey,
Like, wait a minute.
No, I don't
bruh.
want no excuses when it comes to my life. Nope. Mm-mm.
Nah, I can't give it to you. No excuses.
No, I'm not. Look, I'm gonna give it to him because he be cheating on himself, yelling at me.
I'm cheating right now.
Right. He be in the same line somewhere else again.
I'm cheating right now.
Over there talking shit.
I'm in my boy, what's the other room? Cheating like a mother. I think Dr. Divinely done called me in there like her. He's like, hold up. I was like, what you doing in here?
Wait.
Actually, she was in my box. She was in my box and she was in the room. I was like, how did you in my box and in the room? So I think it was a glitch or something.
I'm dead. That's
You
how I
know
was wondering
what?
where she was.
You know what? One of these days, Kev, I'm gonna mess with you. You gonna be like, I'm gonna go refresh the live, and then I'm gonna go host the live. Wait till everybody come in, and I'm just gonna have a picture of your live in there and be like, let's talk about the mess that happened in this live. Just to fuck with you.
Hey, somebody did that to me yesterday, I think. Oh, my boy Broderick, bro. He made me crack up. I was like, what the I said, I'm about to refresh. He made his own live, man. So I'm like, dog, what the? I was like, did me bold. I was like, he said, I'll be back. My live.
That is hilarious.
Yeah, this is such a good live. This was such a good live. I want to refresh it, though. Yeah, just in case, you know.
Remember, you still got 63 people in here. Y'all tap the
And
screen.
I got to get these sleepers up out of here, too. Huh?
Sleepers. It's not like we can't drop them out the box. Come on now. What you
I know.
do to TikTok?
I know.
It's gonna be yo. It's gonna be yo.
But I know that it worked, though, because yesterday, my live, when I first did it, it was like 40 people. You know, I did another section, but people couldn't hear me. I did another session. That's why I had like 100 and something people, and I'm like, these little refreshers be working.
I just want to know how you
Kev.
eat these without no milk or something.
Kev,
Well, actually, Sophie was in all three of the sections. Just thought about that.
Somebody in the comments have a question, but they want our opinion, but they can't come in the box because they don't have enough followers.
Hold it, let me see. Hold it.
They say it's mids. They said that their girlfriend met up with the guy that was hitting on her because she was mad at him and he wants to know what should he do.
Leave. What the
My
fuck? You already know
girlfriend.
what you need to do. The fuck? You gonna sit over there and ask a bunch of people. You already know what you need to do.
Oh, AJ ain't got no filter. That's up.
Validation question.
Wait a minute.
These are the validation question.
It's just cute because I think both. Wait, what happened?
Oh man, that's funny, dog. That's funny.
It's just
All right,
cute
y'all. I'm gonna
because both
refresh
got
real
the
quick.
same
I'm gonna do a
voice.
quick refresh. Please don't cheat.
Oh,
I'm
Well,
literally
then
gonna
if
be
you
1
stay with
second.
her, that's on you.
okay,
Don't
we come
mind.
back.
All
Huh?
right, we gonna come back, but I just
Dog,
want to say one last
let's
thing.
do the pinky,
Kids,
man. Let's do like little keys. Pinky.
We
hold
we're
up,
gonna
hold
leave
up,
at
hold up, pause
88K.
button,
That's
hold up.
crazy.
Time out. Smids, you mean to tell me you don't come in here,
Oh
ask
my
that
gosh.
dumbass question,
I just
and
thought
now you
about
gonna
that.
sit over here talk about I'm staying with her? Boy, bye. But reset the life. We done. I ain't got time.
All right.